Office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Chicago Cubs in the first game of their 3-game set Friday afternoon at Wrigley Field by a final score of 2-0. Brian Reynolds hit a 2-run home run, the only runs that the Pirates needed on the day. Mason Montgomery picked up his first victory of the season, and Dennis Santana picked up his first save of the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I've certainly had times where I felt like in the zone or in that flow state or whatever you want to call it. And maybe this afternoon was one of those times. I would say maybe not in the zone, but I definitely found a sense of flow those last few holes. The only way I can describe it is everything that you see or any situation that you come across, you can find a positive in it. And you see birdies and you can see ways to make birdies. So hit it in the trees at 13, fine. I can make a birdie doing it this way. Hit it in the trees in 15, same thing. And then you get your spots where you can attack like the 16th and feed it in there. And so, I think that's the best way I can describe it. You reel off some birdies and even when you find yourself out of position, you can still somehow see yourself make a birdie some way.
That's the kind of question you're going to get asked. Rory McIlroy responding to, can you take us mere mortals into what it's like to rip off 6 birdies in your last 7 holes in the second 9 at Augusta National and take a commanding 6-shot lead into the weekend as he looks to go back-to-back and join some very elite company. Off the top of your head, Craig, can you name the guys who have gone back-to-back at Augusta National?
No.
Tiger, Jack, Palmer.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Pretty good company.
Yeah.
Pretty good company as far as back-to-backs. Rory, 36 holes away from that, and if he plays like he did yesterday, he will not be caught. This will not be dramatic. The people at Augusta National will ask him if he could maybe make it a little bit interesting. He is at 12 under. He is 6 clear of the field. Sam Burns, who has had a couple good U.S. Open showings, trying to hang with him there, couldn't. Patrick Reed, who after 12 holes was 1 shot out of the lead and very much right there with Rory, didn't do anything wrong down the stretch. He played the rest of the course even, got to 7 under on 17, but then gave it back on 18. This is more a story of just one guy getting out like Secretariat at the Belmont Stakes, and he's deciding to run, Craig.
It is. It's unbelievable. I mean, here's the funny part about Rory. Rory doesn't look like he's playing against the rest of the guys in the field. It looks like it's just Rory versus Augusta. And it looks like Rory has found that mix between the competitive edge and, being calm and relaxed out there. And I really wondered how he was going to approach this week after winning last year. Is he going to stay after it? And man, it kind of reminds you of these first 2 rounds. It reminds you of Tiger when Tiger had it going, when he had it, really, really in the slot and really going. And he's definitely made it really interesting here to see, But here's the thing. We got half the tournament left.
Well, the story going into the tournament, and I was curious about this because I picked Scotty, not exactly a bold pick. I think it was weird. He's the defending champ, Rory was, but I didn't see a ton of people actually picking him. I think because one of the stories he's so relaxed now. He's admitted that he's relaxed. He's admitted that he was scared pursuing this title last year. Like he was scared of the moment and he managed to get it done anyway.
Right.
But the story was is he either going to be so freed up that he actually plays like loosey-goosey. Like when you go to the course and you're so certain you're going to play well, you actually don't because it's golf. You still got to watch what you're doing. Or is he going to be freed up in the good way where nothing bothers him, nothing bugs him, and he just goes out and does his thing? And it's clearly been the latter. He kind of said that in that Open. He said, hey, I just assumed something good was going to happen no matter where I drove the ball.
Yep.
And you saw it. But
just like he said on 13 and 15, he said, hey, I drove it in the trees. I can make birdie this way.
Totally different mindset. If he hadn't won last year, he wouldn't have had that mindset. And so you're seeing a guy dominate a golf course. And unlike Scotty Scheffler, I would say, who I think Scotty's still the best player in the world, don't get me wrong. But when he's going good, it's like you hear tour pros say he just doesn't hit the bad shots at the same rate the rest of us do.
Right.
When Rory gets it going, it does remind me of Tiger because he just overwhelms the course and everybody else by going spectacular.
Well, correct. Well, think about this. What do you think his longest putt was in that stretch there on the back nine?
I know. The chip in on 17 is like a major turning point, so I won't count that one, obviously.
Correct.
Longest putt, 10 feet.
Yeah, it was about 10
feet. 10-footer.
That's it.
I think the birdie on 17, the great pitch. If you didn't see it, the pin was tucked way over on the left side of that green, one of the tougher pins. He's way over on the right. Easily could have made 5. If he really messes it up and pulls a pot geeter, he could make 6.
Right.
Screaming one across the green, chips it in.
Right.
That's a major swing. Then he birdies 18, obviously, curls one in there. But that's the difference between him maybe being, instead of going to 18, 11 under, he goes there 9 under or even 8 under. Then it feels like very much a golf tournament.
Oh.
And I think that's the shot of the tournament for him so far. I think now the interesting thing is, Craig, as we, by the way, that's Craig Mankins. I didn't even do the introductions. It's Masters Day. I'm very excited to just get it going here. Joel Nelson on the other side. We have a guy who is the marketing director of one of Craig and my favorite courses in the area, favorite resorts in the area, the Grand Resort up in Youngstown, Ohio. Multiple golf courses, one of which has tormented me when I have tried to go out there and play well. We have a gentleman named Mike Case, who is a big golf guy, and he's going to tell us about the Grand Resort in about 20 minutes. But going back to Rory here, because he is the story, it's weird how much oxygen he kind of took out of the room, too.
Yeah.
Because if you had looked at the leaderboard, I was doing Masters minutes. I was throwing them all over social media, doing little stand-ups, had my little fancy wireless microphone. I was, look at me. I'm an influencer. Look at me doing golf coverage. You had Burns. Can he finally get over the hump? Probably the best pure putter on tour. People will tell you Sam Burns. Patrick Reed, I'll get to him in a minute more because I think he still is a story, but he's at 6 under. He's playing really well. Rose, after last year being the groomsman when Rory wins it and pushing Rory right to the brink, he's at 5. Lowry's at 5. Fleetwood, maybe the best player never to win a major, is at 5.
Yep.
And all of these stories, and Scotty Scheffler, by the way, looking like a mere mortal, which we'll also get to because that is the other really big one. They do get pushed to the back burner and to the side and kind of, get that out of here.
Yeah.
Because Rory is still the most magnetic personality in the sport, and when he's going like this, it's all people want to talk about. You go to Tiger again. I never understood the appeal with Tiger, where he would go run and hide in these tournaments, and people wanted to turn on a golf tournament when he was winning by 8 just to watch him dominate. I never understood that. I was like, well, where's the drama?
Right.
People are watching a coronation, but clearly Rory inspires sort of the same cult following because people like him.
No, he does. And, and the other neat thing about him is, his parents, just normal, hardworking parents. It's not, he came from a...
He's talked about it, how much they sacrificed to give him a shot at golf, basically, and a shot at being a big-time player. Like, he played Augusta with his dad.
Yeah.
And that it's a relatable story other than his insane talent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's pretty wild. There's not much else you can say other than one thing about him, I think, because the other thing I'm wondering is what you think about the potential for drama still this week. And we've seen Greg Norman blow a 6-shot lead on one day. Rory, and before I know where you're going, but Rory last year, how many shots do you think he was up with 7 holes to play in last year's Masters? Just guess. I'm not asking you to remember it exactly. Because I went and looked.
Tied or won?
He was up 4 shots with 7 to play. So I was thinking about this last night, and I was listening to some of my other podcasts on this. I thought, well, he's up 6. Everyone's saying this is over because Scotty's not the guy chasing him at 6 under. He was up 4.
Wow.
up 4 with 7 to play and barely scraped into the playoff last year. Like, had to work to get in. So I would say, I know it's a different guy because he won it finally and got that off his back, but this is a course where it can change in a hurry.
Well, here's the big thing. And you told me, what was his rank driving this week?
He was 90th out of 91 players in the field in driving accuracy. The 91st ranked player in driving accuracy, where do you think they finished in the tournament? 91st.
Yeah, that's how.
So the dude who is second to last in driving accuracy this week is in first place.
Wow. That's
But you had a take though back when I said that kind of perked my ears up as far as this being a competitive weekend.
So here's the big thing. At the Masters, you can hit it in the trees on 13, you can hit it in the trees on 15, and you can, get that ball down there so you can, hit a great short iron in and make a birdie.
Mm-hmm.
You hit it in the woods on 10. You hit it in the woods on 14.
You hit it to the cabins once, by the way, in 2011 on 10.
Yes, you can hit. If you hit those, the Masters will get you. Augusta will jump up and bite you, in which Andy North put it the best. I was listening to him. He said that was the best Friday he can remember. And Andy North has been there every year for who knows how many years, correct?
Yep.
He said the wind didn't blow. The moisture stayed in the green so those guys can control. And if they can control their golf ball, those guys can do all kinds of things. I mean, you saw it by the shot making. They were all hitting in there. And to have moisture in the greens on a Friday afternoon, I mean, they're going to shoot something low. So if the weather stays the way that it's going to be, those guys are going to be able to make birdies. And if they make birdies and they're tracking Rory down, it doesn't take too many crooked drives to make a bogey or a double bogey here or there. And here's when it's going good, you never see that coming. But when those bad ones come, oh boy, the old devil that gets in your head, Mr. Doubt. If you get one, all you have to do is have one bad thought and something happens.
Well, you poo-pooed something, but I'll bring it up. A bunch of players, I didn't have time to grab any quotes or couldn't find really the quotes the way I wanted them to look, but there were multiple players. I want to say Andrew Novak might have been one of them. Scotty Scheffler definitely alluded to it. Felt like those guys were out earlier on Friday. They said they were stunned given how it played Thursday, that suddenly the green was holding, in their opinion, shots and putts were stopping short that were rolling way past.
Right.
To the point where people wondered if Augusta tweaked it a little bit so the course wouldn't get away from them early. And that whether they obviously don't intend it this way, but that gives a guy like Rory a little bit of an added advantage. If they're trying to keep the course from getting away from them and the greens so that they can have a weekend where they can really push it to the edge, then who's the beneficiary of that? Rory McIlroy going out in softer conditions where he can fire at flags.
Well, unfortunately, it wasn't Augusta. It was Mother Nature, and that's what Andy talked about. He said you need the wind to suck the moisture out of the greens.
Well, they got that sub-air that costs a nice, pretty penny.
They do, but once the tournament starts, the conditions have to stay the same for everybody, so they can't turn that on. They can run it. They could have ran it all last night to suck all the moisture out while no one's out there, but they can't do it while the actual tournament's being played because you can't change any conditions. But it was just, and you could see it by Rory when he had his last interview. You could see the sweat coming off his face. So the humidity level is obviously a little higher. So that's another reason the moisture stays in the greens. And it's going to be, you even told me today, I think it's supposed to be close to...
It's like 85 out there, sunny, hot.
Yep, humid. So if that wind does not blow, these guys are going to continue making birdies there. There's no question.
The thing that is most eyebrow raising to me is what you said about the driving accuracy, though. If it stays this firm and he's been hitting it all over the lot and getting away with it because he's so talented, I do think he can come back to the pack a little bit. And the other thing is, too, it's not Scotty chasing him, and we'll get to him. I think Scotty and Reed are really the two other stories in this tournament, for me at least. It's not Scotty chasing him. But Patrick Reed is playing some of the best golf anybody in the world's been playing for a while now. Like, he's won a ton of DP World Tour events. He's going to battlefield promote his way. He's going to do it the honest way, which is a change and a departure for Patrick Reed to get back to the PGA Tour. Guy with a couple cheating scandals in his past. but he's been balling out on the Euro Tour. He left Live. It's not like he's a shrinking violet. He's won this tournament before. He loves this course.
And he's a local boy.
He's a local guy. Like, he doesn't... I think he relishes playing the villain role.
Oh, I agree.
And I don't think Rory can roll the ball out there and say, I'll shoot 71-71, and just no one's going to even come and sniff it and go near me. I think somebody's going to get to a point on Sunday where he's like maybe only up 2, and he's got to make sure he steps the throttle down here.
Yeah, no, there's no question. And that's just it. That's kind of my point being, if the conditions stay the way they are and there's no wind and you can control that ball going into those greens, somebody's going to shoot a 66, a 65, and they're going to jump right up the leaderboard. And if, Rory does shoot for him, a substandard 71, only 1 under par, it's going to be a 2-shot game going to the last day, which that makes it fun for you and I on Sunday.
I was going to say, I just need it. We'll get into this later in the show, but I need it to be Patrick Reed. I need that Ryder Cup. You made it by a quick point to me, by the way, that I hadn't really thought of. I had looked at the leaderboard just really fast before we take a break here. Mike Case, he's the marketing director for the Grand Resort in Youngstown, Ohio. 4 great courses associated with that place, and just an unbelievable spot to go, like for an overnight getaway. That'll be in about 10 minutes. I looked, and Sam Burns and Patrick Reed, the only Americans in the top first 10 names on the leaderboard. I guess Wyndham Clark actually snuck up there too.
Yep. And I said this all last week. These guys, the guys that are up there, it's a European Ryder Cup.
Yeah, McIlroy, Rose, Lowry, Fleetwood, Tyrrell Hatton, him sneaking in there, the temperamental man. He shot 66. Hao Tong Lee, I feel good about this one. I told people Hao Tong Lee from China plays this place pretty well. My man shot 69 to get to 4 under.
Good for him.
Christopher Reitan, Jason Day. Cam Young is another big mover. He shot 67. It looked like he wasn't going to be a factor. If you want to talk about somebody, if he starts making putts, could really rocket up the board.
What did Matsuyama shoot?
Let's see. Hideki actually he shot 69 yesterday.
So is he 3 under?
He's 2 under. He started the day 1. I'm sorry. He's 2 under. He started the day even for the tournament. Max Homa is in there at 2 under. He shot 70. Brooks Koepka, 69. Chris Goddard 69. Those guys are all again, if Rory wasn't at 12 under, if he was even at 7 or 8, you would have so many people who feel like they're within the realm of possibility. But because of what he did on those last 7 holes, it doesn't feel that way. All right.
The cut stayed at 4 over?
Cut stayed at 4. For one of my possible daily fantasy things, I'm very mad at Akshay Bhatia for chipping in on 17 or blasting in from the bunker to get to 4 and then doubling 18. Thanks,
That's unbelievable.
Thanks, buddy. All right, coming up next, we'll get a lot more Masters talk, but we're going to spend a couple minutes with Mike Case. He's the marketing director for the Grand Resort in Youngstown, Ohio. That place is an awesome spot to go. You want to do an overnight golf getaway, pretty darn close to home. You can really do no better, in my opinion, than the Grand Resort within about an hour of here. So we'll talk to him about what they have going on. Then a lot more Masters chat, including Patrick Reed. I am going to make a comparison to 1998 WWF for Patrick Reed, and Craig is already cringing thinking about that. That's all coming up next. It's the Going Low Show, Masters Edition, as we get ready for moving day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins have 3 games left to go in the regular season, and they'll start on Saturday when they host Alexander Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is scheduled for 3 o'clock in what could be Ovi's last time here in Pittsburgh. If the Penguins get 1 point on Saturday, they will host their first-round matchup against an opponent yet to be determined. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. SportsFord.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Step onto history at Omni Bedford Springs Resort and Spa, home to the legendary Old Course, ranked #1 in Pennsylvania by Golf Week 3 years running. This timeless course blends championship play with breathtaking scenery. This season, don't miss the Generation Cup on July 12th, a family tournament where parents, kids, and grandparents team up for a chance to qualify for the 2027 National Championship. Enjoy themed play days like Donald Ross Days, Tillinghast Twilight, and Spencer Oldham Sundays. And be sure to inquire about special Women's Golf Day events happening this May.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now I have to go play golf.
Back to more Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, welcome back into the Going Low show alongside PGA professional Craig Mankins. It's Chris Muller, our guy Nelly on the other side. Man, ton to talk about still as moving day at Augusta National looms just over 2 hours away for those first groups. Craig's allergies briefly getting him here before we jump back in. But we got a lot more to get into. Patrick Reed, Scotty Scheffler, those two notables, a couple other guys, Brooks Koepka, obviously, who is acquitting himself very well on a firm, very fast Augusta National. Go out right now, though. to the hotline, we'll say, here today, this morning, and welcome in a gentleman. We got him ready to go here, Nelly. Got him hailed on the... Nelly's giving me a look here, though. We got him hailed on the channels here? All right, I'm just making sure. The director of marketing at the Grand Resort in Youngstown, Ohio, a place that boasts 4 different courses, one of which absolutely kicked my teeth in a couple of years ago. That is Mike Case, you see on the video link right now, joining us to talk a little bit about the Grand Resort. Mike, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing this morning?
We're doing really well because it's, other than the fact that Rory ran away like Secretariat at the Belmont and hid yesterday at the end of the Masters, it's still a very interesting leaderboard. But Craig and I are both very familiar with the Grand Resort, but our listeners might not be, and that's why we have you on here to tell people about a place that, if you're in Pittsburgh's a little over an hour away, very short hop really in the car, and an awesome place to go with a ton of great and challenging golf just to start things off there with the golf, because there's, I know, a lot more you want to talk about the Grand Resort.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's just start with the golf. The Grand Resort is a hotel resort in Warren, Ohio, which, like you said, is about a little over an hour from Pittsburgh. My friends from Moon come up. It takes about an hour for them. We're affiliated. We have 4 country clubs that we own as well. So Avalon Lakes is one of them, which held the LPGA for a long time up in our neck of the woods. Squaw Creek, which is another one, the LPGA shifted from Avalon Lakes to Squaw Creek. So we held that course, or it's held that tournament for about 10 years. Avalon Lakes is a Pete Dye course, so it kind of reminds you of Sawgrass a little bit in Florida. Lots of sand. I think you talked about the sand last time we were up there. And
I was not at my best, to be fair. I was coming off of knee surgery. That's my built-in excuse. But yes, if you think you're a very good golfer, what I would tell anyone listening is go book a stay and play at the Grand Resort and go play Avalon Lakes and put on your big boy pants and test yourself. That's what I would tell anybody.
But it's fair, don't you think?
Oh yeah. I think if you're a good player, there's shots to hit there, and I think, like Mike, the thing I would say is that you can't believe you're in Northeast Ohio with the way the course is laid out and with all the variety you get. Right. That's what I think was one of the coolest parts about it.
Right. So we have those 2 in Ohio. And then in Western Pennsylvania, we have the old Sharon Country Club. We call it Avalon at Buell Park, which is a smaller executive-like course, but the greens are just lightning fast, and it's always in perfect shape. And then now we've acquired the Newcastle Country Club, which is great for folks that come from Pittsburgh. They'll play that one on the way in and then come to the resort, or they'll play it on the way back home, which is great for them too. It's about a half hour from the hotel, and that's a Tillinghast course. And Rocco Mediate, as you know, a big Tillinghast fan, has come up. We've talked about it a little bit, and it is just an amazing course. And we redid all those clubhouses, so it's a real resort feel no matter where you go. And all 4 courses are a little bit different. So if you got a group of folks that are coming, men, women, doesn't matter, it's a different challenge every day, which a lot of people like.
Mike, this is Craig here. Hey, the golf courses are all the properties are fantastic. We go every August and we always play Avalon on Friday, and then we play Squaw on Saturday. And the other 2, Sharon and Newcastle, since I've been in Pennsylvania the second half of my life, those are all great golf courses too. But one of the interesting things, like Chris was just talking about in northeastern Ohio, Avalon, I tell people all the time, I grew up in Ohio. I'm from Canton. I tell them, I go, tight, flat, but you got to hit it straight. And I mean, in those trees you have on that front 9, Chris and I were just talking about Rory at the Masters. He needs to hit it straight. That front 9, you better hit the golf ball straight, or you're going to be writing some big numbers on the card, don't you think?
I think so. That first and second hole are you better hit the fairway, and they're really wide fairways. I think Pete Dye kind of tries to fool you with the sand and the trees and stuff, and it looks more narrow than it is.
Correct.
And then when you get toward 8 and 9, 8 is, I don't know if you remember that island green.
Oh yes.
That's our signature hole, and 9, same thing. You got to hit it over a lake to get it on there. And they're just really pretty and really pleasing. But if you let it mess with you, it will mess with you. That's for sure.
Well, one of the things I love about that is I go play, and some of the guys are really long hitters. But I love it because it does put a premium on for that guy that might not hit it as far. You keep it down the middle, you're going to do just fine. I go, let your buddies try to rip it and,
See what happens.
chip it out from those
if you
oak
go there
trees.
with me, that's what you're going to do. Let Mulsey try to hit one 305 and then see what happens.
That's right.
Mike Case, the director of marketing. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mike.
5 sets of tees. I just wanted to tell you, we have 5 sets of tees at just about all the courses. So you can make it as fair as you want to or as different as you want to.
Mike Case, that's the other voice you're hearing here. He is the director of marketing at the Grand Resort in Ohio, just right over the line, Warren, Ohio. So very quick hop, about an hour from Moon. That's pretty much right near me. Mike, the other thing, though, and I got to experience this, you rolled out the red carpet for us a couple of years ago, and I was up there for it. There is so much more than just golf, though, at the Grand Resort.
I think there's a couple of reasons people like it. First of all, like Chris said, it's flat. It's flatter than what you folks are used to. And believe me, I played down there, and you guys are studs. I am exhausted by the time I'm finished. So once you're done, though, when you come back to the resort, there's things to do. You don't just have to sit in a party room and play cards all night with your friends. Although you can do that. I mean, that's a lot of fun for some. But we have the restaurants, the lounges, the bars, the pool patio. There's always something going on. There's live music. There's a cigar lounge that is second to none. Even though you guys have Burn down there in Pittsburgh, come up and try this one. You're going to absolutely love it. We have a spa there. We have a wine lounge. So, and there's always something going on, too, which is great. I think when you guys came up, there was a big birthday party we kind of snuck into.
I believe so.
But I don't know. It's all a little fuzzy, isn't it? So it's just there's things to do in the evening to make it more fun for your group, and that's what you want. If you're setting up a big event for your friends, you don't want to just play golf and that's it, and then go back to your rooms and lay in the bed and watch TV. There's some entertainment going on. Which is nice. And then if you do want the golf, and if that's your whole thing, I think the replay numbers are like $35 for a replay after you play golf. So if you want like that emergency 9, you can do it at a very inexpensive price. And the prices are what we're kind of known for. We, if you, based on double occupancy, if you share a room with another person, I guess our most popular is 3 rounds, 2 nights. It's about $500. And we're not even in season yet. We don't start the in season until May 15th, so you can even get more off. And I would suggest booking a weekday trip if you can do it with your group. That would be even better. You save more money that way.
Mike, I just realized this too. Now, Craig is kind of like my Sherpa. He's tried to help me improve as a golfer, and he did. He gave me a putting tip midway through last year in a round. We were just friendly 9-hole round after we were doing one of these Going Low shows, about August, right, Craig? Mm-hmm. It turned me into an absolute monster out there. I won the West Penn Golf Association's net championship, and this just clicked dimly in the back of my mind. The Avalon Field Club at Newcastle will be hosting this year's 10th West Penn Golf Association Net Championship.
Wow.
I've got to go out there to defend my crown and try to conquer Tillinghast this year.
Wow.
Are you allowed to play a couple of rounds on a course that is holding a tournament like that? Isn't that a little bit sneaky?
No, that is considered, that is called practice rounds. You got to get got to get a view of the course. But yeah, so I mean, high quality place. I have been told very good things about it, and I've heard and experienced very good things about the Grand Resort.
Mike,
one more from, Craig wants to get one more in there because we are big fans of you, big fans of the Grand Resort here, so we love chatting about it.
One last thing I wanted to say is, I forgot, we play that Friday, and you guys are so accommodating. We always do that replay, and we play a scramble, and obviously we might put a little wager,
You and your people, Craig?
Just a little bit. And
just a little $5 Nassau, I'm sure.
But then
there you go.
After, little trash talking, and we go, the scramble's always a lot of fun. And if you win that one, you're set. But the best is, too, the food. I mean, that steakhouse we go to every year, that food's unbelievable. And it's right there. You just go jump in, shower real quick, and go over. And like you said, there's so many things to do there. It really is a great place to be.
I think I always tell people, Youngstown, Warren, Akron, Canton, maybe even parts of Pittsburgh too, is kind of like grandma's house. We love it when you come over, but if you don't eat, we're going to be mad at you.
You're right.
And the portions are enormous, and that's just kind of what we're known for up there. So 3rd pound Angus burgers, giant Wagyu steaks. We have these lamb chops that are unbelievable. There's a farm that only sells to us and someplace in Las Vegas. And if you like lamb, it's off the charts. We have a guy playing piano music in there on Fridays. But yeah,
I was going to ask you about the piano man. I was going to ask if that was
there.
still employed. Well, because you regaled me with a story about him when I was there 3 years ago, having a steak that was so good and such a big steak that I could not stay for the night. We had a very young kid at home. My second child was not even a year old. I had to basically roll down the turnpike. But you were telling me about the piano player, and that was unbelievable. The ambiance was great too.
Yeah, I feel like these kids are holding you back a little bit. I feel like
I got a third one coming. Mike, I got another one coming in June. That's the thing.
I know. Don't remind me. Yes. So if you want to come and people just come for the food and the bourbon. I don't know if you guys like bourbon. I'm not a huge bourbon guy, but we have all the Wellers. This Grand Pappy, whatever it is, like
Pappy Van
everything
Winkle.
you can think of. We have so many that Buffalo Trace has asked us to have our own barrel because we order more than any place in the state of Ohio. And we're the number one resort in Ohio 3 years running from U.S. News and World Report. So, I mean, it's not just us saying it, it's other people saying it too.
Mike Case, the director of marketing at that very place, the Grand Resort, 4 golf courses, unbelievable accommodations, great food, tons of stuff to do, even if it's a non-golfer coming up. Go book yourself a stay and play for the weekdays because weekends, tough to get this time of year for good reason because it's that good and that popular. Mike, thanks for getting up early and talking a little shop with us, man.
I love it. I love the show, you guys. Check us out at thegrandresort.com. Have a great Saturday, okay?
Thanks, Mike. You too. Thegrandresort.com. Craig, we're not blowing smoke here either. If you have a chance to get up there, that place rules. And honestly, if you're like a guy who fancies himself like a big-time golfer or one of the ladies out there who's a big-time player, go to Avalon Lakes. Go to the Pete Dye.
It's fun.
You gotta put it out there. You gotta put your reputation on the line and play. You gotta hit the shots. You gotta see them. You gotta hit them. That's absolutely my kind of golf course. All right, coming up, let's talk more Masters. There's Rory. Everybody loves it. Oh, my God. He's going to go back-to-back. I am going to make a comparison to a 1998 pro wrestling angle about one guy that I think that could run him down and why I kind of really want to see it. Got to get more coffee in me, and then I will make this crazy comparison as we wrap up Going Low next on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy with a commanding 12. He's 12 under par, a 6-stroke lead. Tied for second are Patrick Reed and Sam Burns, and then Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose, and Shane Lowry are all 5 under par. Augusta updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Looking for Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination? Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and enjoy their award-winning course layout and spectacular views. Work on your game at their practice tee or chipping and putting greens. And celebrate your round at Shakespeare's Pub afterward. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away. That's oldstonewall.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know what? It said helping you with your golf game there. We're back on Going Low. Chris Muller, Craig Mankins, PGA professional, of course, and it's Masters Saturday, moving day. It said helping you with your golf game. Let's see if you can go 30-second on-air lesson here, Craig. One of the things, I'm gonna post something to you. One of the things we always hear about at Augusta when it firms up and there's no rain, like there isn't going to be, it looks like, at all this week, which is awesome, because I think firm and fast is the best test for most of these guys. You see them airmailing 15 because they can't hold the green and sending it into the water and back of 15. Mm-hmm. We always hear about spin control with your wedges, though. If you are in the fairway, you've got to be able to control your spin.
Correct.
So let's say somebody out there is I'll use myself as a stand-in because I think I'm about the skill level I'm talking about here. Say somebody's getting better at golf, right? Mm-hmm. And they want to start hitting it a little bit closer to pins. Mm-hmm. They just want to have more birdie looks. They're pretty confident about getting it in the fairway or close enough to have a reasonable second shot. When people talk about controlling spin, how can you actually do that as a player who's not maybe a pro? What are some best practices to keep your spin from ripping the ball off the green at a nice course or something like that?
Well, to keep from ripping it off. See, most people, though,
want to spin it.
I was going to say, most people don't spin it enough.
Okay, so let's answer that then for people who don't spin it enough.
Mm-hmm. Well, the big thing is, a lot of people, and this is obviously going to a very basic thing, a lot of people think they have to help the ball up in the air to, lift it up. Most people aren't playing off of tight conditions like this. Mm-hmm. But you're actually, you want to pinch that ball. You want to pinch that ball against the turf, in which they have those great cameras where they show you the PGA Tour guys when they're hitting and the club, is descending and you're catching it at the bottom, to make sure you pinch it. Here's a funny one. And like my son told me, he goes, Dad, all the great wedge players. He goes, all those guys, they don't fade a wedge. Mm-hmm. It's, if anything, that face is a degree closed. Mm-hmm. They have a little tiny draw on it because that produces the most spin possible for them.
Okay.
And which
so if you're trying to spin it more as an amateur.
So if you're trying to spin it a little more as an amateur, the big thing is don't ever try to hit it 100%.
Don't scoop at it. Yeah.
Don't scoop at it, number one. Don't try to lift it up because that's not going to do it. Mm-hmm. Number two,
never take a full on 100% wedge swing.
90%. You're going to hit it crisper, cleaner, and make sure you stay down with that shot and just pick your spot where you want to hit it. A lot of guys, and this goes a little bit, if the pin's on the right-hand side, aim it 15 feet to the left. Because then if you do push it that 15 feet, it's right by the hole. But if you aim it right at the hole, and you play it right at it and you push it into the bunker, now you feel that those are the ones for even guys like yourself, managing the course while you're playing. That's a really huge deal because those strokes you can't get back. You sit there and you go back at home and you might be having your beer watching the Masters going, what was I doing on 14?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think aim for the center of the greens is also a very good piece of advice for the average player.
Yeah,
just aim at the middle.
Yep. Big thing is make sure you're hitting that ball and then taking the turf afterwards.
So hit down on it. Mm-hmm. It's counterintuitive to some people, but hit down on it. Two stories that I wanted to get to. Actually, let's go Scotty Scheffler first, okay?
Uh-huh.
I think everyone assumed he shot 70 day one. Okay, he's 5 off the pace, but it's Scotty Scheffler. He's probably going to shoot like a nice quiet 69, 68. He's going to get to 6 under. He might not even be in the lead heading to moving day, but he'll be around it. He'll be in the top 5. And then it's like the Jaws theme plays, right? The shark is in the water, and at some point the shark's going to come after everybody else. To see him not only not do that, but back up to the point where he is just in a large group with Ludwig Oberg, among others, Harris English, just some guys, Dustin Johnson, at even par for this tournament and 12 off the pace. I think that's kind of a noteworthy development here. I'm wondering if you think that Scotty's come back to earth a little bit or if this is just just a small lull for him.
Well, what do you and Scotty have in common? What did Scotty just have?
Baby.
He just had a baby. I have to think that Scotty, being the good dad that he probably is, it's going to affect your golf game a little bit. But
he just hasn't been as crisp as he normally is.
I think that competitive advantage for him is going to come. I said, maybe a little bit more back here in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
The diaper.
This is a tournament though that he should own, because it. I know that the greens get all the attention, but it's not really. It's a putting tournament, but not really. It's an approach play. I think people talk about it as a second shot golf course. Yeah, you got to be in position off the tee, but then you really got to be in position with your irons.
Well, this week it's an approach shot golf course because the moisture's in the greens and the wind's not blowing to suck it out of there, so they can control that ball. But if those greens get rock hard and fast, and then the ball ends up in some different spots than where they want it, then it does become a putting tournament because you're not going to have it 10 feet. I mean, it's very rare you see at the Masters where a guy just has it, Rory, how many birdies on the back nine yesterday?
He birdied 6 of the last 7
6.
holes.
So one chip in, but the other 5, nothing longer than 10 feet.
Right.
I mean, if the wind blows a little bit just to help dry it out there, it's going to be really difficult. And I think Scotty's going to get there. He's proven that.
I kind of need to see him shoot 66 today just to remind everybody. I think he'd have to do that probably 64 twice to even have a chance, which would be 2 insane rounds.
Right.
I just kind of want him to remind everybody that he's still there. Just give me a 66 where you go, hey, I'm not going to win this week, but I'm probably going to top 5 this thing.
Don't forget about me.
Yeah, just remember me going into the rest of the majors.
Well, remember him at Pebble Beach this year in the final round, he was
out of it. Yeah.
He was out of it, right? And a good friend of mine named Doug, he said, well, I'm taking Scotty today. Well, Scotty made 8 birdies, and he missed those 3 putts
little
that
bitty
he should
putts.
have been able to make.
Yep.
And I go, holy mackerel, he would have been tied in a
I think
playoff.
I know your pal Dougie.
Yeah, I think
I know your pal
is.
Dougie. Here's one other guy. So Patrick Reed is 6 under. I just think he's a very interesting story. I said I was going to make a crazy cross. It's not even cross sport entertainment comparison. He was a villain. He doesn't get many cheers out there, even still. Yep. If you listen, somebody I know who was on the grounds on the first round said they didn't even notice that he teed off on number 1, and they didn't even notice that they had called now driving Patrick Reed. He's a 2018 champion because there was so little applause for him because he is so disliked by most fans.
Mm-hmm.
I think what is very funny, though, is Stone Cold Steve Austin. This is a ridiculous comparison to say at 7:50 in the morning. The most popular wrestler of my lifetime, my generation, because he was a bad guy who never really changed. They just found a bigger bad guy for him to go against.
Yep.
And so he became an anti-hero. Right? Okay, so you have movies that are based around this, the anti-hero. He's not supposedly a good guy, but he does sort of good guy stuff. Patrick Reed has not really changed his stripes at all.
No.
But I find myself oddly rooting for him because he is coming back to the tour the honest way. He just kind of pieced out a live, which I think wins him some points with some people. But then instead of coming and kind of begging and negotiating to get back right away as a major champion, he just said, no, I'll play the DP World Tour. I'll win a bunch of tournaments over there. I'll get one of those tour cards because he's going to get one based off of that.
Oh, yeah.
He has past champion status, so he could come back to the tour anyway in August as a full member. But he just has kind of played his way back in general.
That's
and
nice.
I just oddly kind of respect it. I still think he's a scoundrel.
Oh.
I still think he's normally very hard to root for and absolutely hard to like. And yet here he is tied for second. And I find myself wanting him to be the one that mounts a charge at McIlroy.
No. Well, and here's the other thing. And you and I talked about it. We talked about all the Ryder Cuppers, all the guys that have the moxie are up at the top of this leaderboard.
He and Rory had an all-timer.
Oh,
an all-timer.
All those guys. And then you got Hatton up there. Nobody's more fire. He's down there a little bit, but all those guys are up there, in which, Reed, you can't help to think he's more like the Joker, a little bit. He laughs his way around there, but man,
that's a good analogy, like the Joker.
He is. And I'm telling you, and the funny part about him, like he talked about, they asked, why does his game
fit there,
translate to Augusta so much? He said, you know what, you can't just play, and this is the word he said, you can't just go out there and play golf swing. He goes, you have to hit shots.
You have to play golf. That's the other reason I do like him. He said this a while ago. He was asked about the rollback that they want to do, and a lot of these guys are way against it, and a lot of the equipment manufacturers are against it too. Like the ball manufacturers are. They try to say like, oh, we're open to something here, but they all have their own data suggesting no, we don't have to roll anything back. He is the one guy who basically said like, yeah, it kind of stinks that the game is just bomb it out there because he's not a huge long hitter.
Correct.
He doesn't like it. He likes to shape the ball. He likes to hit golf shots, not play golf swing. And most of these guys play golf swing now.
Right.
And Augusta, Fred Ridley, I thought really dropped a hammer on like the distance problem in the game when he gave his pre-tournament remarks, the chairman of Augusta. I just like a guy who's like, no, if I hit it here, I'm going to hit a 20-yard cut and try to finesse a ball in there. Like he's trying to play golf when I think a lot of these guys, and I'm going to unfortunately include Rory in this. I think Rory's just saying full send off the tee. I'm a great driver of the golf ball. I hit it a mile. I'll just hit it down there and figure it out.
You know, it's amazing, Chris. Back in 1998, that was the year I graduated college from IUP, and we went to nationals as a golf team. The amateur, in the U.S. amateur that year, the average carry driving distance, the U.S. amateur, the average carry driving distance, what do you think it was?
255.
No.
Lower?
Yeah.
245.
Yeah, no, it was more like 230 yards or something.
You're kidding me.
No, that came from my buddy who's John McMurdy, who was a...
so what are those rolling out to? 255, 260?
Yeah, well, when it was hard, the ball would take off
Keep
and
going.
roll. Yeah, but the golf ball is
That's
changed.
a 4-iron carry now.
When you think
for some
about
of these guys.
Oh, it was crazy. And maybe, you know what, and that might have been 94, not 98.
That sounds more like 94 because Tiger was the one who made everyone go for distance.
Yeah, and I think it might have been. But regardless, it wasn't that long ago that, you know, guys couldn't drive the ball. It was a different sport. That's my point.
When you see 13T at Augusta now, and you know where it actually was back when you watch the old Masters clips, it's 90 yards back.
Wow.
They have that. They have bought. They're standing. I think I looked at a satellite image. I want to say where they're standing is like basically right next to an Augusta Country Club old fairway, and they had to buy the land off Augusta Country Club, which is adjacent for those who don't know, and keep lengthening that hole. And Fred Ridley said, not every club is us. Not every club has the resources to actually to do this. And so he's got a point there for sure. Not every club can just keep saying, hey, we'll keep buying land and carving out new tees.
No, and the funny part is, and I think the real problem was golf was really hard back then. You know, if you weren't talented, you know, those guys could all play. And I mean, the Balata golf ball, we could curve it like you couldn't imagine. And not necessarily did I curve it on purpose. You know, it was a bad shot curve. Yeah. And it is. I mean, I think something is going to have to be done, unfortunately, for those guys because people, you have these athletes now that are playing.
Just roll it back so they can't just carry it reliably 330. I don't think that's asking too much. I'd rather watch them have to hit shots. And that's why I think it's Rory's tournament to lose. I would not advise people to bet any more than $1 here or there on a long shot to run him down. If anyone does, my pick is Patrick Reed. If it's in the who wins the Masters this year non-Rory category after 36 holes, I am going Reed. I think he's got the right stuff.
Yep.
Got any picks you want to make?
What's Justin Rose at?
He's at 5.
Man.
He's 7 off. Burns and Reed at 6. Rose, Lowry, Fleetwood, the group at 5. And a lot of dudes. Wyndham Clark randomly hasn't smashed up any lockers yet. Wyndham Clark, Hatton, Haotong Lee, Christopher Reitan, Jason Day, and Cam Young all at 4.
Nothing for all the guys that have a ticket on Wyndham Clark, but I hope he shoots 80.
Not a fan. Not a fan. Big Bob McIntyre, not great either.
Yeah.
He seems to be not the most sympathetic character. I say if anybody runs down Rory, it's Patrick Reed, but
I like Patrick Reed or I like Justin Rose. Only because you got to remember he lost in a playoff last year.
I know.
He's up there all the time.
Yes, he is. That said, in a week's time, on April 18th, you and I are going to reconvene, and I suspect we're going to be talking about back-to-back Masters champion Rory McIlroy.
We'll find out.
Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy moving day and the final round at Augusta at the Masters. You've got the Panther Insider Show next for Craig Mankins and our buddy Nelly, Joel Nelson on the other side. I'm Chris Muller. Appreciate you listening to another Going Low. Happy golfing weekend, Pittsburgh.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the 50s.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates, too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. At the Masters, it's a very commanding 6-stroke lead for Rory McIlroy. He is 12 under, and then Patrick Reed and Sam Burns are both 6 under. Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose, and Shane Lowry are 5 under. Then a good handful of guys who are 4 under and 3 under after that on the third day of the tournament. Augusta updates are brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now it's Panther Insider with Pat Bostic.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Happy Masters weekend. Spring game, spring scrimmage weekend as well for Pitt football. We'll dive into that a lot. It's the Panther Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic with you every Saturday from 8 to 9. Joel Nelson behind the glass. You just heard him with that Fan headline. Rory McIlroy with a big lead. The Going Low show with Chris Muller was preceded our show today. And you guys know by now that I enjoyed the game of golf. This is one of my favorite weekends of the year to watch the Masters. It often coincides with the Pitt Blue Gold game. This year a little bit different, obviously, with there being no fans. The NFL draft only a couple weeks away down on the North Shore, so preparations by the National Football League are in full swing in the North Shore, closer to Acrisure Stadium, not PNC Park, where the Pirates obviously play and will continue to have games throughout the course of the month. They're on the road in Chicago this weekend. Got a 2-0 victory yesterday. An excellent win for the Buccos. But a little bit different for the Blue Gold game this year. It'll be more of a scrimmage, ones-on-ones, offense, defense. They call it a jersey scrimmage where there's a point system, and it's 1-1 so far in the spring. There have been 2 jersey scrimmages, both on Saturdays at Acrisure Stadium. The offense winning the first, the defense winning the second. So the rubber match today. And we'll have it covered on 100.1 FM and KDKA 1020. We'll have 2 hours of coverage for you starting at 1 o'clock. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, will be in the booth. And Doran Dickerson and myself will be field level to bring you coverage from the Blue Gold game. So you can tune in again at 1 o'clock. 100.1 FM or KDK AM 1020. And you can hear us. The Pirates obviously play. The Fan is the flagship for Pitt football, Pitt basketball. Also for the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Buccos play in Chicago, so they take precedent on the flagship. So looking forward to covering that game. We'll have more detail and feedback from that game next week. But we'll open up the phone lines today as well, 412-928-9370. And we'll start the show with the latest chaos in college sports, which is the men's basketball portal opening, which opened a week ago. So on Tuesday, after the Michigan Wolverines won their national championship and heavily utilized the transfer portal a year ago to construct that roster, 5 transfers starting for the Wolverines, and they powered past UConn despite strong effort and resistance from the Huskies. It was the Wolverines were too much, but the basketball portal is open, and already we've got over 2,000 entries into the college basketball portal. So Pitt is no stranger to having to work that market. Obviously, there's been some news on that front this week with Roman Cialeppa hitting the portal, Noyes Andrositis, Amari Witherspoon, Brandon Cummings having previously announced, Papa Conte having previously announced. Really, no returners to speak of for Pitt, which again, I always try to paint a positive picture, and certainly you want to see key contributors like Roman Cialeppa, for example, who is reportedly committed to Ole Miss, and Chris Beard. You want to see those returners come back for another year, and I have no doubt that Pitt put its best foot forward in terms of trying to secure that commitment to return. But so much is not guaranteed in college sports anymore. Movement is almost it's almost always going to happen on a roster, despite your best efforts. And then obviously one of Pitt's top commits decided to not honor that commitment and will also be looking for another home. And that was one of the bright spots heading into this offseason for Pitt basketball was going to be that recruiting class, which was a top 15 recruiting class by most accounts. But again, in the spirit of looking forward and trying to analyze this objectively, I don't know if there's a world that exists where Pitt didn't need to be incredibly active in the portal in order to get this thing back on the right track. This was a team that lost 20 games a year ago, and I know that Amari Witherspoon and Roman Cialeppa are true freshmen out there, and there's going to be ups and downs associated with that. Neither of them were McDonald's All-American type players, both good, well-regarded prospects that had their moments. Cialeppa more so maybe than Witherspoon throughout the course of the year, and Andrositis came on strong late. But this was a team through a collective effort that didn't get it done in 25-26. And we know that Jay Kuntz and Jeff Capel, obviously the head coach, and his staff, which is being reorganized, obviously, and there's been some departures and will be some arrivals here in short order. We're going to have to go rebuild this thing. And we've talked about that on this program, and I want to hear your thoughts, 412-928-9370. We'll talk Pitt football and Pitt basketball. There's a lot of baseball and softball going on we're going to touch on, too, before we head to break here in a little bit. I want to make sure I give them shed a light on some games going on up in Oakland this weekend. But want to get your thoughts on the portal. But my take is this. This was going to have to be a concerted effort in the portal to get older and to get more established players that are going to come in and contribute right away. Gone are the days of recruiting, retaining, developing. Pitt football has done a remarkable job of that. I have my theories as to why football is a more conducive environment to development, retention, and kind of a stabilizing culture. I mean, high school football means something. High school basketball, it means a lot to a lot of people, but when it comes to the best of the best, it means virtually nothing, aside from a few prep schools that play each other. AAU is where the game is played. It's where recruiting is done. That's where the coaches flock to the Peach Jams of the world to watch AAU basketball. They don't go to watch the state title game, save for watching one player. They're not there to fact find. They're there to validate. High school football is different. There's no AAU football. Yeah, there's 7-on-7s, and I know they've gained some traction, but it's not the real game. It's not football. By the time you get a player to go to college in basketball, they've played for a few AAU teams. They're used to moving. And I know there's transfers in high school football, but they're not as prevalent as moving an AAU team in basketball. So gone are the days in major college basketball of a player being a freshman, and then 3 years later they're finishing their career in the same uniform they started in. And for Pitt, regardless of who's decided to leave, it's more about who they decide to bring in. They've got some visitors this weekend. There's some visitors reported to be coming in the coming weeks, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of activity. The Post-Gazette, obviously covering Chris Peak and Panther Lair, Jeff Hathorn, and us here at Odyssey, Pittsburgh, and 93.7 The Fan will be covering it. But this roster is going to get put together over the next 2 to 3 weeks. And it may not all be Power 5 transfers. There may be names you hear coming from mid-major schools that, were all conference players at that level. And when you look back to the teams that Jeff Capel assembled and guided to the NCAA tournament and nearly to the NCAA tournament in the following year, the nucleus of those teams were players like that were not necessarily well-traveled all the time. I mean, Jamarius Burton and Blake Hinson had a couple stops prior to Pitt. But it was a player like Nelly Cummings that, played his career at a lower level, developed into a player that garnered attention by the Pitts of the world, and was grateful and hungry to show that he belonged to this level. Grateful for the opportunity to play at this level, but hungry and with a kind of a stubbornness to prove people wrong. And there's a lot of those players out there. Michigan obviously is a prime example, right? They've got a couple transfers. The big guy was a UCLA transfer, but some of their better players, were either cast off at their prior school, and Elliot Godot, there were people in North Carolina that celebrated his departure, and a transfer from UAB, right? That played at a high level at UAB, but far from a sure thing to come to Michigan and become the player he certainly became. And that is where Pitt finds itself right now, with really an unprecedented amount of roster spots available. There's still a couple freshmen that'll sign. Obviously, that'll materialize. There could be a returner or two, perhaps, that materializes. But you're looking at adding 8 or 9 new bodies to this roster, and this is where we'll see Jay Kuntz, his fingerprints be all over this thing and how you manage it. And it's more dynamic than ever, and everybody's dealing with it. Everybody's dealing with it, but the agent space, navigating those relationships, they're complex. The cost associated with assembling a roster and the money ball that needs to be played, it is an ever-changing, ever-evolving environment. And we'll try to keep you up to date on it. But my take is not so much, while you're disappointed to a degree about players not sticking with Pitt or deciding to transfer, I'm equally clear-eyed in knowing that this was going to be a rebuild this offseason and a reconstruction. And regardless of who decided to come back, Pitt was going to need to upgrade at almost every position, save for maybe 1 or 2. And then there's another wrinkle that I want you to keep your eye on, and we try to cover college athletics as a whole. The NCAA is going to evaluate a new 5-year window, 5 to play 5 proposition, I believe, this coming week. And the proposal reads as you have 5 years to play 5 years from your 19th birthday. So it would eliminate 25, 26, 27-year-olds, which we see more commonly than you might think in college sports. But you have until you're 24 to play 5 years. Well, guess what? As you're trying to assemble this roster, you know who that brings back into play? It brings Cam Corhan back into play. It brings Barry Dunning back into play. Both had very solid years at their position. Cam Corhan forced to play the 5 when he's really a 4. I would think Pitt fans would welcome Corhan back with open arms. So that's a development to watch too as this thing kind of comes together, and it may cause the process to drag on because schools don't know if they have the ability to bring back a Corhan type player. So they may not book their whole roster. So a complex environment, obviously some disappointing news this past week, but this is more about what's to come. And we'll keep you updated on that weekly here on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Coming back, we'll talk about the Blue Gold game, the spring scrimmage, whatever we want to call it. Again, we'll broadcast it for you. We'll have it for you here on 100.1 FM and KDKA AM 1020. Doran Dickerson, myself, Jeff Hathorn in the booth, bringing you coverage of this scrimmage. We'll dive into it. What are we looking for? We'll take your calls, 412-928-9370. You want to talk Pitt basketball? I want your thoughts. What are you looking for? What do you want to hear from the spring game as the Panthers conclude spring drills? All of it's on the table here on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins have 3 games left to go in the regular season, and they'll start on Saturday when they host Alexander Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is scheduled for 3 o'clock in what could be Ovi's last time here in Pittsburgh. If the Penguins get 1 point on Saturday, they will host their first-round matchup against an opponent yet to be determined. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream. You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Doran Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panthers Insider Show. I mentioned some action in Oakland on the Diamond this weekend, and we'll shout out Pitt softball with a nice victory over the Clemson Tigers yesterday. They're in a 3-game set with Clemson right now, 8-5. Yesterday, they'll play at 7 o'clock tonight at Vardabedian Field, and then close the series tomorrow again at Vardabedian Field at 1 o'clock. The Panthers hovering around 500 in conference play, 7-9 to be exact, 21-18 overall for Coach Jenny Allard's squad in softball, looking to win their second consecutive ACC series if they can win one of the next 2 over Clemson. Pitt baseball sits at 22-10, 6-7 in conference play. Need to get back on track after a disappointing loss yesterday to Cal, who is a bottom feeder in the ACC right now from a standings perspective, but obviously a capable outfit. A lopsided loss to Cal yesterday. The Panthers coming off a couple non-conference outings with a win over Youngstown State after taking the last of a 3-game set with Wake Forest, a good Wake Forest team. They'll play Cal today at Coss Field at 3 o'clock and then close the series tomorrow at 1. So a doubleheader tomorrow, which should be a beautiful Masters Sunday tomorrow to catch a little bit of baseball or softball prior to parking yourself wherever you're going to watch the final round of the 90th Masters tournament. Pitt Blue Gold spring scrimmage today. Not a blue gold game as in prior years. No draft. Pat Narduzzi spoke with the media on Thursday about how this game will go, and again, we'll broadcast it for you. We're going to have it on our sister station, 1020 KDK AM, KDK Radio, and then also on 100.1 FM here on the FM side. Doran Dickerson, myself, will be on the field, bringing you perspective, interviews. We'll talk to Alan Green. We'll speak with Stephen Thompson of the Post-Gazette. I'm sure we'll get some player and coach guests as well. Should be some former players in attendance, including some other dignitaries. But this is going to operate, as Pat Narduzzi calls it, as a jersey scrimmage. So it's going to be offense-defense, which if you get 15 practices in spring ball, And I know there'll be opportunities for fans to engage the football program and get a chance to preview this team prior to the season. There's no question about that. But splitting up the team into, drafting different units and splitting up the offensive line and the receiving core, the running backs, really isn't that productive from my standpoint in terms of maximizing the 15 practices you get. This year's edition, and whether it's spawned by the lack of ability to host fans at Acrisure, given the NFL draft, which is forthcoming in a couple weeks, or just a tactical decision by Pat Narduzzi and company, this is a better use of that last practice, is to get out there in the stadium environment, have the one offense playing together, the one defense playing together, the twos and so forth, and allow there to be that continuity that you've developed over the 14 prior practices. So we'll see the one offense against the one defense today. We'll see the two defense versus the two offense. And we might see ones on twos a little bit. And then we'll see the developmental, the threes, and some of the young players get a chance to play. And again, we'll chronicle it. We'll follow it over the course of the broadcast as much as we can. And I'll share my observations next Saturday here on the Panther Insider Show. But I think this is the right call in terms of structure. The one offense throughout the course of the season in terms of what I'm looking for, and we'll get into kind of looking into the summer and beyond as we approach just a few months from kickoff for the 2026 Pitt football season. I want to see more of the same from the one offense, frankly. I've reported on what I've seen to a degree, but it's been pretty good and pretty consistent. Mason Heinchel has had an incredibly productive spring. Just both in terms of his level of play, but the mastery of the offense, the relationship with some of the new targets at the tight end spot, and continued cohesion with the receiving core. Blue Hicks and Kinsler and Sincere Lee, Malik Knight and company. Jacarian Turner's had a great spring. Sinquan Smith is another one to keep your eye on that I look forward to watching today. I'm not sure how many reps a Mason Heinchel or a Boosie Turner will get, even though it's closed to the public. I'm sure preserving health is priority number one in a practice like this, in a game like this. So they'll get limited reps, but they'll get out there, and obviously you try to play it safe. But Pat Narduzzi said it'll be live. But this is more about, too, this defense, obviously, you want to win the scrimmage. I think it has its perks in terms of potentially what your meal is the following day. Could be the difference between hot dogs and steak, lobster, or, a slice of pizza, which, depending on your mood, you might prefer one or the other. But generally speaking, I'd take the steak and lobster over the hot dog and pizza. The defense, obviously, there's been more new on that side of the ball this year than perhaps any year that Pat Narduzzi's been the head coach at the University of Pittsburgh. New defensive coordinator in Corey Sanders. Transfers at the linebacker position. First time in a couple of years you haven't heard names like Kyle Lewis and Rasheem Biles on that side. Depth at the corner position. Sean Lee had a great spring. Talked about this week that he's played some safety, which is an interesting development. I think it speaks to his versatility, but also perhaps the lack of depth or the need for depth at that position. But I love the fact that you could have a guy like Sean Lee play both spots. His father, obviously, a player at Penn State and a good one. And his son, now Sean Lee, had a terrific freshman season and now proving to be a versatile part of this defense. But, the D-line has, I think they've had a solid spring. Still waiting for Zach Carruthers to come back. But that's probably the biggest focal point for me walking into the spring game today, this scrimmage, is to just watch the trenches. Feel pretty good about the skill positions on both sides of the ball, really. Your quarterback's a returning starter coming into his second season under center. You've got a proven runner. You've got speed and some versatility on the perimeter, depth at the tight end position. For the offensive line, it comes down to, you had Natino Olivieri at left tackle, pretty much veterans and returners from left guard in, including Kendall Stanley, who's played a lot of guard. Ryan Coretta moving into center. B.J. Williams, Ryan Baer, the returning kind of gatekeepers on the right side of the offensive line. Sean Fitzsimmons on the interior. Nick James on the interior of the defensive line. Two proven players that when healthy, are difference makers. Difference makers. Added some transfers behind them. Isaiah Neal playing almost exclusively at defensive end. Jaden Moore, Jimmy Scott. Need to see steps from them. That's the battle we watched today. From ones down to threes. And then there's some other position battles that Pat Narduzzi spoke of. Obviously, new kicker, new punter. Want to watch that in action today. Backup quarterback. Mason Henchel's the clear starter. Holden Gariner, Bo Jackson, Corey Daly, Angelo Renda. You got 5 arms in that room that all get reps today. Gariner's the presumptive backup given his experience. However, Bo Jackson's been in the program, has had a good spring, and I will say this, I don't want to create too much hype, but in terms of physical talent, Corey Daly reminds me of when I came to Pitt. This is a long time ago, Joel Nelson. When I came to Pitt and I would watch practice tape from prior years to learn plays, and it was spring ball, I got the year before I came, or maybe 2 years before I came. And Joe Flacco was at Pitt. Corey Daly is every bit of 6'6" and has just a howitzer for an arm. A howitzer. Now he's lean, he's lanky, he's got long levers, he's got to obviously grow into that frame still. But he's a guy whose reputation as a high school prospect, kind of a late bloomer. And he obviously has caught the staff's eye this spring. And look forward to watching him today. So a lot to really watch today as this spring season concludes. 15 practices in, and we're really the halfway point of what is the off season for Pitt football. I mean, it starts in early January to finalize your roster. You hit the weights from January to February. Start practice in early March. Month and a half later, here we are. You're putting a bow on it at Acrisure Stadium, and then you finish up finals, and it's summer. Summer conditioning, summer workouts. The coaches go away for a little bit. I remember these times well. Starts to get warm. You start to smell that grass, and all of a sudden, man, you find yourself 90, 60, 30 days out from kickoff, and this team starts to come together, and we have fall camp. And an exciting schedule to look forward to. But this chapter, spring ball, closes today, and again, we'll have it covered for you, and we'll recap it next week. I was remiss in not mentioning that we've got a volleyball game today as well in Oakland. Pitt takes on Michigan at 1 o'clock in a big-time matchup, again, a spring matchup at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. Again, 1 o'clock. You can head up to the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse and catch Olivia Babcock and company as they take on the Michigan Wolverines. They'll also take on Dayton on the road to conclude their spring campaign as well, which included West Virginia. They had an inter-squad scrimmage back in late March. Michigan today, Dayton next Friday, and then they're looking forward to off-season preparation, which will be kicking off their big-time season. Again, Olivia Babcock in her final season at the University of Pittsburgh. If you get a chance to watch her play, I highly recommend it. She might be one of the best athletes to ever wear. Is one of the best athletes to ever wear a Pitt uniform in any sport ever. We'll take a look at the Pitt football schedule coming up. We haven't done that yet. I like to do that this time of year as we close spring ball and take a peek at who the Panthers will be playing, what these matchups might look like. You got the over-under in Vegas at 7.5. Let's chart our course. Let's do it together. 412-928-9370. Your calls to close the show. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. After taking game 1 out of a 3-game set against the Chicago Cubs Friday afternoon, the Pittsburgh Pirates are back in action on Saturday afternoon when they send Braxton Ashcraft to the mound to face Edward Cabrera and the Cubs. First pitch is scheduled for 2:20. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Austin Bechtel will begin at 1 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
Barry and Steve Aaronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wrapping things up on the Panther Insider Show, final segment of this Saturday edition. Every Saturday, 8 to 9 a.m., we're here, and Joel Nelson's behind the glass doing a terrific job with the ones and twos, and tells me that I've got a couple reads that I got to get in here, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my friends at Voss TV and Appliance and Guaranteed Picks, brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned and operated for over 60 years, and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. I'm going to take my Guaranteed Picks to the golf course. I think Rory might win this tournament by 6 or more pretty easily with the way he's playing right now. I mean, he hasn't hit a par 5 in 2, I don't think. And he's made, I think, 7 or 8 birdies through 2 rounds. Excuse me, not 7 or 8 birdies. There's 4 par 5s. He's made, I think, 7 birdies on 8 par 5s through 2 rounds. And I don't think he's hit one of them in 2. Perhaps, maybe he hit number 8 on Thursday in 2. I think that might be the only one. That was a 2-putt birdie. So McIlroy cruised into what could be the first repeat winner of the Masters tournament since Tiger Woods, and would join a pretty prestigious club of multiple-time winners, repeat winners, I should say, in Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, Tiger Woods, and it could be Rory McIlroy with a 6-shot lead, the largest through 36 holes in Masters tournament history. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. And it's going to be a beautiful weekend here in our great city, in the city of Pittsburgh. As I pull up the weather to give you exact findings on what this weekend looks like. Highs in the mid-60s today. Should get up close to 60. That's going to hover around 60 degrees. Sunny, beautiful, light winds. Tomorrow, it's going to be a beautiful day as well for the final round of the Masters. Certainly going to be beautiful in Augusta. Going to get up towards 80 degrees here in Pittsburgh. Sun in the morning, increasing clouds in the afternoon. Much warmer for your Sunday. So a beautiful weekend on tap here in Pittsburgh. And then in a couple weeks, the NFL draft is going to be here in Pittsburgh. And we've got a lot to look forward to that. I think I read, Joel, that Fernando Mendoza is not making the trip into Pittsburgh.
Correct.
You know, he probably is looking for a house in Vegas right now, I would imagine. I mean, he's out there, and they just signed Kirk Cousins to a multi-year deal. It would seem that Mendoza is going to kind of wait in the wings a little bit, but he's not making the trip into Pittsburgh, and obviously there'll be about 800,000 people that make their way into Pittsburgh for this unprecedented event on the North Shore. And you can experience a unique Pitt experience on the North Shore as well. When the NFL Draft comes to Pittsburgh, Pitt is taking over downtown. In partnership with the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust, Pitt invites fans to the Pitt Block Party at Arts Landing, a 3-day celebration, April 23rd through 25th, built for Panther faithful, football diehards, and anyone looking to experience the city at its best during draft week. Set in the Cultural District's newest 4-acre gathering space called Arts Landing, it's your front row hub for everything happening around the NFL Draft. Just steps away from the action, there'll be a Pitt football museum that's interactive and immersive, showcasing Panther greats and the program's NFL pipeline, live music, local food, energy. There'll be drinks for those of you that can partake in that. Odyssey will have a presence there as well, food trucks and the like, autograph signings, kids zone. There'll be a team store where you can buy merch. This is a great place to kind of stop on your way over one of those sister bridges, if depending on how you get over to the North Shore, to walk over to the North Shore to experience the draft, to get your Pitt fix as the NFL Draft comes to Pittsburgh. And man, what a presence that Pitt has had in the National Football League. Larry Fitzgerald, the latest to get inducted. He will be getting inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this August. And the Panthers will look to add another one probably in a couple years with Aaron Donald. And that obviously will be on full display in the Pitt Football Museum at Arts Landing at the Pitt Block Party. I mentioned going through the schedule, Pitt football obviously heading into a 26 campaign, new ticketing strategy. We'll get a look at what that will ultimately look like, I'm sure, here in the not-too-distant future. But things get started in 146 days, guys, which by my math is a little less than 5 months. A little less than 5 months until kickoff. Pitt will take on Miami of Ohio at Acrisure Stadium on September 5th. The Red Hawks, I'm sure Big Ben will be in attendance for the game. Big Ben becoming a friend of Pitt volleyball. I don't think, though, his allegiances will be torn on September 5th when he roots for Miami, Ohio, his alma mater, as they take on the Pitt Panthers at Acrisure Stadium. Another home game the following weekend against UCF, so a Power 4 non-conference game. Scott Frost back at UCF trying to rebuild that thing. Gus Malzahn had it going. It wasn't too long ago that Scott Frost and company claimed a national championship at UCF despite not winning one. Then a Thursday night game. Quick turnaround for Pitt. September 12th to September 17th. Panthers take on Syracuse at Acrisure Stadium. Pat Narduzzi's squad taking on Fran Brown's squad with Angeli back at quarterback. They've been heavy into the portal and trying to add talent. The Panthers victorious in those last 2 ball games against the Orange, despite losing in 2023 up in the Bronx in what looked like a football game from 100 years ago. But it's been a little bit more fireworks of late, including those 3 pick sixes against Syracuse in 2024. So another Thursday night game between Pitt and Syracuse. Then the Panthers will have a weekend off, I should say, before coming back to take on Bucknell for homecoming on September 26th. Virginia Tech on the road the following Friday. So a couple short weeks for Pitt. A Saturday-Thursday turnaround, a Saturday-Friday turnaround. And this one, Joel Nelson, I'm excited about. Pat Narduzzi, James Franklin.
Yeah.
Shaking hands before a game, but for the first time since 2019. So it's been a long time. And James Franklin won't be wearing that Nittany Lion on his chest. He's got the Hokies active in the portal, and Brent Pryce still on the staff, which is a unique thing. But obviously a great deal of support for James Franklin at Virginia Tech, and the Panthers will take on the Hokies Friday night at Lane Stadium. That should be a raucous environment. I'm sure that'll be a ESPN audience, night game, fireworks. Enter Sandman will be rolling. North Carolina, so you go from James Franklin and the Hokies to Bill Belichick coming to Pittsburgh. Not coaching the New England Patriots. Not bringing Tom Brady and Teddy Bruschi to Heinz Field. He's coming to Acrisure Stadium with his North Carolina Tar Heels, and they'll take on the Panthers on October 10th. Pitt travels to BC to take on another former Patriot coach. up in Chestnut Hill. That's a Saturday, October 17th game. And then the road gets narrow. And the road gets hard, and the road gets, if you want to win an ACC championship, you got to win these next few. You play Miami and Coral Gables, reigning national runner-up. Take them on in Coral Gables. Georgia Tech at home at Acrisure Stadium. That was a big-time win for the Panthers on the road last year. Florida State at Acrisure Stadium. Then Louisville on the road and close with a trip to Berkeley to take on Cal. So right after Thanksgiving, a West Coast trip. So I would say, right, the schedule sets up similar to last year with that kind of that November push of, are you for real or not? I mean, 2 games really, Miami, Georgia Tech, Florida State, Louisville in a row. Those are the best on paper ACC schools that are on your roster, on your schedule rather. And then a challenge with some scheduling stuff, right? I mean, that's the way of college football now. It happens in the NFL. There's no excuses. But you play a Saturday, Thursday turnaround. You got a Saturday, Friday turnaround. And then, you may say, oh, you're going to the West Coast to take on Cal. But think about it. It's Thanksgiving week. You try to provide a little bit of a Thanksgiving flavor for your team. But the last time Pitt went to the West Coast, it flew out on a Thursday to take on Stanford last year. It could be a real chance that Pitt flies out on Thanksgiving Day to the West Coast to get acclimated, your Friday, and then what time's the game in Cal? You got time adjustment, so on and so forth, and Cal is an inspired bunch, always has been. And it's a tough place to go play, and notwithstanding the time change and so forth, just a unique environment at Berkeley and that old venue. So that's the Pitt football schedule. Again, Vegas handicaps Pitt is a 7.5 win over under. When I look at this, right, when I look at this schedule, I see a lot of battles, but I'll leave you with this one. When you go back to 2021 and you remember that historic run, Kenny Pickett obviously leading this team to an ACC championship. In football anymore, with the way the game's played, you either have a quarterback or you do not. And Mason Heinchel is overlooked in a lot of national circles as one of the best returning starters in not only the ACC but the country. And I'm pretty bullish on what he's going to be able to accomplish this year, provided a couple things. Obviously, Panthers stay healthy up front. He needs to stay healthy himself. Got nicked up a little bit at the end of the year last year. But from what I've seen this spring, you got a chance to beat anybody with him at quarterback. You really do. The consistency is much improved from him. You expect that from a returning starter. And again, if you have that quarterback, if you got that trigger man, you feel really good going into these battles. And a lot of these schools, right, are putting new starters at quarterback. Syracuse, obviously, bringing Angeli back off of injury. But Tech, North Carolina, BC, Georgia Tech's got a new starter. Florida State, Louisville's always got, a revolving door of veteran quarterbacks. Miami's got Darian Mensah from Duke. So Pitt with a returning starter, I think, gives them a leg up. But you got to go do it. And it starts in 146 days. Been a pleasure today. Joel Nelson behind the glass. Thank you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Masters weekend. Going to be a beautiful weekend. Enjoy it. We'll be calling the spring game on KDKA AM 1020, 100.1 FM at 1 o'clock. Jeff Hathorn, myself, Doran Dickerson, live from Acrisure Stadium. Have a great weekend. Hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 12 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Mulsey here, and I keep coming back to a conversation I had with Paige over at Awaken 180. And I had asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me they've got people coming in while they're on the meds, and I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed their weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay, but when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right foods for you, and you need someone who knows what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great in the process. I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. My pick to win is Rahm at 14-1. Yes, coming off the other tour, but he's won here before, and he is playing some very good golf. So that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special mulligan bet back token today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. Right now, during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, you can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers. Built to perform day after day, so you can deliver the results your clients expect. Work hard, mow with Gravely. It's the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, April 9th through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines at the Masters right now. Rory McIlroy with a commanding 6-stroke lead. He is 12 under par, and then Patrick Reed and Sam Burns are both 6 under par in second place. Augusta updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Pirates were 2-0 winners yesterday over the Chicago Cubs. They have a chance to win the series today. First pitch at 2:20 right here on The Fan. Coverage at 1:25 presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera. More headlines, 93.7 thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a happy Saturday morning to you. Welcome to Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey talking to you live from Chicago. I'm in my hotel room heading over to Wrigley Field in just a little bit. It is a beautiful day in Chicago. The sun is shining. Hopefully it's a little bit warmer than yesterday. That was not ideal baseball conditions, but didn't matter for the Pirates. As you heard right here on these airwaves, the Pirates 2-0 winners over the Chicago Cubs. An interesting game. We're going to wade into it. Some of the storylines that we observed. It's going to be a great show today, by the way. I'm very excited for this. I've been up for a little while preparing, excited about various things to talk to you from Bucko Land over the past week. Thank you for joining us. We'll have Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports joining me at 10:05. I also have an interview with Matt Haig, the Pirates hitting coach. Chatted with him yesterday about the Pirates' uptick in offense. Believe it or not, the Pirates, it was a storyline in the offseason. It was a storyline early on. It was a drag all of last year. And guess what? Pirates offense looks pretty good. Now, yesterday, obviously a bad example with Shota Imanaga on the mound, and that's where we'll transition to our main topic. But for the first segment, I want to talk about yesterday's game, what we learned, what it means sort of going forward. I'm going to take your calls as well. I'll throw a couple questions out there. Feel free to chime in when you want. But has Carmen Majinski done enough to convince you he's their fifth starter? He has for me, at least at this point. Now that Connor Griffin, the contract is official, how would you grade the Pirates offseason? And third, have they won you back? Have they done enough? An 8-5 start, playing some pretty good ball. Starting rotation, we'll dig into the details of it, but it looks very good. The entire pitching staff, it's sort of what they thought coming into this thing, that the pitching staff could be very good. You can build around it, get enough offense, play quality defense, and compete. It hasn't been perfect. They've had some games where they didn't defend terribly well, but by and large, I think the product we're looking at here, you can work with it. Did they win you back? What are you looking for? So, all right, let's dig into yesterday's game, though. I thought it was a fascinating one. Honestly, just 2 runs scored. You know how, the Brian Reynolds 2-run homer in the 7th. But sort of what I want to say about it, it was a unique offensive approach for the Pirates. And Shota Imanaga has been so good against them. I've covered a lot of these games at Wrigley Field, and whether it's his pitch mix, whether it's a lefty, whether it's just Wrigley Field in general. I don't know, but this guy has been dominant against them and was again yesterday. Didn't allow a hit, 6 innings, a walk, 9 strikeouts, 100 pitches, 68 for strikes. The Pirates weren't doing much of anything. I'm looking at my scorecard, and it's very clean from yesterday's game. I don't blame Craig Counsell for going to his bullpen. You kind of have to there, right? He's at 100 pitches. He's not going to go 7, 8, 9 and get in a reasonable pitch count to finish no hitter. So you've got to turn it over. At that point, there was a different vibe in the Pirates dugout. And I asked Brian Reynolds about this yesterday. Kind of what's it feel like in a dugout when you get a guy who's just shoving and you get him out of the game? And he said and this ended up being the quote that I think everybody kind of ran with. It almost feels like a second life. It's a new game. You got the guy out of there and you're able to take advantage of whoever comes into the game. Well, that poor soul on this day was Caleb Thielbar. A guy Reynolds has seen very, very well. Well, Ryan O'Hearn starts things with a single. Brian Reynolds follows with a 2-run homer. And it was just his 3rd home run at Wrigley Field. It's a place that he does not hit terribly well. He's a 201 lifetime hitter at Wrigley. And the Pirates, according to plan, again, this is the way they want things to go, they were able to nail it down. And I look at the pitching staff yesterday. Carmen Mlodzinski, 5 1/3. Mason Montgomery, 2 key outs. Isaac Mattson, Gregory Soto, Dennis Santana. That's the way the bullpen should be constructed. That's exactly what you want to see. And as far as Carmen goes, it's in a good place. It is in a good place. And I know that early on, he had to navigate some trouble, got a couple double play balls to get out of the 1st and 2nd. But by and large, this is what you want him to do. 3 trips through the rotation for Carmen, 2.51 ERA, 14 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 17 hits. That's not ideal. 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. He's your 5th starter. Anybody you're going to sign off the street, if those numbers would have shown up, you would have taken them in a heartbeat. I would have taken them in a heartbeat. If that would have meant Tyler Anderson, if that would have meant, Patrick Corbin or Jose Quintana or whatever, and it doesn't have to mean that. Right now, the Pirates rotation, it's one of the best in baseball. You've probably seen this. They've given up 1 home run. They have 6 quality starts. Hard to find much fault there. I was actually looking up numbers for the Pirates rotation this morning, and the weak link is Paul Skeens. And that's a joke, obviously, tongue-in-cheek. Paul Skeens going to be just fine. He's probably going to win the NL Cy Young, and his ERA is going to come down, and he's going to be dominant all year. But you look at the ERAs. Paul Skeens, 5.25. Mitch Keller, 1 even. Mlodzinski, 2.51. Ashcraft, 2.25. Bubba Chandler, 3.12. It's really, really good. And overall, we're starting to see sort of the water find its level with Pirates pitching. A 3.08 ERA, that's 5th best in baseball. 59 walks, that is the 7th most. That's too many walks. You want to see that come down. 126 strikeouts, that's the 8th most in baseball. ERA for their starting pitchers, 2.63. ERA for relievers, 3.63. That starter ERA is the 3rd lowest in baseball. So, again, my point is what we're seeing with the Pirates, it's exactly what we had hoped to see. You get enough offense, and you pitch it well, and you play clean defense. And we sort of saw that recipe play out yesterday, and now they're putting themselves in a position to have a really solid weekend at Wrigley Field. I was also intrigued by some of the numbers at Wrigley. And again, I joined the Pirates beat in 2019. I've taken most trips to Wrigley because I love Chicago. If I had my choice, I would probably never give up one of these trips. So a few of them were pried away from me, but that's okay. That happens. But the Pirates' record here is not good. Since 2019 in series play, they're 4-13. In those games, let me pull this up. I lost it. In those games, they're 16-38. It's a .296 winning percentage. It's not good. So if the Pirates can prove that they're different this weekend, to me, that's a bit of a confidence builder. You can go into Wrigley Field and have a series that probably not a lot of people think that you were capable of having. So I talked to Brian Reynolds about this yesterday after his scrum dissipated, and I wanted to get his thoughts. And it's one of the things I love about Reynolds. You have athletes that'll just kind of go along with reporters' questions sometimes, and then you'll have athletes who will think independently and give their own thoughts, and they don't care if they disagree with you. Brian Reynolds is very much in the latter category, and I love that about him. And you've probably seen his quote by now. We know we're a good team. We don't need to keep talking and tracking backwards and talking about previous years. The point of what Reynolds is trying to say is that it doesn't always have to be a comparison to 19, 20, 21 through 25, whatever. Like, this is very much a new team. If we were able to just sort of erase that from our mental hard drives the past 6 years, and I know that's not possible. Like, I'm not saying do that, but this is a team capable of competing. This is a team that knows it can compete. This is a team that can encounter a pitcher like Shota Imanaga. And even though they're not hitting them, one of the things that impressed me the most about the Pirates yesterday was they still had quality at bats. They still made him throw pitches. O'Neal Cruz was one of them, for crying out loud. The only base runner that Imanaga allowed was O'Neal Cruz's walk, and that came in the second inning. I think he saw 9 pitches in that at bat, but they just had a lot of long at bats. And so you get the guy out of the game. No starting pitcher is going to throw all 9 innings against an opposing lineup. So even if you have somebody as dominant as Imanaga has been, and he has been exactly that, 5 starts against the Pirates in his career, he's 2-0, an 0.28 ERA, 32 innings pitched, 1 earned run allowed, 7 walks, 32 strikeouts. He's been incredible, but you get him out of there, you capitalize when you can, and you know you've got to pitch it well. And the Pirates did that. It's their first win at Wrigley Field with 3 hits or fewer since 1952. That is crazy. And just to touch on O'Neal Cruz, gets another hit yesterday. His hitting streak is up to 9 games. Also made a very nice sliding catch. He's in a very good place this year. Another one of my takeaways from the early season, hitting 300 at 932 OPS, 2 doubles, 4 homers, 12 ribbies, and 9 runs scored. My first week of doing this, we did a whole hour on O'Neal Cruz and the frustration with him and what the Pirates are doing, and they need to DFA him or they need to get rid of him, they need to trade him, need to do something to get him out of the lineup. I think O'Neal Cruz is showing why that is just not what is happening. The Pirates are sticking with O'Neal Cruz. They're sticking with O'Neal Cruz for a reason, and we're seeing it sort of bear fruit. Again, if you want to weigh in on anything, 412-928-9370. This is Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey, your host. Some of the questions that I threw out, obviously, feel free to weigh in with your own thoughts, but has Carmen Mlodzinski done enough to show you that he could be their 5th starter? Now that the Connor Griffin contract is done, how would you grade the Pirates offseason? Have they won you back? If not, what's holding you back? What more do you want to see from this team? In our show today, we're going to go through some of the storylines over the past week. Of course, Connor Griffin's contract being the big one. We'll dig into a little bit more from yesterday. Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports will join me at 10:05 to talk about a few different things. Also going to go down on the farm. Pirates pitching prospect Seth Hernandez had another one, and I have a conversation with Matt Haig that I want to play for you. We'll also look ahead to today's game. As you heard Joel say, Braxton Ashcraft on the bump for the Pirates opposite Edward Cabrera. So a big part of yesterday's game, too, was the bullpen, right? I talked about the outline that they were able to get. Mason Montgomery comes in, gets 2 big outs, including that strikeout, and they set things up for Isaac Mattson, Gregory Soto, and Dennis Santana. I think we're starting to see the lanes of the bullpen evolve. And it is unfortunate. The other day, and this is another storyline I want to wade into in the second segment, is pulling Mitch Keller, going to Justin Lawrence, why the Pirates did what they did. Because it does make sense. I understand where Donnie Kelly was coming from. That doesn't mean I'm endorsing it. Like, I would rather see them stick with a starter. My own personal belief, and I've had this argument with Derek Shelton, and this is just one of my personal beliefs in baseball. If a guy's pitching well, I'm not going to stop him unless he's getting into, troublesome territory. Shota Imanaga is a perfect example. Like, I would have pulled him too after 100 pitches in 6 innings. I mean, maybe you let him go one more, but even then, I'm not going to question a guy pulling. You should get 100 pitches. But the way Mitch was, I probably would have kept him going. My point, though, is the bullpen and how it's set up. And you're looking at basically Dennis Santana, Gregory Soto are interchangeable in the 8th and 9th. Isaac Mattson has established himself as their key leverage reliever other than those two. Threw really well yesterday. Yohan Ramirez has done a little bit of everything. He's kind of their fireman. Justin Lawrence, I think, could work his way back to that role, but he's probably, the first of their, we'll say, 5 leverage guys out of the pen. And then your other 3, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Barco, and Mason Montgomery, are all going to be used in select spots. But the back end of that group has been darn good. Gregory Soto, 1.08 ERA. Dennis Santana has not allowed an earned run. Opponents are hitting just 0.50 against him. They're hitting 0.74 against Soto. That back end is going to play. Isaac Mattson, Yohan Ramirez both have a 2.35 ERA. Lawrence's numbers aren't as friendly. At least the ERA's dinged up a little bit. That's 9.53 and 2 walks and 10 strikeouts for him. But the Pirates, I remember talking to Ben Cherington about this on the Pirates Insider Show on Sundays about the construction of their bullpen and finding different arm slots, finding different types of relievers. And I do think the Pirates have found that. They've got a guy in Santana who, sort of thrives on weak contact. He's not somebody who's going to blow you away. And he's preceded by somebody who has some closing experience coming from the left side in Soto, who I think has proven to be a very good signing, somebody who's 4-seamer heavy in Isaac Mattson. Yohan Ramirez can do a little bit of everything. His sweeper has looked really good. Another sweeper heavy guy who's more sidewinder in Lawrence. But they've just got a lot of different looks. You bring in Mason Montgomery early. He's 100 from the left side. We saw that yesterday. But the Pirates bullpen has been exactly what you would think it would be so far. All right, it's been a busy week. We'll get to your calls on the other side of a break. Going to talk about some storylines that we've seen, the Connor Griffin extension, why they pulled Mitch Keller, Henry Davis's offense so far. If there's any sort of concern, we can weigh into the City Connect uniforms a little bit. We'll also take a look around the NL Central, how the Pirates have stacked up so far in their early season schedule. It's been very difficult. I'll explain how that is compared to other NL Central teams when we get back. You're listening to Bucko Talk, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today's Pirates-Cubs game is at 2:20, and it's right here on The Fan. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 1:25 as Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera. Penguins also in action today at 3 o'clock against Washington as the Pens aim for 4 in a row. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets is introducing Crave Wraps. Each one comes on a 7-inch tortilla wrapped around one of their famous chicken tenders. Try all 7 varieties or build your own. Get the wrap you crave, now 2 for just $5. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Doran Dickerson here. No use denying it. Old man winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dready leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into a costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Did you know Zero Res does commercial cleaning? Yeah, Zero Res isn't just for homes. They help your business stay cleaner longer with a patented residue-free cleaning process. No sticky soaps, no harsh chemicals. That means carpets, tile, upholstery, and ducts stay cleaner longer, even in high-traffic spaces. So instead of constantly re-cleaning, you're maintaining your facility the right way. Zero Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Greetings from Chicago. Pirates and Cubs today at 2:20 your time, 1:20 my time, here from the Windy City, heading over to Wrigley Field in just a little bit. We'll get out to the phone lines in just a minute. First, want to tell you the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. I threw a couple questions out there. We'll see what sort of reaction they get. But leading us off, of course, is the one and only Chuck in Uniontown. Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
Good morning, Mac, and thank you. Number one, I wanted to ask you, do you think it's eventually going to hurt the Pirates' starting rotation if they do not get a left-hander in there? You don't think they can go the whole season and have as good a season as they possibly could without a left-hander, do you?
I mean, yeah, I guess I think they do, Chuck. I mean, I think they can. What I'm seeing from Carmen Mlodzinski is very promising. They're going to have Jared Jones coming back in June. I could maybe see those guys piggybacking. Like, if you give me Carmen Mlodzinski one time through the order, I feel pretty darn confident in that. You're going to have Jared Jones coming in on kind of an innings count. So Mlodzinski becomes basically a long man / piggyback with Jones. It's a weird thing to say. I mean, I agree with you. I'd kind of like to see a left-hander in there, but I'm not going to remove Skeens, Keller, Ashcraft, or Chandler, and that's my fifth spot. So at this point, I'm going to say, yeah, you're probably looking at a rotation with no lefties unless there's an injury and you got to bring in Hunter Barco.
Also, Mac, I wanted to ask you about Keller. I just got to thinking, he was pulled after 6 innings. Do you think maybe Kelly is going to try to limit his number of innings, hoping that he will be stronger when we get down into he's always had problems in the second half, but hoping he will be stronger when we get down into September and get maybe October too, because it looks like this year, hopefully, we play games in September and October. They're going to mean something, and do you think that maybe he's trying to conserve his arms for better performances later in the season?
Yes, Chuck, I do. And I think that's a really good point, man. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. You led me into a point that I wanted to make on this show, where that decision caught a lot of heat. And in the past couple of days, I've had a few conversations with various people about sort of what goes into that, what latitude Donnie Kelly has, what it might have meant for Mitch Keller, the kind of things that the Pirates are looking at when they make a decision like that. And basically what you're looking at, and again, the short answer is yes, Mitch Keller is tired the second half of the past 3 seasons. And so them going a different way with him, I kind of don't have a problem with it when I think a little bit more about it, or at least I understand it. I should say that. I would still, if I have a starting pitcher who's cruising the way Keller was, I would like to ride that, at least to his pitch count of the previous outing. His previous outing was 88 pitches. If he's at around 88, 90, somewhere this early in the year, to me, that's conservative. And I think you could have gotten another inning out of Keller. But if you look at Mitch, and I had this conversation with him the very first day of Pitchers and Catchers, but he's trying everything possible to figure out why he's fallen off a cliff after the All-Star break the past 3 seasons. So if the Pirates are going to say, we're going to try to conserve your innings a little bit in the beginning of the season, is that really that wrong? I've had that question going in my head. And I also look at their starting rotation and I think, okay, this rotation is very good. I like what they have right now. But if you have injuries, who are they going to go pluck and put into the rotation? Is it going to be Urquidy? Is it going to be Barco? Or are you going to Mike Clevenger? There's a drop-off there. So if the Pirates want to get to anywhere substantive this season, they need Mitch Keller to be this version of himself. So if that sacrifices an inning early on, okay. And then when you turn things over to Justin Lawrence, the way the Pirates script this out, they're looking at when they talk about game scripts, and I know that makes people kind of shudder, but the thought you're putting into that is, how does this guy's stuff match against the handedness of hitters, what these upcoming hitters do well, what they don't do well? In the pocket that Justin Lawrence had, I'm going to flip back in my scorebook here as we talk, he's looking at Bogarts, Andujar, and Castellanos, I believe, were the 3 hitters leading off that inning. And it didn't go well. The error at shortstop didn't help. You got 2 doubles that fall in, and then Cronenworth hits the home run. But if you look at what they do well versus what Lawrence does well, they don't hit breaking stuff all that great. And so, you're basically, if you're Don Kelly, you're playing a hand of blackjack, and what are your best odds? And it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work out, but you're looking at what you can do to put your team in the best position to be successful. And Don Kelly did that. So there's a lot of thought that goes into it. It's not just, we want to get a starter out of the game immediately. The decision just didn't work out. Like, Justin Lawrence wasn't as pinpoint as he needed to be with the sweeper, and Don Kelly got burned. But I think the process was sound. Anyway, that's probably more than anybody wanted to hear on the topic. Let's go to Tony in Munhall. Let's talk about the team. What's up, Tony?
Hi, Jason. Thanks for taking my call. Congratulations on your promotion with the Pirates, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that, man. Very kind of you.
I was always looking at your, through the spring with you and Colin Beasley. I always look forward to those, and I know we talked about, hey, we need to add a third baseman. But I think probably the plan there might have been all along to try to sign Connor Griffin long term. Nick York's playing fine at third. They have enough options at third. The thing that stands out about this team and why I think they're going to do well this year is their bench has been better than it ever was. I think in a long time. I mean, they have guys that they can plug and play. They got a couple guys down on the farm, And one more point before I go. I was thinking all along, Chuck kind of stole my thunder a bit, but I still think you're going to see another ad from the outside, a pitcher, probably a lefty, probably around the All-Star break at the trading deadline. I know Jared Jones is coming back, but Jason, depth is what's important.
I know. I know.
So that's good.
I don't disagree with you, Tony, man.
All along. I think that was your stance all along, was that I think the fifth starter wasn't on the team already, right? That's what you kept saying. And then
correct.
Carmen steps in, and I think he's adequate in that role, but I'm just worried about him, continuing through a rotation. So I'll hang up. I'll let you talk, and hopefully we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, Jason. Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate you. A couple points. So about the third base ad and about adding a starting pitcher. One thing, just to work backwards on what Tony said, and a couple really, really good points there. There's nothing precluding them from adding a left-handed starter. And if somebody becomes available, great. I think the challenge they're going to have right now is, at least as currently constructed, they can't offer that pitcher major league innings. Like, you're not going to come in and bump any of the people currently in your rotation. So does a guy who's looking for major league work, let's use Tyler Anderson as an example, is he going to take that job to go to AAA and try to work his way there? Or does it make more sense for him to say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to hold out a little bit and see if I can get, a position where there's a major league rotation spot guaranteed. And that's why a deal might not come together. But I agree with Tony's point that you need depth if something comes along, if there's a trade, if there's a free agent signing, if somebody makes sense and you can build out your pitching depth, absolutely. I'd still like to. I mean, that is true for me in perpetuity. I always want to see the Pirates try to get as much pitching depth as possible. You can never have enough. If you've got a really good pitcher stashed at AAA, and you just can't get him time in the major leagues, cool. It's just those guys aren't out there a bunch, especially not right now. Anybody who deserves to be on a major league rotation probably is in a major league rotation right now. And as far as third base, you're right. You're right. That was part of the calculus all along. Say, we're going to try to extend Connor Griffin. You heard Ben Cherington talk about these conversations and thoughts of this even traced back to the offseason. And I think the Pirates weren't really looking to get up to a $10 million a year player or something like that at third, because they figure, okay, if we spend our money on Connor Griffin, which in my opinion is a much smarter spend than adding Isak Paredes or something, nothing against Paredes, but if you're going to allocate those sort of salary dollars to Connor Griffin versus somebody who's one and done in Pittsburgh, I would much rather see them extend Connor Griffin. And then if you look at a typical baseball team's construction, you say, yeah, we're probably going to get more offensive production from third base and you can live with what you get at shortstop. Well, the Pirates are now positioned to get a ton of offensive production once Connor Griffin, fully develops, and that's going to happen the rest of the way in the major leagues. But once he, is fully up to speed, you're going to get plus production from shortstop. And then, you'll live with third base, and that becomes Triolo or York or Gonzalez or Callahan or whatever it is, and I don't think we have that answer right now. We've seen some good things. York has hit a little bit. Gonzalez has hit a little bit. Triolo offers defense. Callahan's down in the minors, and I believe he's under 200 for the year. That lacks a little bit, but there's still plenty of time for the Pirates to figure that out. And if you tell me they're going to do that with Connor Griffin under contract, completely good with that. Hey, 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball case. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com and register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, let's go back out to the phone lines. We have Rick in the car. Wants to talk about pitching. What's up, Rick?
Hey, I was wondering about the pit. Is the pitching going to be enough as the season goes on? And really, I also wonder if Chuck from Uniontown is AI. I'm not even sure he's real.
He's not AI. I've been in his house. We've hung out. I brought Chuck to a Pirates game. He is very much real. I can tell you that much. Anything else, or did we lose Rick? Okay, he dropped. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball on the pitching the rest of the year. I mean, I will say this, and this isn't to be negative, but you don't see very many rotations go wire to wire with the same 5 guys. So if that was to happen, I mean, that would be great. It would just be tremendously unlikely. So that's why we're having the conversation about pitching depth. And, you're going to bring in Jared Jones, like I've said, at the beginning of June. And who knows what that means for Majinski's role. Hunter Barco is there. I'm not sure about Barco's role. That's one area of the pitching staff. Like the edges of their bullpen, I'm a little bit concerned about. And not Mason Montgomery. I'd ride that out. I'm fine. His ERA is 8.44 right now. There's been some good, there's been some bad, but I would keep that and just allow him to keep working. But he's basically your 6th reliever. Your 7th and 8th are Barco and Urquidy. Urquidy's been, it hasn't been terribly dominant. In Barco, he has a 6.75 ERA and he barely pitches. Like somebody in his stage of development, I would rather see him getting innings. I'd rather bring up, Mike Clevenger or something like that. And, I'm just using one random name, but somebody who, can give you some long innings when the game gets out of hand and you don't have to use your leverage guys. But can the pitching staff as a whole hold up over the entire season? Yes, I think it can. But, those same 5 rotation spots, I'm not so sure about that. All right, let's go back out at the phones. Pete in Oakmont wants to talk about the rotation, maybe a similar conversation. Sorry for stealing your thunder, Pete, but what do you got?
Well, when the mention of getting a lefty reminds me of Walt Terrible. What was his name? Walt Terrell. He was awful, and he was a.
I don't want. Hang on. We're not talking DEI hires here.
I was.
Walt Terrell.
That was just.
We're not joking about that. We don't do politics on the show. What pitcher are you talking about?
Back in the 90s, we had a lefty pitcher named Walt Terrell.
Oh, okay.
And what I'm trying to say is that I'm not anti-DEI. I'm just meaning that don't hire a lefty when a righty's better. That's all I meant by that. It wasn't supposed to be political. Right. Okay. I shouldn't have gone there. And then if this were fifths, as Bob McAdoo used to say, we'd all be drunk. If Brian Hayes could have been a decent offensive player, could you imagine the left side of our lineup defensively?
Yeah. Well, I'm not having any seller's remorse on Brian Hayes. Have you seen his offensive production lately? I think he's
no, I agree, but we all thought he was going to be like his dad.
No, it's not. It's been rough. I have no problem. If anything, man, and thank you for the call. I appreciate it. If anything, I look at that Brian Hayes trade anymore, what Ben Cherington has done. I mean, that is a feather in his cap. I mean, we probably criticized the guy for, not getting enough back. The fact that he didn't retain any salary on Brian Hayes looks really, really good right now. And I mean, if you're going to talk pure defense, my own personal opinion, I mean, Brian Hayes is a better defender than Jared Triolo, but not by much. I would certainly, save the money. And if you're just going to say, well, I'm going to say the heck with defense or the heck with offense, I just have a defender at third base, whatever, I'm fine with Jared Triolo. And a lot of what you're bringing up too, and that was Pete in Oakmont. I think it was, Pete in Oakmont wanted to talk about the rotation. A lot of what you're talking about here is roster depth. That's the common denominator. And if you pick up a lefty, and no, I agree with you, you're not going to get a lefty just for the sake of getting a lefty. But if you add somebody to the rotation, if in a magical world that happens, what you're doing is then bumping down your roster depth and making your overall roster stronger. And I would not do anything with Carmen Majinski right now. Don't mishear any of that. I would ride out what they're doing. But if Carmen Majinski ends up becoming sort of your long man or a multi-inning guy out of the pen, compare him to Jose Urquidy or Hunter Barco. Who would you rather have in that spot? And I'll take Carmen Majinski 100 times out of 100. He's a much better pitcher in that role than either of those guys are. And again, I'd rather see Hunter Barco because he's a lefty, because of some of the stuff that he has, get some experience starting, but you're building out your depth at that point. I think that's the important part. A couple notes about the Pirates today. Again, they have a 120 game local, 220 back in Pittsburgh against the Cubs. But they can move to 4 games over 500 for the first time since 2024. That was April 16th. They also awoke today sharing first place in the NL Central. Get that. The last time Pittsburgh occupied first place was also on April 16th, 2024. So we're heading into some interesting territory. But again, this is not the end of the journey by any stretch. Have to see this team maintain it. They'll have an opportunity to do that today, 220 against the Cubs. Braxton Ashcraft opposite Edward Cabrera. More of your calls and more of the storylines of the past week in Pirates land when we come back on Bucko Talk. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins also in action this afternoon. They'll take on Washington at 3 o'clock. Pirates and Cubs, 2:20 is the first pitch today. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera, and it's right here on 93.7 The Fan at 1:25. The pregame coverage presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go.
Can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I need a little range, step to the range. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning from Chicago. Pirates Cubs this afternoon. Man, the time between games feels like, I don't know, feels too long. Maybe I enjoy this stuff too much. I don't know. One game ends and I can't wait for the next one. It's been very entertaining. Maybe it won't feel like this later in the year, but I have a feeling it probably will. Just a lot of fun to watch and follow this team right now. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the high 50s. In Chicago, sunny skies and temperatures in the low 50s. I'll take that, Joel. Yesterday it was awful chilly in Chicago. Temperature at first pitch 49 degrees. It did not quite feel that warm because it was dark, but we've got some sun in the sky today and a beautiful city. Joel, have you been to Chicago?
Yeah, a handful of times. A really funny story. So last summer, sometime in, I can't remember, July or whatever, you were doing a fan evening show that I was the battery mate for, the producer for that show. My fam and I, we were coming back from like Salt Lake and with a connecting flight to Chicago and then to Pittsburgh. Our flight from Salt Lake to Chicago got delayed so much that the Chicago to Pittsburgh flight later that night, we would have missed it. And so we took it the very next day. It was a Thursday morning. So Thursday morning at like 7 a.m., I'm in Chicago, and later that night, I'm back in Pittsburgh producing a Jason Mackey evening show.
All right.
But yeah,
All right.
Chicago is it's always been fun. Handful of trips out there. Super cool. Really want to get down to Wrigley sometime.
Man, it is I've been to a lot of professional sports venues, and Wrigley is top 5 easily, man. It's so great. Like summer here, I feel like we're not totally in the summer mode. You know, it's sunshiny, but it's not quite like, I want 85 or something at Wrigley. It's just so great.
And
so
especially
great.
one of those like
go Cubs go today either.
Like a 2:20 Friday afternoon game, like specifically that's like the only time you'll see a baseball game on a non-holiday, non-opening day on a Friday afternoon.
I love it, man. And then, from a writer's perspective, you finish the game and you get out of there at, 5:30, whatever it is. And then you've got your evening and go get some dinner somewhere. It's a great situation. And it's not like on getaway day. I was telling you off air, and anybody who's ever been to Chicago, I mean, you got to get some deep dish pizza, right? And I'm no different. And we landed here on Wednesday night, and I dropped my bag at the hotel and immediately went to Lou Malnati's. It's my place for deep dish pizza. And you can go to like Gino's, Giordano's. There's some other places I've heard of people going, but I don't know. Lou's always been my place, and I was just vapor trail out the hotel. I have to get some deep dish pizza, but it's the best. If you can get to a game at Wrigley Field, definitely recommend doing that. Let's do one more call, and then we'll wrap up our first segment. Do we still have Joel? Who did we have here? I lost it in my text. Rick from on the south side.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What's up, Rick?
Jason?
Doing great, man. How are you?
My question is the umpiring, the silly calls of blocking the bag that were horrendous. One was against the Pirates at third base. I think York was playing third. And then the next one was against the Padres when Cruz, he would have been safe anyway, but the guy wasn't blocking a base. And then last night I'm watching the Yankees in Tampa Bay, and the guy was definitely blocking a base, and they didn't call it. It's almost like hockey and goaltender interference anymore.
What's your question?
Do you have any thoughts on that silliness of the rule?
Yeah. Okay. And thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. I mean, I don't. It's a judgment call on umpires. You're going to see different ones call it different ways. To me, this is a discussion different than you have to give the Buster Posey role at home. You have to give somebody a place to slide. I mean, I think if I would say anything to Rick's point, it's that sometimes umpires can be a little over judicious. I'd rather see them just stay out of it. I'd rather see players on the field determine outcomes. But I also don't know what kind of pressure they're under from Major League Baseball if they're saying you need to call this stuff. Like a lot of times early in football seasons, we'll see, lining up in the backfield or the smallest flinch or, some other illegal formation, like, rules that referees are told to sort of set a standard on. And I don't know if that's what's happening here. I don't think it is. Like, I think it's just sort of randomness, but that's always going to be a judgment call. And I don't know. I'm not that bent out of shape about it. Let's go back to State College. Chris in State College wants to talk about pitching, I believe. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Jason, thanks. Here's my concern about the staff, and I don't know, you talked about this staff making it through the season. 32 starts, 5 and a third innings, 32 starts is 170 pitches. I'm not sure that the organization really feels it's realistic to stretch Ashcraft to 170 or Chandler to 170, and Majinski's never been that near that.
Yep.
So and then when you figure that even at 5 and a third, if they do make 32 starts, then you got half your bullpen trending towards 90 appearances. I mean, we're going to get some fatigue. I think we're going to have a lead late in the year, but I don't know if we can get to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, valid points, man. I get what you're saying. I think that they're aware of that. They are very meticulous about pitching usage to the point where I almost want to take the reins off, let these guys go. But my job and my professional livelihood isn't dependent on that, so I get it. But it's definitely a concern. And like I said to a caller earlier, there's nothing prohibiting them from adding somebody later in the year. And ideally, maybe you have somebody like Hunter Barco come up and join the rotation. Thomas Harrington's down there. He's another guy who could become a candidate. So, yeah, I mean, you got to develop some arms. But I totally valid depth concerns, man. Appreciate the call.
Maybe that's why they started Barco with the big team in a relief role. So he's not throwing 90 innings in AAA to start the year. They know they need him. They'll build him up to be a starter for the second half. Then you get Jones, maybe give you 90 innings in the second half. So you might be able to piece it together that way, but I still think there'll be buyers at the trade deadline because I'm not sure these kids can all make it the distance.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, and so what if they are? Is that a bad thing? They should be pretty set position player-wise, one would hope. And so if you've got to add another piece at the deadline, go get it. Go get it. I like that problem. Thank you for the call, Chris. Appreciate it. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll talk to Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports. A bunch of storylines to wade into with Jose. A few of the things that I was looking to pull up with him, just what he thought about yesterday's game. Where are they at progress-wise on the offense? Below expectations, above expectations, about right on. Same for the starting rotation and the bullpen. About Brian Reynolds bouncing back. And what to do with Marcell Ozuna. That's certainly been a discussion point among Pirates fans. And we'll get Jose's thoughts on that. But you're listening to Bucko Talk, Saturday morning, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine. Grab a drink at Federal Galley and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The draft is coming to Pittsburgh, and the party starts at Ross Park Mall. Get ready for a pregame ticket drop for Jason Aldean concert tickets April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. All week long, enjoy game day fun with photo ops, exclusive deals, and your chance to win a $1,000 shopping spree. Celebrate in style at Pittsburgh's premier luxury and shopping destination with more than 150 stores and restaurants. Ross Park Mall, where the draft meets destination shopping.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Increasing clouds for our Saturday with high temperatures in the low 60s. Mostly clear overnight with temperatures in the low 40s. Mostly sunny Sunday with high temperatures right around 80 degrees. Mostly cloudy Sunday night with lows in the low 60s. And showers return on Monday with highs in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines at the Masters right now. Rory McIlroy has a commanding 6-stroke lead. He is 12 under, and he is up ahead of Patrick Reed and Sam Burns, who are both 6 under. And then Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Rose, and Shane Lowry are all 5 under. Augusta updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Pirates today back in action against the Cubs at 2:20 as they aim to win the series. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera. Coverage here on The Fan at 1:25, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Jose Negron joins the show next.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you here on a Saturday morning. Thanks so much for finding us. Hour number 2 of the show. I'm talking to you live from Chicago. I was actually intrigued during the break by Willis Tower, formerly known as the Sears Tower, which is very odd, but I'm looking out of my hotel room window and I'm just thinking, how tall is that? Apparently 110 stories. So we're going to go over a couple blocks. Jose Negron is staying right near me. DK Pittsburgh Sports does an awesome job covering the Pirates. I'll see him later today at Wrigley Field. Jose, how are you? Good morning.
I'm doing well, Jason. Thanks for having me. It's a much better morning here in Chicago weather-wise. Looks a lot better out that window.
Are we not going to freeze today? Let's hope. Let's hope we're not going to freeze.
I sure hope not. Yesterday was it's a little unpredictable, I think, the weather out here, and yesterday was not ideal baseball conditions whatsoever.
All right, but it was ideal baseball-wise. It was an interesting Pirates win, a lot to sort of sift through there. I wanted to frame my question with this, Jose. We had a few different storylines that went into yesterday's game. If you're going to pick an MVP from that game, who is it?
I'm going to say Carmen Mlodzinski. They're not in that game without him doing what he did, and it wasn't pretty. It wasn't the cleanest outing. He even alluded to that. He had to grind through. He had to pitched into the 6th inning for the very first time this season, and did what he needed to do to keep that team in it. I mean, Shota Imanaga has had the Pirates number since he debuted in 2024. 5 starts, has given up only 1 run, and I think over 30 innings now. And they needed Carmen Mlodzinski to match him. And, that's a tall task, but he was up for it. And he did what he had to do to keep them in that game. Those are games that the Pirates in the past haven't been able to pull out. They had to find a way, and they were able to do it. They got the 2 big hits that they needed from, Ryan O'Hearn to break up the combined no-hitter. And then Brian Reynolds being able to follow with the 2-run home run. Bullpen does its job. But, Carmen Mlodzinski put them in a position to be in that game, keep it scoreless. Obviously, Mason Montgomery, got to give him credit too, because him coming in a bases loaded jam and doing what he was able to do was huge as well. But Carmen Mlodzinski looked really good yesterday, and did what he had to do in order to put this team in a position to win a game.
Jose, I want to ask specifically about Carmen Mlodzinski. I think his ERA is 251, something like that. He's had 3 pretty strong starts. Has he done enough for you to feel confident about him being in the rotation? How do you handle the Carmen Mlodzinski situation here?
Yeah, I think you want to see more, but he's off to a good start. I mean, he mentioned yesterday he's seen growth, from just this time last year. You look at the 3 starts that he started last year with, and I think he gave up 4 runs in 2 of those 3 starts. And it was, there were questions surrounding, is this guy capable of being a starter at the major league level? So far this season, he's done his part. He hasn't gone too deep into games. I mean, like I said, he pitched into the 6th for the first time yesterday. But he's looked a lot better, maybe more confident in being a starter. I think last year was it was different for him. He was going into a starter role for the first time, and it's you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to stick. And, he wanted to prove something, and he went through the struggles, probably maybe a blessing in disguise for him to kind of go through it, see what he has to do in order to get better. We know what he's able to do in a relief role. He's proven to be a pretty capable long reliever within that bullpen. But I think right now he's confident in what he's doing. He's, trying to get better with every start. But you want to see more of that. You want to see him sustain that type of success, because there are going to be some struggles. It's inevitable for every pitcher, but you want to see him be able to continue what he's been able to do up to this point, and show that he belongs within this rotation. Because right now he's doing his job. He's doing what he needs to do.
We're chatting with Jose Negron on Bucko Talk. You can follow Jose on Twitter or X at JNegronPGH. You can also read his stuff at DKPittsburghSports.com. Jose, I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the offense, the starting rotation, and the bullpen. And I wanted to frame them like this, but obviously feel free to freelance if you want. Have they met your expectations? Have they been below your expectations? Have they exceeded your expectations? So with the offense so far, what have you thought? Is it right about what you thought? Is it less? Is it more? Where are you at?
I think it's about where I thought. I mean, I think if you look at the numbers so far, a lot of them, they're kind of middle of the pack, maybe top 10 in certain areas. But, yeah, it's up to this point, it's kind of what I expected. I mean, you look at the guys that they brought in Ryan O'Hearn and, Brandon Lau. Obviously, Marcell Ozuna hasn't gotten out to an ideal start, by any means, but what Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau have brought to this lineup has been, professional at bats. Obviously they have the power, and that's something the Pirates lacked in terms of power. They weren't hitting the long ball last year by any means, and I think they were last by a pretty wide margin in that category. But you look at what those guys have brought into it. Obviously, Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz have been good to start the season. I think those are probably two of the most important components of this offense, and whether they can take that next step is those guys contributing. But then you got other guys who've been able to mix in. Nick Gonzalez has been good to start out the season. Nick York has contributed a bit offensively coming off the bench. Obviously you want to see other guys get going. You want to see, Henry Davis take a step. You want to see Marcell Ozuna get out of, whatever this is to start the season. He's obviously a proven hitter and can do it, but you need to see more from him. But yeah, I mean, they're kind of talked about it last year, with how good the pitching was. This is a top 5 pitching staff in baseball last year, and they didn't need to be that much better offensively to really complement that pitching staff. And this year, it looks like they're doing a better job of that. Pitching, the starting rotation has still been very strong. There are obviously questions around guys like Braxton Ashcraft, Bubba Chandler, Carmen Majinski, but they're doing what they have to do to contribute to this team's success. And the offense has, been an average offense, and you hope that they'll get better as the season goes on. I mean, they've kind of been up and down to start the year in terms of, a couple games where they've been shut out. You had yesterday where they're, without a hit for 6 innings, and then they finally get that big hit. But they've also had pretty good outputs in those last 2 games against the Reds in Cincinnati, and then the entire series against Baltimore to open up the homestand. So right now it seems like they're in a solid spot offensively, but there's obviously room for growth there.
Jose, at what point do they have to start to consider the guy with the 5.25 ERA in the starting rotation? Can they keep having Paul Skeens around with an ERA like that? I'm just joking.
He might be okay.
I can't even.
He might be okay.
You think he's going to be all right? All right, fair enough.
All right, yeah.
All right, so Brian Reynolds specifically, having the big home run yesterday, I believe he has 3 this year. A big storyline was him bouncing back. Have you seen enough from Brian Reynolds that you feel confident about him bouncing back and getting to the former version of himself, or do you think we're still kind of early on in the season?
Yeah, still early on, but I mean, it's definitely an encouraging sign. I mean, this is a guy who is a proven hitter. He's done it throughout his career. Obviously, last year was not the year he wanted. Made some adjustments during the off season to fix his swing and did different things that could maybe put him in a better spot for this year. Wasn't the results weren't overwhelming in spring training, but him getting out to a strong start to this season and being able to contribute to this offense is so important. Like I said, I think him and O'Neal Cruz being themselves and being more than what they were able to provide last year is going to mean so much, especially when you add that on to the new additions and other guys who can maybe contribute within this offense as well. Like, he's a guy who you expect to be more than what he was a year ago. You expect him, you're not expecting, 30 to 40 homers or, him to drive in over 100 runs and hit 300 or so. Like, you're not asking him to do that, but you want him to be a key component to this. And so far early on, he's had some big hits. He's, done some good things, and you want to, see him keep building on that. It's very early in the season. A lot can happen over 162. But seeing him get out to the start has to be encouraging for the Pirates to have a guy who's that important to the success of this offense and see him be able to start this way.
Couple more minutes with Jose Negron of DK Pittsburgh Sports here on Bucko Talk. You can follow Jose at JNegronPGH on Twitter or X. Read his stuff at DKPittsburghSports.com. Wanted to ask about Ozuna, Jose. At what point do you become concerned? Are you concerned? Maybe you aren't concerned. Personally, I don't know how many other options they have. They sign the guy to the contract. They're going to try to get the most out of him. Just how does that happen? And are you encouraged at all about where his progress might be?
Yeah, I think you got to let it play out. It's definitely. I think as the days and the games go on, maybe the concern level continues to rise. I mean, he's a proven hitter. He's a guy who's done it throughout his career. I think it was 2023 where he had a start kind of similar to this. He hit it under 100, was striking out a good bit, and it wasn't a good March, April start for him. And he ended the season hitting 40 homers and hitting, above 270 and was in a good spot. And I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen again, but this is a guy who has experienced this before and has turned it around. So he's capable of it. The work is there. He's putting in the work in the batting cages, after games, something that he's not done before in his career. He's, working with the hitting coaches. He had 2 days down where he was, doing nothing but just trying to work on what's going wrong for him right now. So I think you let it play out. You need him to be himself, to be Marcell Ozuna. And, it's obviously good that they're winning games and the other guys are stepping up while he's kind of going through this. It kind of makes it maybe a little bit better that, guys are stepping up in these times when he's not being able to produce. But I think you got to let it play out. You got to try and let him work through it. If it extends into May and this kind of continues, then, okay, you're asking yourself some questions of, do we put someone else in that DH spot? Have him kind of split that role. There are different options I guess you can get to, at some point. But I think right now you just got to let him fight through something like this. He's obviously done it in the past. He's a good hitter. He's proven that throughout his career. So you need him to step up, and you're hoping that these things that he's doing off the field can translate to on the field.
Jose, last question for you, a fun one. What do you think of the new City Connect unis? Did you order anything yet?
I'm a fan. I think, I think I'm comparing them to the last City Connects, and I, didn't really care for those ones. So it's a step in the right direction. It's a step up. I think compared to some of the ones that were released the other day, I think the Pirates are probably near the top of the list. I think the Braves have a cool one. I was kind of a fan of the Padres as well. So, good look. I think that fans will like to see those every Friday, and will appreciate getting to see it for the first time when they wear them next week against the Rays.
Great stuff, Jose. Thanks so much, man. I'll see you in an hour over at Wrigley.
All right, thanks, Jason. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. That's Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports. Does an awesome job. Just an all-around great dude, but also an excellent writer. I've interacted with Jose on Pirates Beat and the Penguins Beat. You should follow him at JNegronPGH. Read his stuff, DKPittsburghSports.com. Let's get to a few things before our break. Knock out a few reads here so Joel doesn't yell at me. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There are still a few storylines here from this week that I didn't get to that I wanted to talk a little bit about the Connor Griffin extension, sort of where that came from, and now where things are at. Also a funny anecdote talking to Connor Griffin yesterday. I had a chat with Henry Davis about his progress so far. I want to share that a little bit, have some thoughts on O'Neal Cruz, and take a look around the NL Central. We're also going to set the table for today's game. Braxton Ashcraft and Edward Cabrera, some interesting stuff with those pitching matchups, plus a conversation with Pirates hitting coach Matt Haig, if we can fit it all in before we are off the air at 11 a.m. But this is Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. We'll talk to you after a break. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, 2:20 the first pitch today at Wrigley Field as the Pirates aim for a series win against Craig Counsell's Chicago Cubs. Ashcraft against Cabrera, the pitching matchup. It's right here on 93.7 The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 1:25. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promo, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. My pick to win is Rahm at 14-1. Yes, coming off the other tour, but he's won here before, and he is playing some very good golf. So that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special mulligan bet back token today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Pirates, Cubs at 2:20, your time, 1:20, my time. Jason Mackey coming to you live from downtown Chicago. Heading over to the friendly confines in a little bit. Thanks so much to Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports for joining us. Wanted to talk a little bit about some storylines we've seen over the past week and then get into the pitching matchup today, Braxton Ashcraft and Edward Cabrera. But the Connor Griffin extension, obviously the big news in the past 7 days, that coming together. I find it interesting talking to Kevin Griffin, Connor's dad, on the field yesterday at Wrigley Field and hearing just how much the Griffins genuinely like Pittsburgh. It's no surprise, but we were talking about, Connor finding a fit and where to live and just how great fans have been and how much they love the city. And it is such a great relationship between player and team. It makes all the sense in the world. And the fact that this deal came together, chef's kiss. I don't know what else to say other than this is what should have happened all along. And we heard in the press conference, we heard Bob Nutting and Ben Cherington talking about, sort of the dust getting kicked up on this in the offseason, and Nutting wanting it to get done, and Cherington handling it the way he did, and, feeling the urgency and understanding, that it's important to the Pirates because it's important for baseball reasons, right? It's also important for, the message that it sends to fans about this year's team and beyond. And in all of these deals, you're making a calculated bet, but with Griffin, like, the odds are stacked in your favor. You're betting on such a good, genuine kid. You're betting on a really good player. You wouldn't give $140 million to somebody who's a mediocre player, but the amount of risk that you're taking based on how this kid's raised, how he sees the world, his physical abilities, where he's at in his career, all of this stuff, it's just so great to see it come together the way it did. And then, for somebody like Connor Griffin to get his footing in a major league clubhouse and now be able to get comfortable and kind of exhale and just have some normalcy. I thought it was interesting yesterday being in the clubhouse at Wrigley Field. Kevin Griffin, as you know, is a college softball coach, and so he had to leave yesterday afternoon. And so post-game clubhouse, we come in there and all the dads are there celebrating, and, they have post-game beers and are having a good time. And poor Connor Griffin was just kind of there by himself because his dad had left. And it probably was a somewhat peaceful moment for him that he was able to just sort of soak all this in. He hasn't been able to do that. It's just been a mile a minute since he's come up here, whether it was his debut or the contract or whatever. But I got to talking to Connor Griffin a little bit. I just chatted with him for a minute about joining a major league team and what that's like. He said it's wild. Seeing the charter plane, the hotels you stay at, the luxury of being in the big leagues, it's super nice. He said it's getting there. I asked if it started to feel normal, but he's still learning how to do things around the clubhouse, but it's been a lot of fun. Anyway, it occurred to me yesterday that Connor Griffin had never been on a major league road trip. And I can tell you from my own personal experience now, traveling with the team and being external before, boy, is it a change. It is nice. It is intimidating. It is a whole different way of life. And Connor Griffin, for all he's done and all we've talked about him, and he's got a $140 million contract, this, that, and the other, but he'd never been on a major league road trip. This is his first time. So I just love the humility and the normalness of all that. I also talked to Henry Davis pregame yesterday a little bit about his adjustments and what he's doing. We're starting to see signs of this, and you'll hear Matt Haig talk about it in my interview with him a little bit later. But Henry said it's solid. We're continuing to get better. I like the quality of my at-bats. He said some of the pitches that he's taking the other way, Matt Haig uses the term, and I've kind of adopted this, using the backside of the field more, but it's basically the ability to go to center or right for Henry Davis, and said his body is in a position where he's able to hit the ball where it's pitched. He had a pitch, he mentioned, I think it was Freddie Peralta, but a pitch that he had early on in the season that he would have tried to pull, but he was able to actually go the other way with it because his body was in a different position. So Henry Davis, I would expect him to be back in the lineup today, catching Braxton Ashcraft. That's something he has done quite a bit dating back to spring, and just need to see the offense. Plain and simple. And there's some guys right now that, you look at them and there's a track record, Marcell Ozuna being one of them, Spencer Horwitz last year being one of them, and also pedigree. And Henry Davis, if the Pirates are going to optimize their lineup or score the most runs possible, those guys have to be involved. So eager, curious, all that stuff to see what Henry Davis is able to do. I promised taking a look around the NL Central, and kind of what I mean by that is the Pirates start in comparison to everybody else. So they've played the Mets, the Orioles, the Reds, that's out of order, I'm sorry, the Padres, and the Cubs. Those are 5 very good teams. They're 3 playoff teams from last year. So they've played 3 playoff teams from last year. The rest of the NL Central combined has played 4 playoff teams. And of course, the Mets and the Orioles, they're projected to win 88 and 82 games. That's the most recent Fangraphs projection. So not exactly slouches. And as we're looking at the Pirates start and what has gone right, it's not like they're beating up on a bunch of patsies. It's pretty legitimate. And so what they're doing, kind of have to take it seriously. It's been impressive so far. All right, let's take a quick trip down on the farm before we get into today's game a little bit. There was a notable performance and somebody that you're going to want to keep an eye on. You probably already are, but the Pirates extend their big prospect, Connor Griffin. I guess he's not a prospect anymore since he has a $140 million contract. I don't know. Term that what you want. But anyway, Seth Hernandez, their 2025 first-round pick. He took the mound for the Marauders last night and dominated again. 4 innings, no hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Not only that, 14 whiffs on 53 pitches, maxed out at 100.5 miles per hour. He's now lowered his ERA to 1.29. It did come in a loss. The Marauders fell 7-3 to Palm Beach, but Seth Hernandez ranked number 26, easy for me to say, right? By MLB Pipeline, has really been showing out. Murph Gray had a hit. He's hitting .346. Their big offensive performance. In Greensboro, they lost 4-3 to Asheville. Shailene Polanco, 2 for 3, 2 ribbies. He's hitting .381 with 1.295 OPS. He's a big international sign for them a couple years ago. The Grasshoppers are 5-2. Altoona has been grinding through a tough start curve, 0-7. That's its longest stretch without a win to start a season since 2009. That year they started with the franchise record, 8 losses. Derek Berg did homer, but need Altoona to get off the schneid there a little bit. Indianapolis also lost, a rough day for Pirates affiliates yesterday, 8-2 to Louisville. Andy Rodriguez had a double, but he's hitting just 154 this season. Yostinson Garcia, he's at 146. Tyler Callahan also below the Mendoza line at 196. I've made this joke to a couple people that the Pirates promoted the wrong shortstop. It was, of course, a very big joke. Of course, you want to see them promote Connor Griffin, but Alika Williams hitting .533 with the 1.343 OPS, had 2 more hits last night. Alika has been at least giving Indianapolis what it needs. And somebody I mentioned earlier in the show, Mike Clevenger, threw a scoreless inning on Friday. I'll be curious if they don't go down there, if they decide to make a move with Jose Urquidy or somebody, if you want to get Hunter Barco a little bit more involved, get him built up as a starter, maybe Clevenger ends up becoming a guy who's got a 2.08 ERA. But it's been a tough start for the Indians so far, 3-10, a -24 run differential. They've allowed a lot of runs. They're 75 allowed. It's the 3rd most in the International League. All right, if we look at today's pitching matchup, I mentioned it a few times, Braxton Ashcraft and Edward Cabrera. In his last outing, Ashcraft, 6 innings, 1 run, no walks, 8 strikeouts against Baltimore. Against the Cubs, he's been very good, a .327 ERA. And the sample size is growing on Ashcraft so much that we're starting to compare it to other things in Pirates' past. He's made 10 starts, has a 2.18 ERA. That's the 4th lowest by a Pirates pitcher through 10 starts in the live ball era. Yes, I'm serious. Cy Blanton is number 1. Zach Duke is number 2. Paul Skeens is number 3. And there comes Braxton Ashcraft. Got a very good pitch mix. I like watching this kid throw. Uses 4 pitches relatively equally. His 4-seamer, he's been trying to use that a little bit differently and accentuate that a little bit more. He spins the ball as well as anybody on the staff. His curveball, he throws about 25% of the time, has a 44% whiff rate. It's a very good pitch. His slider, he throws 21% of the time. It's got a 28% whiff rate. And the sinker in there is at 23%. He's given up just 1 home run over those 10 starts. Braxton Ashcraft has been very good. The Pirates have not had a ton of success against Cabrera. They're just 6 for 30. That's a 200 average. No home runs among guys currently on the team. Marcell Ozuna, he's 2 for 11 lifetime. Ryan O'Hearn is 3 for 5 lifetime against Cabrera. The Pirates rotation, as we're talking about pitching matchups and starting pitchers, since that opening day game, where obviously things did not go well, Paul Skeens did not get out of the first inning, their rotation has a 1.96 ERA in 12 games. Only, drumroll, the Chicago Cubs have a better ERA during that time at 1.74. So it should be a pretty good pitching matchup today, one would think, and excited to see Braxton Ashcraft on the bump. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I'll have an interview with Matt Haig, Pirates hitting coach, about their revamped offense and a couple players specifically. You're going to want to hear what he has to say about O'Neal Cruz. More of that and more when we come back on Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
T20, the first pitch today between Braxton Ashcraft and Edward Cabrera as the Pirates aim to get to 9-5. Coverage here on 93.7 The Fan begins at 1 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo's. Yeah, let's go! You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Get the Jurgles April 21st for Legends on the Rocks, featuring Steelers legend and Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw and best-selling author Fred Minnick. Your ticket includes an exclusive Bradshaw bourbon tasting and a behind-the-scenes conversation about Terry's life in the black and gold, his bourbon journey, Hollywood stories, and more. Fred will even teach you how to taste like a pro. VIP and general admission tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Here's what I'm hearing from people on GLP-1s. Yeah, I'm eating less, but I don't always feel great. And honestly, that makes sense. Because if your appetite is down and nobody is helping you make sure you are still getting the right foods in, you can wind up losing weight, losing muscle without feeling healthy or without feeling like yourself. That's why adding Awaken 180 makes a ton of sense. They help you make the food you are eating count. They help you figure out what your body needs, how to keep the weight moving, and how to set this up so when the weight comes off, you are not stuck wondering what happens next. I'm not anti-GLP-1. I'm just saying if you're doing that part already, add the part that helps you feel better, stay on track, and keep it off once it is gone. Free support for life with Awaken 180. You're not doing all of this just to wind up starting over. Awaken180weightloss.com.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning live from Chicago. I'm Jason Mackey. Pirates Cubs today at 2:20 your time. Before we get to that, though, I have an interview with Matt Haig that I taped yesterday morning talking about the Pirates offense, and that's obviously been the big storyline for them this offseason. So far this season, it's been much improved. The Pirates right now in OPS, they're at .694. That's 9th in Major League Baseball. On base percentage and slugging, they're both 11th. They've scored 56 runs. That's tied for 15th. They've hit 13 home runs. That's tied for 7th. It's been more than good enough. And there's some guys that they still need to get on track. I mentioned them earlier, Marcell Ozuna, Spencer Horwitz a little bit. Need to get some more out of some people, but that's been impressive thus far. Let's take a listen to my interview with Matt Haig now.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey here at Wrigley Field, chatting with Pirates hitting coach Matt Haig. And Matt, it's gone pretty well so far. I know it's early, it's a small sample size, but the Pirates are scoring a lot of runs. What do you see, and what are the guys doing well?
I think they're bringing them in their zones. So I think just messaging the first couple months, including spring training, is just getting our best swings off at the right ones. And a lot kind of goes into that simple version, but when we're going good, that's what's happening. And then when we have drawn short of where we want to go, it's usually kind of a reflection of that idea. So I think just the consistency, the guys are really working on their craft, and it's showing. We're just fighting for consistency and trying to be dynamic as we move forward.
Something we've heard some players talk about this year, even dating back to spring training, is having other hitters around them producing.
Yeah.
How important is that? How much are you seeing that play out now, where if other guys are going, it has kind of a trickle down?
It's a big thing, and I think even just the skill set of some of our guys. Like there was a lot of design in the off season and who we're acquiring, why, how we're going to construct the lineup, matchups, like trying to get rid of the big pockets for like righty lefty advantages. So I think it's just the idea of trying to build a dynamic lineup. Guys that know how to hit, can do different things, different handedness, different pitch profiles that there is one of their strengths. So I think just the further along period of where we're trying to go, and it's shown so far.
You're listening to Bucko Talk. We're chatting with Pirates hitting coach Matt Haig. Matt, you played. How has the role of a hitting coach changed since your playing days until now?
I mean, there's just more.
Probably do an hour show on it, I'd imagine.
So yeah, there's a lot there. So just with what they are exposed to information-wise, when I got done playing in 18, you just kind of felt the resources and information pick up a lot. And I think on our end, we're trying to take all the really in-depth information. We have to spit it out in a simple version to their players' own language.
Almost like a translator in a sense.
Yeah, and you try and make it simple. Just you don't want to cloud their information. You want to cloud their brain. So it's how we interpret it, and then we digest it to the players. And ultimately, we're just trying to hold them accountable to the best version of themselves. Like all the information we have now, that's what we're aiming for. When they're going really well, what are they doing, what's occurring, and we're trying to give them information how to support them and bring those periods out as long as we can.
I think people on the outside maybe see your role and think that you're telling a guy, move his hands here, move his feet here, change your swing this way.
Sure.
How true or inaccurate is that?
There's some truth to that. Sure, but like we have some stuff built out where we're using biomech, all the cameras we have in the stadium, and a lot of it's more like setup stuff. Mm-hmm. So when I say that, their setup is something that's extremely controllable. It doesn't cloud their brain. They know that over certain lengths of time, their body gets, whether it's fatigue, whether it's just some feel got over exaggerated. We're just trying to put them in like the best positions to where some of the habits that creep in and the tendencies that creep in over time, and they don't necessarily know or feel it. Mm-hmm. It's more of a conversation on how to get them extremely efficient to the best version of themselves, like I was talking about before. Cool. So there is some truth to that.
All right. Fair enough. Last sort of a holistic question I had, but it was about the home run numbers. I know that was not where anybody would want last season. They've been very good so far. What's leading to them? Is it sustainable?
Yeah. No. So I think it comes down to, we have guys that can be dynamic in different ways. They can beat teams different ways, and we want to pride ourselves on if we need some homers, we have some big hits. We got to be able to do that. We also have to be able to move runners, use the field, use the backside of the field like you saw the other day, to where we can kind of game plan with the pitcher that we're facing. So I think, yes, it is attainable. is sustainable with some of the things that we're seeing so far, and guys are going to continue to get better, be able to impact the game in different ways.
Wanted to ask you about some guys individually. We're chatting with Matt Haig here on Bucko Talk, Pirates hitting coach. O'Neal Cruz has really stood out, at least to me, especially the stuff he's done against left-handed pitching. I know he did some work in the offseason, but what do you see? And since the spring training started, like why has he been able to carry that success over here?
Just simplifying and getting, like I was mentioning before, like the efficiency. Being extremely efficient with him, it's a lot of like control, being able to find a proper setup to where it's really repeatable. And then he's using the backside of the field and getting his best swing off of the backside of the field. And I think sometimes when guys, a situation calls to where they have to go backside or let a ball travel longer, it kind of bleeds into their timing. So I think he's just very efficient, and his hard work has paid off. Like I think we mentioned before, it was a week into the offseason, he was hiring a left-hand batting practice. So he was very determined, and it's credit to him because he took it personally last year, and it's good for him to see him respond the way he did and then continue to take it over to the season.
Marcell Ozuna has not gotten off to a start that he would want. He's a veteran with a huge track record. How do you handle that? Yeah, I imagine you tell him like go away, spend 3 days away from baseball, and come back. Like it's not like you're teaching that guy how to hit. Like how do you handle that?
So he knows what he needs to do. He's not happy with where he's at right now, but you see the work habits that are creeping in. Like this dude is getting after it to get to the version of himself that we all know he can do. And it's the same thing before. Like I was mentioning before, a couple of things are off. He's working to get it going, and it's more of encouragement and being kind of his therapist in the sense of keep him going, keep encouraging him. The work habits are there, and he's gonna return to himself very soon.
Connor Griffin had a little bit of a lull there, and who knows how much was contract related or whatever. Breaks out very well the last game. Did he make an adjustment? You work with a kid like that on an adjustment?
Yeah, you try and let him cook a little bit. Like you see him a little bit in spring. Just what he was going through. He's very aware of himself. It wasn't necessarily adjustments; it was more mentality to keep him going. The push and pull, like the change of speeds and the pitches that he sees in the major leagues is different. He was very aware. He felt the difference right away. And he made some comments to where like he has to really trust himself. And then there's all this other stuff that's going on behind the scenes. He's just a very mature kid, very aware. It's more letting him go about it, refine what he was thinking in certain situations because the talent is so great. You want to let it shine. And just being able to kind of help him understand what the pitchers are trying to do to him. So more game planning stuff. And he's adjusted well. It's a lot. And I'm sure you've heard it a bunch. It's a lot for a 19-year-old to experience some of the push and pull and the velocity. And he's responded extremely well. And there's very bright things ahead for him.
Last couple of minutes with Pirates hitting coach Matt Haig. I wanted to ask you about Henry Davis, too. Somebody who's had some impressive stuff so far. And I know somebody who's been working a ton on his offense. Just what does he need to do to sustain and improve what he's doing?
I think you've seen glimpses of it, using the middle of the field and the backside when he needs it. We've seen it so far this season. A lot of the work in the offseason with him is trying to be extremely efficient. So starting from the setup, but usually consistency. And he's shown glimpses of that. He's probably one of the hardest workers on the team. And just getting after it and the awareness of himself. So just continue the path that he's going down and trusting himself because he's shown that he can do it. Now we're trying to bring it out longer.
Last question I had for you, Matt, was working with veteran guys versus younger guys. And we got to it a little bit with Ozuna. But if you have somebody, I wrote down the names Gonzalez, Triolo, Henry, Nick York, Billy Cook. And you've also got the Reynolds, Lau, O'Hearn, Ozuna crowd. Like, do you coach those guys differently? Do you find yourself sort of changing what you do?
Well, I think the latter guys that you mentioned, they've had a lot of success in the major leagues. They know what they need to do. On our end, it's more support. When they're going good, like I mentioned before, what's going on. Those changes that kind of creep in with them not knowing, it's kind of more of their accountability buddy. supporting them, and with the younger guys, like some of the changes these guys made, because they're younger on in their careers. It's all about efficiency, and it started early in the offseason. And they have a whole offseason of training together and conversations to where, yes, they're developing. They also have to highlight their strengths, and they're also trying to add certain skill sets just where they're at in their career-wise. So it's kind of, yes, it's different, but it's all the same version of trying to help them be the best version of themselves.
Matt Haig, thanks so much, man. Appreciate you.
That's fun.
All right, that was Pirates hitting coach Matt Haig. Thank you very much for joining me on Bucko Talk. That about does it for today. Going to wrap up real quick. Joel, first off, thank you very much. Always a pleasure working with you, my friend.
Likewise, Jason. Have fun at the game today.
I will. And speaking of that, the Pirates have a chance to actually win a series at Wrigley Field. It has not happened. They've dropped 13 of their past 17 series at Wrigley Field. Braxton Ashcraft opposite Edward Cabrera. We will see if the Pirates are able to come out victorious. Thanks so much for listening over the past 2 hours. Bob Pompiani is next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the high 50s today in Pittsburgh, and in Chicago, sunny skies and temperatures in the low 50s.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now.
that convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promo. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Rory McIlroy, it's basically his to lose at the Masters. He is 12 under par. And for second place, it's a tie between Patrick Reed and Sam Burns at 6 under. Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose are both 5 under, as well as Shane Lowry. All of them set to tee off in the 2 o'clock hour this afternoon. Augusta Updates brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Pirates this afternoon take on the Cubs at 2:20. It's here on The Fan with coverage at 1 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful day in Pittsburgh, and we have a lot to talk about, as always. That's the case when you do sports. There's a lot going on, and this is a great month. Bob Pompiani welcoming you in, along with Joel Nelson, who's behind the glass, taking your phone calls at 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on X at KD Pomp. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Fan Twitter site, or X, is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's a hockey day in Pittsburgh. It's a hockey weekend in Pittsburgh, and for the first time since 2022, it will be a hockey playoff season in Pittsburgh after the Penguins go to New Jersey and come away with an impressive 5-2 win against the Devils. And another indication of just how deep this team is. You know, we talk about secondary scoring, production from teams or lines you would not have expected. The fourth line has been really good that way. Maybe the best scoring fourth line in hockey. I have to check that out. But they've gotten participation from just about everyone, and that includes Elmer Soderblom, who just came here, and when he had to fill in for Blake Lizotte, he has done one heck of a job. So clearly, the Penguins are on a roll. I want to talk specifically today about Igor Chinakhov and some of the things that he's been able to do here. If you watched that game the other night, you saw an unbelievable pass to Brian Rust. I mean, Chinakhov, when he got that puck, and I'm sure that, everyone on the New Jersey ice thought he was going to shoot because he's got that great wrist shot that comes at you at 100 miles an hour. But he didn't do that. In fact, he went almost across his body to get to Brian Rust, who was uncovered. And I give Rust a lot of credit too, because he had to expect that or not. He reacted to it. Not an easy one to get your stick on in one-time home, which he did for number 29. So Brian Rust is looking for another 30-goal season, but that play by Chinakhov said a lot about his aptitude and why he's on that first line with Crosby and Rust. And to put it in perspective for you, he had a goal and 2 assists the other night against New Jersey. But to really appreciate what he's done, you got to look at what he did in Columbus and then what he's done here in Pittsburgh. In Columbus, 29 games played. He had 6 points. That's it. 3 goals, 3 assists. Didn't get a lot of ice time for whatever reason. So Kyle Dubas picks him up here for Danton Heinen. And what's he done in 41 games? How about almost a point per game? 36 points on 18 goals, 18 assists. That is remarkable. What he's been able to do, how he's been able to fit in, and most importantly, a shrewd move by Kyle Dubas. We talk about award winners, and I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but I think Kyle Dubas has to be on the head of the list for Executive of the Year, and Dan Muse has to be in the running, if not the leader, for Coach of the Year. And Kyle Dubas hired Dan Muse. We talk a lot about what he's been able to do and bring here. The first thing he did was hire Dan Muse, and he's been tremendous so far behind the bench. So that's encouraging to see for sure. And they got a lot of other guys who are stepping up, no question. Nobody thought Mantha would be a 30-plus goal scorer. They did. If someone else would have thought that, they would have given him more than a one-year deal for a couple of $1 million. Brazeau was another guy who was out there for anyone to take. He signed here and has become a 17-goal scorer. They have a lot. I think if I counted 11 or 12 guys over or in double digits with goals. It's pretty impressive. Like I said, it's spread out. Erik Karlsson has just opened up. The wings are flying high under Dan Muse. He's been able to do what he does. He's been very good defensively, and we've seen the Karlsson that won 3 Norris trophies before, too. So all of this has been good for them and good for Kyle Dubas in a year that has to go down as one of the best in Penguins history, considering where they were at the beginning. I had good vibes about them. I predicted they'd make the playoffs. I thought that fourth line started to come together last year. I also thought these guys at the end of their careers, like Malkin, Crosby, Letang, I mean, they wanted one more opportunity to do it. And if they could surround these guys with different pieces that might have made a difference, it would have made a difference. And those guys are playing at a very high level. Malkin's still at a point per game. Crosby's still at a point per game for 21 consecutive seasons, which is really crazy when you think about it. And I forgot to turn my phone off. Sorry about that. Hey, I'm on the air, Sam. I'll call you right back. Thanks. I do this once in a while, and it just drives me nuts that I do it. But I did it. My apologies. So what I was saying was, you got Crosby and Malkin together doing things that not many people have been able to do. In fact, nobody's been able to do, quite frankly. The most 60-point seasons among teammates in the history of the NHL. Nobody has more 60-plus point seasons together as teammates. 12 seasons like that for Crosby and Malkin. That's one more than Bobby Hull and Stan Mikita. Wayne Gretzky and Yari Curry are the other two, and they're right behind at 11 as well. So, I mean, it's pretty spectacular what they've been able to do. I'm going to go over the schedule here a little bit later and tell you why I think the Flyers, even though they're in position to take on the Penguins, they may not make it there because of the schedule and what lies ahead. We'll get into that in a second. Also want to open up to Pirate talk. I know Jason Mackey covered a lot of bases there. We will continue to do that as Pirates are now 8-5, tied for the top spot in the Central Division with the Milwaukee Brewers. St. Louis is third at 6-5, and then it's the Reds at 8-6, the Cubs at 6-7, And, boy, I tell you, Carmen Majinski did a heck of a job yesterday. He was going against a Pirate killer in Shota Imanaga, who always seems to pitch well against the Pirates, and he did again yesterday. But this was a scoreless game. In fact, the Pirates didn't get their first hit until, what was it, Joel, like the 7th inning? And then when they did, Brian Reynolds immediately followed with a home run to win the game, 2-0, and the bullpen did a good job. It's pretty amazing that of all the starters, Paul Skeens has the worst ERA of all these starters. But that's coming down. Of course, it took a beating in that first game against the Mets. 412-928-9370. And, of course, I want to talk Masters golf. Rory McIlroy has the biggest 36-hole lead ever. So all my golf fans out there, I want you to call me and tell me what you think of that in this term. How difficult is it to play with that big of a lead, knowing you still have half of this tournament remaining, knowing that people are going to try to do their best, and there are going to be some scores out there today to put a little, pressure on Rory. And what's he have to do? Now, if he just plays his game, and by that I mean goes and is aggressive when he has to be aggressive, he'll shoot 70, 69. I think that's all you need to do back-to-back days. That sounds like a lot for those of us who've never done that. But for him, that would be routine golf. If he does what, for example, Scheffler did yesterday and shoot 74, then we got a little bit of a problem if you're Rory McIlroy, because someone will probably shoot 67 today, and that 6-shot lead may become a 3-shot lead, and then everything happens. This is moving day at the Masters, so I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. And, of course, we have the NFL draft coming up in just a couple of weeks. We'll get into that and all the goings-on there, and it's going to be, hopefully, weather's going to be just like this. That's what they need for sure. Let's go to the phone lines, Joel. Why don't we? At Jay, who's number 1 on the list here. Jay's in Pittsburgh, and now he's on the fan. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
I had a couple Masters questions. Do you think Augusta National traditionally favors a high ball hitter, just considering the past champions?
I think what Augusta does is favor those who hit the fairway and put themselves in a position to have good second shots into some of these par fours, especially. So high ball, not as high ball, whatever the case may be, you better be accurate. Although Rory has kind of bucked the odds there. He's missed some fairways. He's done some things, and his putter has been hot when it had to be. He birdied 6 of the last 7 holes. That's hard to do, Jay. I don't care if you're high ball, low ball, no ball. That's hard.
Right. I was just wondering because, you look at like Vijay Singh, Tiger, and, Scheffler and those kind of guys. Like a lot of Augusta favors a guy that hits it really high in the air. A lot of low ball hitters, don't fare well there traditionally.
Well, especially you could make that argument this week because there's been no rain. And so, therefore, if you're going to get the ball to stop, you better hit it high so it drops and it doesn't go too far, especially with some of the undulations on those greens. It is, you can't really appreciate it on television. Where Rory chipped in from yesterday on 17, you have to go down there if you ever get a chance and look how that is not an easy shot considering the elevation. It doesn't look like much, but it is. And for him to do that, I bet you if he did that for another 100 times, he may make 2 more. Tough shot, but he pulled it off in that situation.
And my second question is, do you think Rory, just considering talent, do you think he's a top 5 golfer of all time?
He's working toward that. He'll be only the 4th guy, I think, to win back-to-back Masters. No one, Nicklaus done it. Tiger Woods has done it, and I forget who else did it. I think there's 3 currently, but he would be the 4th. It is tough to do to come back and defend this championship. So, yeah, he's working that way. He's, he has the Grand Slam. He's going to be in the mix. There are a lot of older guys who are on that list people haven't seen, so therefore don't get the same amount of attention. But Rory is headed in that direction, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
All right, Jay, thank you at 412-928-9370. If you look at the Masters leaderboard, I also have to ask this now. If you're looking at guys who can come on behind him and make this an interesting Sunday as opposed to a runaway Sunday, which at this point it seems to be heading toward, the list is interesting because you have Patrick Reed and Sam Burns both at 6 under par. Now, Burns is going to play with McIlroy today, so he can watch firsthand what's going on there. And if he makes a little bit of a move, you can see something, develop there. Outside of that, you're going to have to go down pretty far. Now, my pick is Jacob Bridgman. I did that because everyone was picking Scheffler and McIlroy. I wanted to go away from it. A lot of good choices here, but Bridgman's +1. So, he's played well. This is his first Masters appearance. It just, if you take Rory away, he'd be 6 shots, 7 shots off the lead, and you can make that up. With Rory out there, he's going to have to collapse. I think it's fair to say that. If he doesn't collapse, then nobody's going to have a chance here. If he goes out and shoots another 68 today, then forget about it. Nobody's going to do better than that. Fleetwood's in that mix also at -5, along with Shane Lowry. Cam Young, who was playing with Rory yesterday, missed a really good putt on 18. I thought was for birdie. He's at -4. If you got to go, you can't go lower than that to find someone who's going to win this thing. So it all depends on how McIlroy plays. I think there's a lot of pressure. So call me and tell me what you think about pressure when you're playing with a big lead in a golf tournament. Easier or harder? 412-928-9370. Right now we're doing some hockey talk with Sean in Sharpsburg. Hello, Sean. How are you?
Good, Bob. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it
Anytime.
very much. I'm excited. I'm very happy for the Penguins. I love what they're doing. But there's an old saying, you can pay now and play later, or you can play now and pay later. To be 6th or 7th or 8th, Bob, making the playoffs, sneaking in, win a round or two, and then you got, yeah, great. That's great. But then in a year or two, you are out Malkin, close to losing Crosby. You're going to lose. You got no superstars behind. You got guys that numbers are a little bit better based upon the fact of having those guys, most likely. I mean, there's good guys. You got no potential. Your whole center position at one.
I'd have to stop you there. I don't know if you can say that because there are some guys coming up that we don't know about. First of all, Crosby said 2 years. I think he's going to play 5 years. If he plays at this kind of level, he ain't stopping. He ain't. He's not one of those guys who, now, if he falls off, maybe he would, have a different opinion there. He's not going to be a part-time player is what I'm trying to tell you.
But Bob, they're not a top 4 team. They're not up for a Stanley Cup.
Well, first of all, Sean, I would say to you this, in a 7-game series, there are 2 teams I wouldn't want to play if I'm the Penguins, but you may avoid them. And I'm not going to rule anything out based on how they did this year. I think also I would encourage you to kind of enjoy the ride. It's been a really, really good year. And with all the entertainment that comes out of it, I think that's part of what we do in sports. You want to see that kind. You want to see competitive teams, and they have been tremendously competitive.
I do, but I want to see a long term. I want to see long term. I'm happy.
You don't think they're set long term? You don't think they're set? They have an 18-year-old Ben Kindle. They have 2 other guys from the same draft who are same age. Will Horkoff, who's one of the best NCAA players. Bill Zonin. They also have guys in their system who were supposed to be here already, and they have 29 draft picks over the next 3 years. I think that's a pretty good set.
I hope, but again, like I said, I mean, we don't know what their numbers are going to be when you lose a Malkin, you lose a Crosby, and then you got guys that are going to outprice themselves out of here.
But they also have a lot of money to spend, Sean. They have one of the most available monies that's coming in the free agent season, so I could see them adding on to this group. But listen, I would tell you, I understand what you're saying, but listen, enjoy it as it is right now because this could be, I think they could win a first-round series, and then after that, we'll see. But thank you for the call. I do appreciate it. At 412-928-9370, you got Simon in Pittsburgh. Simon says what today?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. Thanks.
I disagree with the last guy. I think it's good that they're kind of in just like a win-now mode, especially with all the young guys they have in the system. I mean, Crosby, Malkin, and Letang are all pushing 40, but Crosby and Malkin are still playing at a really high level.
Yeah.
And I think, and you know what I was going to say before the last guy called in, I really think they can do something in the playoffs. I think the forward core is excellent. I'm a little skeptical about the defense after Carlson and Witherspoon, like, Shea, Clifton, but I think these forwards that they have are tremendous, and I think they could win a series maybe too.
Yeah, it depends on who they play in the second. Carolina is one of the teams I was going to mention that doesn't match up well. And so is Tampa Bay because of Vasilevsky mostly. So I would say to you that you never know. Ottawa, as it is right now, it would be Ottawa and Carolina because Ottawa would be wild card 2 taking on Carolina. Ottawa's a team that could do some damage there. With regard to the Penguins, so let me ask you this because I think it's an interesting question, and I was going to throw this out in there. Since you're on the phone, Simon, you can do this. So right now the Flyers are at 92. They're the 3rd team scheduled to take on the Penguins. Right behind them at 91 are the Islanders, and right behind them, Columbus at 90. Let me tell you about the Flyers schedule, okay? Tonight they're at Winnipeg, which is not an easy place to play. Then they have a game against Carolina and a game against Montreal. So how many points do you think they'll get out of those 3 games?
Maybe 2, maybe 3.
All right, let's say it's 2. Let's say it's 94. Yeah. Now let me take you to Ottawa. To New York Islanders. They have Ottawa tonight. They have 91. right? We're assuming Flyers get to 94. They have Ottawa, Montreal, and then Carolina. How many points will they get?
Maybe 2. Again, like those are all really tough games.
So that brings you ones that are still, they'd be treading water. Then the Flyers would still have the advantage based on this. And then Columbus has 90 points. They have at Montreal, they have Boston and Washington after that. And they're not playing very well, quite frankly. So I don't see them doing anything.
Yeah, neither do I. I think it'll probably be the Flyers. And I'd be excited about that. Great rivalry. And I think the Penguins could beat them for sure.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great series. And thank you, Simon. Appreciate it. If you call in, let me know what you want to. Would you rather see the Flyers? Would you rather see the Islanders? Of the teams with good goaltending, Islanders have a guy who may, win a Vezina. Sorokin, and yes, they got 7 behind him the last time they played, but that was a fluke. You don't expect that to happen every night. The Islanders could be a team that you wouldn't want to see. Plus, the playoff matchup historically has not been the best for the Penguins. Flyers, very interesting. I think the passion would be there. Cross-state rivals, it would be awesome. 412-928-9370. Jim in Oakmont is our next caller. Hey, Jim, how are you?
Hey, Bob, how are you doing? Listen, real quick, I do think McElroy, anything's possible. I don't like Patrick Reed, but he's been playing really well, and Sam Burns as well. I want to see McElroy. I'd like to see him finish it. I think he's got some advantages there because you're right. He hasn't played very well at all in regards to his driving. He hasn't hit a fairway on a par 5 yet. So that kind of concerns me. But what concerns me more is I didn't bet him. I had a couple of different guys that are in it, but they're not going to win it. But you cost me money on Ashte Bhatia. You tied at him, and I really thought, boy, Pomp's a real expert on golf.
Yeah, but it's a crapshoot when you get to this level, isn't it? I like Akshay. I thought he was playing well, and he's had history down there. But
left-hander history down there. The other thing is, as regards to the Penguins, I enjoy hockey. I don't have the knowledge that all these callers have, but I'm very, very happy to see those 3 guys, Letang, and Crosby and Malkin, have a shot to play well. And I think in playoff series, I think they're going to rise to a different level, and I think the Penguins are going to, as long as their goaltending steady, they're going to rise to a different level.
That's the big key. Thank you very much. Appreciate that call, Jim in Oakmont. And yes, Skinner, Sheelovs, whoever it may be, even down the road it becomes Murashov, although he was sent down the other day. So it looks like Skinner is the horse they're going to be riding in this playoff. He has a lot of experience, and his biggest kryptonite was the Florida Panthers. Beat him back-to-back years when he was at Edmonton. But he had won 3 series each of those years to get to the finals. So he is a proven guy at age 27. A lot of experience there, I think, that will help them. All right, we want to hang Anthony and Elizabeth hang on, and then Levi and Jake. So, Joel, does this Levi and Jake, that's an interesting call. I never had that before. Do you think that's Starkey?
No.
Okay, you're on guard for this now. I can only go by your facial reaction.
No, it's probably just 2 guys together.
Levi and Jake. We'll get to them. We got to first take a break here. Want to remind you also that our show is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make the day today, or today, whatever you want to do at PNC Bank. They got some great stuff going on there to make your financing options very easy for you to go through. Also, Shenderovich and Fishman, they got your back, not your wallets. And Number One Cochran. You can always ride in style and go one better at Number One Cochran. And make sure you watch the Number One Cochran Sports Showdown every Sunday night at 11:35. As we go to break, I want to remind you about West Shore Home because they're extended their unbelievable savings promotion, which is called Spring Into Savings. From now until today, this is the deadline. You can get free installation on your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of our program when you schedule that free in-home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home, let me make it simple for you because they make it simple for everyone. They make bathroom remodeling fast and easy. From your first consultation to the professional installation they provide for you, which, by the way, is done by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. Their modern composite walls give you that high-end tile look without the upkeep, and that's big. It's available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. This is affordable luxury, and it's right there for you to take. Don't wait. Go to westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule your free consultation. Lock in your extended savings today. westshorehome.com/fan. Spring into savings at West Shore Home.
Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins will take on the Washington Capitals today at 3 o'clock. The Pirates are also in action, and it's right here on the Fan. A 2:20 start time against the Chicago Cubs, where the Pirates were 2-0 winners yesterday. Got a chance to win that series today. Coverage on the Fan begins at 1 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. My pick to win is Rahm at 14-1. Yes, coming off the other tour, but he's won here before, and he is playing some very good golf. So that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special mulligan bet back token today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dora Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your new windows. That's TrustPJ.com.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Keeping it live and local.
Tell us then.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. Parents and coaches, all you got to do is send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com. Register your 12 and under team at 93.7 The Fan, and they may make a stop here at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Lot to get into, so little time, so let's get back to the lines, and we'll begin with Anthony and Elizabeth. Hey, what's up, Anthony? How are you?
Hey, Bob, thanks for taking my call. I had a Penguin question for you.
Okay.
When they get healthy and Lizotte comes back, who do you replace in the lineup?
It's going to be Soderblom.
You think so?
Well, what would you do?
That's tough. I mean, I guess you need all four for the case of injury, but, I mean, everyone's clicking right now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but Lizotte's he solidifies that fourth line. What he means to them, especially in, shorthanded situations. They went through a little bit of a rut on the power play and the special teams in general, and now I think they've corrected that to a degree. They need to be the way they were at the beginning of the season. I think they were third overall at their high-level mark for power play, and their penalty killing was really solid. Those are all things that when you look at a playoff matchup, they matter. I would put in this order: goaltending first, number one issue. That's how you win playoff series. Number two would be special teams, and number three is secondary scoring, getting production from just about everybody, and this team has done that.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, Anthony, thank you. Appreciate it. Now, one and only, or 1 and 2, Levi and Jake make their appearance for the first time here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Levi, Jake, are you on speakerphone? What are you doing?
Yeah, we're on speakerphone, Bob. Thanks for taking our call. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you for doing it this way.
So Jacob was born the night the Penguins won their last Stanley Cup, and we've been following the Penguins very heavily, so that's why we both wanted to call.
Well, good. So what's your take? What do you think of their season and where they can go from here?
So I think they've had a really good season. I mean, I think the big thing everybody's really missing the boat here when they're worried about the future and everything is just that we're almost playing with house money at this point. And you look at the Penguins, and yeah, the stars are getting a lot older, but you also have to look at the young guys coming up. And at this point, even if they only win one playoff series, which I do think they're going to win one playoff series, I don't think they'll win two, but you have to look at all the steps that everyone's going to be able to take and how much experience the young guys like the Kindles and some of these other guys that are on the team that maybe in a year or two, and you will still have Crosby, I'm in full agreement, and they're going to add people on after this next year that I think they will be legitimate cup contenders once they get this goalie situation figured out.
Yeah, I think that goes back to Dubas doing a great job trying to work this sort of hybrid model that they put out there, trying to win now and also trying to get the farm system in better position to be in. And boy, they've done that, and they have a lot of picks coming up and a lot of money to spend. So they'll have some choices to make at the end of this. But when you look at this, the previous caller wanted to know who you would sit when Lizotte comes back. Soderblom is the answer because he's on that line, which was occupied with Dewar and Achari. It's been, I think, the best fourth line in hockey. They have decisions to make. Mantha is going to be free agent. I think Chinakhov is going to be probably number one on their list to try to give some sort of long-term deal if they can. And he's fit in really nice with the first line. They have Raquel playing center now on a second line, which I didn't see coming, and Malkin's playing wing on that line, which I didn't see some. But I think those guys who've been around for a long time, at this point, they've made their money. They just want to win, and if whatever it takes to win, they'll do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Hey,
is Jake going to wait a minute? Is Jake going to speak here? Or is it all you, Levi?
Say hi. Say hi, Jacob.
Hello, Mr. Pompiani.
I was waiting for you, Jake.
I'd like to say something. I'm excited for the Penguins' first round, and I'm pretty excited that they might win, and I think they might get beat the second round.
So who do you want? Obviously, you don't want them to play Carolina. If Ottawa upsets them, they would get Ottawa. So you'd have to root for Ottawa, right?
Yeah.
Good. Well, you sound like you were born the night of a Stanley Cup was won. That's pretty good. So, Jake, you're their good luck charm. So if they go on and win a Stanley Cup, I'll be thinking of you first, and I expect a follow-up call.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. That's Levi and Jake right here on 93.7 The Fan. All right, let's get back to it. And we have Kevin on the North Shore. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
Hey, how you doing today, Bob?
Good, thanks. What's going on?
I just want to thank you, Bob. I appreciate everything you do for the community. A lot of people don't know. I just want to thank you for that, first of all. For
you're
being
welcome.
Probably the best in Pittsburgh, buddy. I'm going to give you some props.
There are a lot of good ones here, so that's a big compliment for me, and thank you for delivering.
Yeah, there are. There definitely. And I love you and Joe during the day. I really do. It helps me get through the day.
Good.
Anyway, I'm calling about the Steelers draft choice, Bob. I have no idea which direction they're going to go. And I just want to ask your opinion. What direction should they go, and who do you think they should draft? And once again, Bob, you do a great job. I appreciate it. I'll just sit back and listen.
All right, Kevin, thank you. Hope you enjoy the draft, which is coming here just 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. It's unbelievable. What a full month of April this has been. I thought that it was going to be a wide receiver. I still think it's going to be a wide receiver, even though they brought in Michael Pittman Jr. They got to think longer term here. I think, especially Mike McCarthy likes to use wide receivers and big ones. He seems to be interested in big, tall wide receivers. You got two right now. Is there someone out there? Yes. Depends on how it falls. You can also make the argument that offensive line needs some help here. And these are ifs that only they know the answer to, if Broderick Jones is going to be able to play at the level you want. Didn't give him a fifth-year option, so they want to see more. Can he play? Is he healthy enough to play? They lost Sayamalo at guard, so that side of it, they have players there, but I don't know if they have the right players. We'll see. Safety is also one. They could utilize somebody young who can be really good in that secondary. So that would be my order of choice, I think. Wide receiver, offensive line, secondary. Now, this is the question that needs to be answered, and maybe they already have the answer. What is Aaron Rodgers doing? Aaron Rodgers is the key to what they do at quarterback for this season. And quite frankly, so far we haven't heard a thing. It didn't sound exactly like last year. The last time we talked to him or heard from him was on the Pat McAfee show, and it made it sound like he's kind of a free agent and nothing's been offered, nothing's been talked about. But the way the Steelers have acted, I would imagine they have some guarantee that he's going to be here. And if that's the case, then could they draft a quarterback in the mid-round? Sure they could. You know, Nussmeier, somebody. We heard a lot about Drew Aller. You heard all these different guys. Could they be drafted? Sure. But if Rodgers is here, I think they probably will defer taking a quarterback, seriously at least, until next draft. So that would be my answer. At 412-928-9370. Greg in Youngstown is up next. What's up, Greg?
Hey, Bob. First off, I want to compliment you. You kind of think like me in one way. It's like I never want my teams to tank, right?
No, I don't like tanking at all. I hate it.
Okay. So everybody in the media, Filipponi and all the idiots who said that the Penguins should tank this year and lose every game, guess what? They should be barred from talking about these playoffs. Because this is the truth, Bob. I have never said my team should tank, ever. Now, if they want to get younger, that's fine, right? But I want them to win still. But when I have to hear the media all the time saying, the Steelers should tank and the Penguins should tank, and then they make the playoffs, and then they start talking about the playoffs. You can't have it both ways. You really can't.
Well, I mean, Greg, in this, they're putting out hot takes, bold takes, whatever. I get that. That's all part of today's culture when it comes to sports talk radio. That's fine. But you're right. Those are assessments that change over time. My problem with tanking is, especially when you have lottery systems, you are not guaranteed at all of getting what you really want. You can tank, and the thing this year was tank for Gavin McKenna. Well, first of all, if you do, even if you have the worst record, your odds are still not good to get him. We saw that last year with Matthew Schaefer and the Islanders. Were they the worst team? Did they deserve the best guy out there? Sure. They weren't, but the team that was the worst didn't get him. So that's my biggest problem with tanking. I
totally agree with you. I just think the whole culture, and this is these sports teams keep doing it now, like in the NBA, they just tank the whole season.
And guess what? They have a problem now. That. Silver's got to figure this out because it is a problem. You have multiple teams doing it, and you have people paying top dollar to watch some of these guys play, and a lot of nights they don't play.
I know. You know what the big problem is, before I let you go? There's way too many teams. When there's less teams, you have better talent on the teams. When you have these bad teams, when you have like 32 teams, whatever it is, the talent pool starts getting thinned out. So these teams now are wishing they get like one superstar. I need that superstar. I'm not going to win. So they can tank easily now. Back in the day, you just really couldn't tank because it wasn't as many teams. But now they just want to tank. That's all they want to do. And like you said, you're not guaranteed to get the best player in the draft. So there's no reason even to think about tanking.
All right, Greg.
I'll let you go.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. What I will tell you is those who like tanking will point to certain things that have happened because of tanking, and that would be, Mario Lemieux wouldn't be here unless the Penguins finished dead last, and they pretty much tried to finish dead last. They knew he was out there. And there are other examples of that too. Ben Roethlisberger, not that they tanked, but they were in a position that they may not have ended up, even with whatever their record was, 6-10 or whatever it was at that season. Because Cleveland had a chance to draft Ben Roethlisberger, and instead they didn't do that. They went for Winslow. So even if you do that, you're not guaranteed of getting the pick you want. When it comes to football, quarterbacks are the most reason why you want to be in a position to take them. I get that. In football, it's still strict, a system based on how bad you are. So I get all that. I understand why people would consider it, do it, why people want to see it. In my view, I love seeing competitive, entertaining sport all season long, and the Penguins have provided that. And for those who believe they should have just not done that or tanked or whatever, this is proof that you can turn it around even while you're trying to rebuild. And it's unusual, certainly, but I think that's why I want to see them play the game every year. And I just turned 66, Jolie. I want to see good games every night. I want to be entertained. That's my thing. 412-928-9370. We got to take a break here. We have Chuck, we have Marty, we have Steve. Hang on the line. We're going to get to you. As we continue on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, I want to remind you to stop by any Brewster's Ice Cream location in Pittsburgh, April 13th, between 6 and 8 or 9 p.m. for the Night Before Ticket Takeover. You can register to win 2 tickets to the night before, featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino on April 22nd. That is the night before the draft. All the details at y108.com. More calls on the way. 412-928-9370. It's the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins in action today. They'll take on Washington at 3 o'clock. Pirates also in action this afternoon. They will take on the Cubs at 2:20 here on The Fan, with coverage beginning at 1 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Braxton Ashcraft will take on Edward Cabrera as the Pirates aim for a series win. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Need a garage door fixed right now? Need someone to fix the opener or repair broken door springs? Maybe you need new rollers or cables. Door panels may be damaged. Maybe you think you need a new garage door. You need someone, and now. Call 1-844-345-4737 for Precision Garage Door Service. One of America's largest certified professional garage door experts has trucks fully stocked and ready to roll. Call 1-844-345-4737 for 24-hour same-day service in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas to fix any garage door problem. Precision will dispatch certified professional garage door technicians. They'll repair or replace anything on your garage door economically. No waiting. And if you do need a new garage door, Precision will provide a free estimate. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com or call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Precision Garage Door Service.
Precision Door Service, the name you can trust.
PA 060566.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
I'm turning it up.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Rolling right along here with Joel Nelson behind the glass. Bob Pompiani with you at 412-928-9370. Today, the Penguins going to round out the season. They have 2 games this weekend against the Washington Capitals and then a weird ending on Tuesday night, 9:30 puck drop in St. Louis before the playoffs begin. And that'll start next Saturday, which means, in case you're wondering about the NFL draft, the Penguins getting the home ice should alleviate any problems with overlap there. If they play on Saturday, it'll be Saturday, Monday most likely, and then the next 2 games will be in Philly, as it stands right now, probably Wednesday and Friday, so you won't have to worry about the draft and the Penguins playoffs overlapping here. But today, it is kind of magical, and who knows if this is the last time we're going to see Crosby and Ovechkin together. But here they are 20 years later, and they're still 2 of the best in the game. They have not fallen off. I mean, Ovechkin, still over 30 goals this season. You can say what you want about whether or not he's going to continue. I mean, it's not because he can't produce. He certainly can produce, but he's going to take his time wondering about the offseason. 412-928-9370. If you had to make a bet, what would it be? Would he come back for another season? How about if the Capitals somehow get into the playoffs? Now, it's the longest of shots. They have to hurdle several teams, and they're going to have to sweep the Penguins this weekend and then hope for more. But how about if they would get in? You'd see a Crosby-Ovechkin playoff series one more time. Would you want that at 412-928-9370? Regular season head-to-head, these 2 teams have been going at it. Crosby has 97 points head-to-head, Ovechkin 70. Playoff success, again, the Penguins have the advantage there. They've won 3 of 4 series. I still remember that game where they both had hat tricks. Quite an amazing situation there for the Pittsburgh Penguins and the Washington Capitals, and those guys are still operating at a very high level. Back to the lines we go, beginning with Chuck in Uniontown. Hello, Chuck. How are you?
Good morning, and once again, officially, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate the well wishes.
What is it, 66?
Maybe today's my Mario Lemieux birthday. How about that?
Yeah, maybe you were the greatest thing in Pittsburgh sports in 1960, not Mazeroski.
No, don't even go in that direction. Maz was... I miss Maz already. I mean, he passed away several weeks ago, but man, what a wonderful person that guy was, beyond baseball.
Bob, I was going to ask you to do the Pirates. See what happens when you do what you're supposed to do in the off season and build good karma. Now you've even got national people talking about them, and what I hear is pretty good. But Bob, I want to ask you 2 things. Number 1, do you think they're eventually going to have to get a left-handed starter in the rotation? And the second thing is, I hope not, but I think before the year's over, they're going to regret that they cut ties with McCutchen.
Thank you, Chuck. Listen, the fact that McCutchen's off to a good start and Marcell Ozuna is just putting gasoline on the fire here, But I do believe that Ozuna, he's had some slow starts and he's rebounded from them. And this is a long season. I'm not going to give up on that because they paid him $12 million and they shouldn't because of the money, Chuck. So, but they may regret it. You're right. It would have cost less and you may get more bats out of. But give it time. Let it simmer, I would say, on that one. As far as the lefty starter, I would agree. I think at some point that'll happen, and I think Hunter Barco will be that guy, quite frankly. But Majinski, had to be impressed with him yesterday. He keeps working out of bad situations, and he's a grinder, that's for sure.
Yeah, he was the one he started, all those years in the bullpen. But it seems like he's at least good for about 4 or 5 innings. But you got to be careful the second time through the order.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing, Bob, Keller being pulled after 6 innings, the other day. I mentioned this morning to somebody that it could be that Kelly, Don Kelly, may be thinking, maybe not have Mitch Keller pitch so many innings now. Maybe save his arm, because hopefully we'll be playing meaningful games down into September and October. And maybe if he doesn't pitch as many innings now, maybe he won't fade in the second half like he usually does.
I mean, that could be true, but I still think it was the wrong move only because of the pitch count there. He was at 75. I thought, Chuck, he could have gone a little bit farther than that. They decided not to, and, but that doesn't excuse Justin Lawrence. He has to come in and do his job, and he didn't do it that. So, Chuck, thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for the well wishes. You have a good day, and we'll see you on the sports call. I know Chuck always calls there as well. Marty's in Frick Park, and right now he's on the Fan. Hey, Marty.
Hey, Bob, how you doing? Hey, just a sense that I was just talking to a friend of mine. I said I'd give Bob a call because he's on a Zoom call the other day. Bob, if you're staying like in Greentree for the draft in one of the hotels, do you have a sense from the Zoom calls like how they're going to get there?
I think they're going to announce, I think probably this week, some park and ride situations that they have available. So in other words, it's not unlike what you see at golf tournaments, where they have different sites where you get out of your car, park your car, and they're going to have a whole bunch of, I don't know what kind of buses or shuttles, but they'll have a lot of them to get you in and out. Hopefully that'll work.
How many levels of security? I mean, I'm just going to take the.
Well, I know it has to be a lot. Right now, if you tried to go over to Acrisure Stadium because Pitt's playing a spring game tonight, you would have a hard time getting through. So if it's like if it's like that now, just imagine what it's going to be for the draft. So they can't take any chances with that security. So it'll be over the top. So I don't think you have anything to worry about there. It's just making sure you look. If you go on that One Pass, the NFL One Pass, they have very good updated information about transportation as one of their little links in there.
Yeah, I'm on.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
You do the same. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Speaking of Keller, he has the best ERA of the Pirates starters at 1.00. He's deserved better fate. Today, Braxton Ashcraft is on the mound. He's been really good. He could be. Did you know this, Jolie, that Braxton Ashcraft had like over 40 touchdown receptions in a 2-year high school career? He was a receiver and a really good one at his size.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's been terrific at what he's been able to do here. So, 2.25 ERA he takes to the mound today. That's good. It's funny that Skeens has the worst ERA of all their 5 starters.
Go figure.
It's only that 2/3 of an inning start. It'll come down. Majinski's at 2.51, Chandler 3.12. Back to the lines we go. And they're buzzing right now. So we'll go to Lou in Neville Island. Hello, Lou. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You do a great job with Joe. I just wish we could get you in there more often. But
I don't have enough time in the day. Lou, I got enough.
I know.
I can't golf anymore.
We're happy to have
Joe always talks about, I told Joe, you're going to have to, we're both going to have to call off and just play and be honest about it.
If you can't take some days off when you're 66, what's the point?
I know that. That's one of the things that plays on my mind is time. Because of all the most important things you have, especially if you get older, and people who are young don't want to look at this right now because I get it, you're young. But the only thing you have is time. And sometimes I'm wondering what I'm doing with my time.
Real quick on the Penguins, they're arriving a year early, and I really want to savor this year because there's no guarantee that they don't take a step back next year. They're going to lose Akari, Duar, and possibly Mantha, and they don't have any top 6 help coming in the minors. There's going to be like a 1-year delay on top prospects because Horkoff went back to college, and Zonin is severely doubtful he'll be ready for the top 6. And it's
but they have money to spend.
Free agent class.
They have money to spend. So
yeah, they do, but it's a real lean free agent class. So the majority of his rebuilding is going to come in these next 3 drafts. So plus you have so many players over 30. Eventually, they're going to slow down.
I agree, but I also think the guys who are at the top end of that 30 look like they still can play for at least a couple of more years, don't you think, Crosby and Malkin?
I think Crosby can play a couple more years, but Crosby's a diminished player from what he was 10 years ago, obviously. I mean, he's barely a plus player anymore. He's still great, but at his age, it's more than the little injuries are going to start coming up and they're going to miss time. So my point is I'm going to really enjoy this year. And final point, if they lose in the first round because of subpar goaltending, the decision not to trade Skinner and promote Urashov a couple months ago may haunt and ruin Cal Dubas' season. Thank
We'll
you.
see. Thank you, Lou. Appreciate that. I don't agree with diminished. I think Crosby's still playing at a very high level. I think we'll see it, and I'm so happy to see them in a playoff series once again. It's been 4 years, and you wanted to see this before, the careers end, and I'm not so sure when that will be, but I'm a little bit more bullish on what they have in their system, and I think with free agent money available to them, things may change. All right, we have to take a break. I want to remind you about the weather, though, before I go to the headline with Joel Nelson, and then come back with more of your calls. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Are you looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Travis, Bill, and David on the line. You'll be on the air next when we come back right here on the Bob Pompiani Show.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promo. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. My pick to win is Rahm at 14-1. Yes, coming off the other tour, but he's won here before, and he is playing some very good golf. So that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special mulligan bet back token today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins host the Washington Capitals today at PPG Paints Arena in what could be Alexander Ovechkin's last time in Pittsburgh as an active member of the National Hockey League. He said that he will take the offseason to talk with his family about what he's going to do for next year. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shedrovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beautiful day in Pittsburgh. We roll along. Bob Pompiani with Charlie Borges, who takes over for Joel Nelson. And we have a line change there, so Charlie's in the house. He's a big hockey aficionado, so we'll be talking a little bit more about hockey. In case you missed it, first hour, that's what we did. We looked at some of the situations for the Penguins, who will be playing 2 games against Washington. This will be the final home game today, and man, Crosby versus Ovechkin for the, how many times? 100th time. And then they'll do it again tomorrow, and then it's anyone's guess if Ovechkin comes back, although at plus 30 goals, I mean, why wouldn't he come back? Just depends on, what he sees, and I would love to see, although this is, to me, the least logical conclusion here for a first-round matchup, Charlie. I'd like to see Penguins in Washington for that reason, but I think Washington has too many hurdles to climb. Flyers right now own that spot against the Penguins. They're at 92 points, but the Islanders are 1 behind them at 91. Columbus is 90. The Flyers will be at Winnipeg tonight, and then they complete their season with Carolina and Montreal. I don't see a lot of points there, but then again, the Islanders have the same kind of situation. They got the Ottawa Senators tonight, then they have Montreal and Carolina. And then Columbus, which is really struggling, They have Montreal, Boston, and Washington. Of those three teams, which do you think will be it? Is it Flyers, Penguins, or will it change?
Man, what a race towards the end of the year. My money's on the Islanders.
They could. I mean,
Pete DeBoer coming in.
And Flyers are coming off a bad game, and we'll see if that carries over into Winnipeg, which is not a good place to play normally. Jets have some talent, and they could beat you. I
wouldn't count the Capitals out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. They're going to have to beat the Penguins twice, though, and that may be hard to do, although the Penguins are going to play this the way they've played everything, and most of these guys don't take. Now, I would not play the Stars in St. Louis for that last game at 9:30.
No, not at all.
That's the one I wouldn't. 412-928-9370. We're talking about that. Pirates today take on the Cubs. Game 2 of their series. They're currently tied for first in the Central, 8-5, same record as Milwaukee. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound, 1-1, 2.25 ERA. He's been terrific. Let's go back to the lines. Travis is in Clinton, and now he joins us here on the show. Hey, Travis.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Thank you, man. How are you?
Good. So I just wanted to comment on the Penguins. I feel like this team is much like the Penguins or the Capitals from last year. No one really expected any expectations from them, and then it just took the league by storm in the East. Their playoffs didn't end very well, but it was a shocker of a team, and I feel like the Penguins are there. So I think we might take a step back next year, but I'm just going to enjoy every moment we have left of Crosby. And every moment we have left to watch Ovechkin, the greatest goal scorer of this generation.
No question. I think people should have that attitude more often because, the season comes and goes. And when it's gone, if it's a terrible season, I have many memories. Just look at what the Pirates have been for 10 years. That's why excitement levels are high. You want games to be meaningful, so every day you get up and you're inspired to look at these things.
Yeah. And
why don't you think they could win? I think they're a better team than the Flyers, the Islanders.
Oh, you mean the Penguins? I think they can make a run. I think they're going to win the first round. There's no doubt about it. I think they're going to play the Flyers, and we are going to dominate the Turnpike, battle of the Turnpike, whatever you want to call it. I think we're going to dominate the Flyers. I think it's going to take 6 games. And the Ponies takes a couple of days ago were crazy. The scared mentality of playing the Flyers. Can you imagine a 6-game, 7-game series against the Flyers?
Oh, I'd love it.
We haven't had playoffs in 4 years. And you're talking about an absolute electric factory at the paint can, first game 1 and game 2. Come on.
No,
that's what dreams
that
are
would
made
be
of.
awesome, especially because of Tocchet coming back here. People don't like Trevor Zegras. I will say that Dan Vladar is playing pretty good in goal, but I don't worry about that so much because I think the Penguins, with their skill, be able to solve him.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, man.
Bob. Appreciate it.
Thank you for calling. Appreciate that at 412-928-9370. David's on the road, and now he's on the sports. What am I saying here, Charlie? I got diverted there. The Fan. What's up, David? How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Bob. How are you doing today?
Good.
I heard you guys talk about the Pittsburgh draft coming up this year and the draft that's going to be in Pittsburgh and the Great Pittsburgh Race. I ain't going to be around for that. I'm going to be down at Myrtle Beach playing golf. And
good option, I suppose. Yes, if you like golf, that's a good way to do it.
I love golf, but I'm getting too old to go around getting with all them people down there, 500,000 people. I don't like crowds anymore, but I'm going to...
Well, first of all, I'll say the 500,000 is an estimate for the week. I don't think you're going to see that many every day, so people should remember that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But still, too many people for me. But anyhow, talking about the Penguins, I did get some tickets for the first home game series, and I'm taking my kid down to it, and I wanted to see... I took him when Crosby and Malkin first started playing, and now I'm going to take him down to see him when they... probably last couple seasons together. So, like you were saying, do it while you can, while you got a good combo like that. It's rare that you get it in sports. So, with that, thanks, Bob.
All right.
Have a great day,
Thank you, David. Have a nice trip to Myrtle Beach. That's not a bad destination to go, but I will say that we've been very lucky to watch some of the best hockey players in the history of the game come here over the years. And, again, my take may be different than most just because I want to appreciate every season for what it is. And I realize there are ups and downs in those, and we could be critical of moves that are made to contribute, whether it's an up or down or whatever the case may be. But, man, when you get situations like this is what it's all about. You want to have high-stakes poker in sports. You want to see your teams with a chance to win. If the Pirates will get there this year, man, what an electric atmosphere that would be. So there's a lot going on that I like, and I think the Penguins would be favored and should beat any one of those first-round opponents. That's the way I look at it. Mike is in Maryland. How does he look at it? What's up, Mike?
Hey, Bob, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
Well, I think if I had to pick who I think it's going to be, it's probably going to be Philadelphia. And if I had my druthers and could pick, I'd want to go with Washington. I think it's just a better matchup for us, and just the history. You were just talking about how lucky we are to witness these guys that we've got to witness over the past few decades here in Pittsburgh. Getting just another 4 to 7 games with Ovechkin, that'd be worth it to me.
Yeah, especially when those two teams meet. I still remember the double hat trick, the Crosby and Ovechkin hat tricks. I remember some of the great saves by Fleury in that Game 7. There have been so many moments like that. But no matter what it is, the Flyer series would give you the same. I remember that
Absolutely.
2012 series, which the over and under took a beating every single day because every game was 12 goals combined or more. So, every series has a life of its own, and I would be anxious to watch how this one plays out.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike, thank you. Appreciate the call. At 412-928-9370. So let's break this down. If I only have 3 games left. Some of this can change. However, if you're looking at the playoffs, Charlie, play a game with me. Sabres, Boston. This is the way it would be because Boston's the first wild card. Sabres at this point are going to win that division, you would think. Who do you like in that one? I like Buffalo because I like Buffalo to go far.
Oh, man, that's a good series.
It is. Experience versus a lot of young guys.
I'm going to give Buffalo the edge in 7.
Okay, Montreal and Tampa Bay. Now, this is Montreal's taken over the second spot from Tampa Bay. So this will be an Atlantic 2-3 matchup. I like Montreal a lot. I think Montreal has so much to offer this team. Cole Caulfield, he got 50 goals without the benefit of one empty net goal. He and Suzuki work really. They got some great two outstanding young defensemen on that team. I don't know. That would be a tough matchup. How do you see that playing out?
We talked about it off the air with Jolie a little bit. I had the Tampa Bay Lightning in the Stanley Cup Final, so I'm going to stick to my guns, and I will say the Lightning, although they have been struggling as of late. I'm still going to say the Lightning. By the way, Cole Caulfield, 15th overall draft pick.
I know.
In 2019. And there are a few teams ahead of the Canadians that drafted people that are not even in the league right now.
Yeah.
Like the Canucks, who are in dead last in the league, drafted Vasily Podkolzin. He's not even in the NHL right now.
That's what makes the draft interesting, and that's why it's never guaranteed. You can look at guys and say, oh, this guy's going to be this, and he doesn't have the heart to do it. Cole Caulfield has been unbelievable. And while I wouldn't, I'm one of these guys when it comes to MVP of the league, I do have a little voter fatigue, and I say that with all due respect to the people I'm talking about. Nikola Jokic, you can make a case that he's your MVP every year if you want to. When LeBron was at his height, he was the MVP every year when he had an opportunity. But I like guys who are different, guys who come around and really have something to show you and how they affect the team. And in hockey, Cole Caulfield would be one of them. I don't think he's going to win the MVP. I also think Macklin Celebrini is one of them.
I was about to bring him up.
He's a guy who's taken that and run with it till he's 19 years old still, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Now, he probably won't win it either, but I like choices like that. Victor Wembanyama, he should be the MVP of the NBA. They may win the entire NBA championship. The Spurs, he and Castle together, that's a great 1-2 punch.
Also, Team USA going into the Olympics got a lot of criticism for not taking Cole Caulfield to
But they
the
still
Olympics,
won.
And they still won.
But I would have taken him. No
I would have too. But it's funny to look back on that you left a 50-goal scorer at home and you still won gold.
Well, they were, yeah. I mean, you got to make a choice there. They went for the grinding types. Sullivan, I sure had a lot to do with that, and it worked because both who are the two guys?
Trocheck and Miller.
Yes, those two guys. I would not have taken Miller. I would have taken Trocheck, not Miller.
Yeah, Miller,
I didn't think he would, but they had a role to play, and
two
they won.
local guys.
Yeah, they won that. Just, interesting to say. All right, Masters is going. Oh, let me go to complete this. Carolina, Ottawa. I'll like Carolina if that's a matchup. Penguins, Flyers. Yep. I'll take Penguins. So it'll be Penguins, Carolina. Can they finally beat that team in this kind of situation, given the fact that Carolina's been expected to win a lot more in the last 3 years than they have?
I don't think so, only because the Penguins' goaltending is kind of suspect. But if you get the Stu Skinner that backstopped the Edmonton Oilers to 2 straight Stanley Cup final appearances and not the one that was pulled in favor of Cal Pickard and insert another Edmonton Oiler goalie name here. I think you could have a shot against a team like Carolina, but I prefer Carolina's experience, especially getting to the conference finals, even though they'll never win the conference finals. But then again, we said the same thing about Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals.
It takes time. Sometimes you got to go through this to understand how tough it is and get back and do it. We'll see. Florida ran out of gas, and that's the one thing that Stuart Skinner had problems with. Florida. They don't have to worry about Florida this year. And if he gets on a little bit of a roll, he won 3 series each of the last 2 years. 412-928-9370. Want to tell you the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. Where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money. For you, Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Big thanks to our sponsors, PNC Bank, Shenderovich and Fishman, and Number One Cochran, where every Sunday night you can watch the Number One Cochran Sports Showdown. Masters is going on right now. The leaders will not tee off until later this afternoon. Final pairing today would be McIlroy and Sam Burns. This is tough. I've asked this question, and if you're a golfer, call me. I want to hear what you have to say. Would you want to play with a 6-shot lead? And if so, how do you play with a 6-shot lead? A lot of people get defensive, and when that happens, you can leak oil. And if you do, there are guys who can shoot 66 in that field. You can all of a sudden end up with a 2-shot lead heading into the final round. It is moving day. I do expect some movement today. 412-928-9370. We got Sid in Gibsonia. What's up, Sid?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Question. I know this is never going to happen or likely not to happen, but I want your take on it. If it were to happen next year, if the Penguins were able to find a way to sign Alex Ovechkin to a 1-year deal, what would that experience be with Crosby and Ovechkin being on the same team?
Boy, what a question. That's interesting. First of all, I don't think he'd do it. I think he has too much allegiance to Washington. And if it's 1 year, if you give me a price range on this, the top guy, he's not there. He's not in the Kirill Kaprizov $17 million 1 year kind of average, but he would be an $8 million 1 year kind of guy, maybe. But I don't think it would ever happen. If it did, it would be fascinating.
Yes, so it's been on my mind, and another thing, I am a golfer myself, and I heard your question as I was waiting on hold here, and with the conditions being super dry, it's going to be super interesting with how fast the ball runs this year as we go into Saturday and Sunday, right? Like, I don't remember it being this dry in recent memory at the Masters, so I am interested to see how defensive the leaders do get, because there's going to be less control, less spin, less everything, right? So it's as defensive as you want to get. It's gonna. I think playing defensive golf today and even tomorrow might actually hurt the leaders more because of how dry it is.
Yeah, I think it's tough to play with a lead but Rory is also a guy who hits the ball pretty high, and when there's normally we have 1 day of rain down there. There haven't been any, and so I think it's going to be a really fast golf course, which makes it even harder. So to me, the scores should not be overly. You're not going to see 65 like Rory shot yesterday, I don't think. You'll see some 68, 69, 70 kind of thing. And if you're him in that range, that's good. You put that up, I don't think you'll lose any ground. But if you should shoot 74 like Scheffler did yesterday, now you're opening up the door. If someone, let's say Burns or Patrick Reed shoots 69 and you shoot 74, that's a 5-shot swing. All of a sudden your 6-shot lead goes to 1 shot. And then the pressure's all on you tomorrow. So I think he should come out and play the way he's playing. He birdied 6 of the last 7 holes. Go after it.
Yep. Hey, thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sid. I appreciate that. Martin is in Uniontown, and now he's on the Fan. What's up, Martin?
Hi, Bob. How you doing this
I'm good. What's going on?
Afternoon. Bob, what do you think? Do you think the Penguins should give the goaltenders
Nurashov?
a little rest, or just keep playing the regulars to get sharp for the playoffs?
I think the second part of that is what they're going to do, Martin. I think you're going to see Skinner and Sheeloff split time, and then probably Skinner on Tuesday night, unless they decide they just want to bring Murashov up for a game and just give him that game. I'm not sure, and that may not be a bad thing to do, but I think they're going to go into this with Skinner as the number 1 goalie. So I look forward to that, and I look forward to seeing what they could do in the postseason. I'm just so excited to finally see it again after all these years, Charlie. We haven't had this. I'm a big late-night TV watcher. When I get home, I tape a lot, and I also, I want to watch these West Coast games. I think they're fascinating. You have Vegas going to the finals, right?
I have.
So Tortorella is doing a pretty good job as he come in there.
Yeah, I had the Golden Knights over the Lightning in my preseason predictions. I also had the Penguins and Sabres both in last place in their respective divisions. Good job, idiot.
But that's what happens when, you never know. That's why predictions to me are kind of useless. I know everybody wants to make them, but I just find that you can say a lot of things. I often make Joe mad because he'll want one name, one answer, like for the Masters. Give me one name. Okay. How about if I give you 6 names? That's my approach, because it's hard enough to pick 6, let alone one.
Yeah.
If the name's not Scheffler or Rory McIlroy. So I have a hard time doing that. I would give you a handful of people I think who can make a move in that situation, but I know that's not popular.
The thing about the Penguins, like every year going into a season in any sport, you're either selling fans on hope or wins. Like either we're going to win, we're a team that's going to be competing and we're going to try to win a championship, or hey, we're going to be bad this year, but we have all these young prospects and all these young kids, just give them a couple years. The Penguins weren't selling anything. There was no hope. Everybody was old and 1 year older. We weren't going to be successful. Elliot Friedman said the one team that we know that is going to sell because they're going to be bad is the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they admitted it themselves. And now they're in second place in the division, with 2 points away from a 100-point season.
Yeah. It goes to show you that you don't know. And Dan Muse has been terrific in that. Coach of the year, he would get my vote. GM or executive of the year, it's got to be Kyle Dubas over everyone else. And I know there's some pretty good candidates out there. 412-928-9370. Want to talk about the Pirates also coming up and the draft, which is just a few days away here in Pittsburgh. By the way, did you see Seth Hernandez last night? This number 1 pick from this past season. Excuse me, I've got hiccups going on there. 7 innings so far in 2 starts. 15 strikeouts. He went 4 last night. No, I don't think he allowed a run, but 15 strikeouts. And he's getting the ball into hundreds. He's such a young kid. He's a teenager. That's one guy who's on my no trade list. I'm not looking at it because I do think in this trade deadline, if they are what we think they are, they will be looking to add on to a roster. And if so, somebody's going to want some of those people in your minor league system, but he would be one I would not give up. All right, we have more conversation coming up until 1 o'clock. Want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. I also want to tell you about West Shore Home because they're bringing you huge savings on your bathroom remodel by extending their Spring into Savings promotion. That's right, it's going on right now, and it's over today. This is your last day. Get free installation on your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of my program here when you schedule your free in-home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy from your first consultation to the professional installation, which happens to be completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. Can't say that enough. Highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. Their modern composite walls give you that high-end tile look without the upkeep that comes with that. Available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. This is affordable luxury, and it's available to you. So don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule your free consultation. Lock in those extended savings today. It's westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Austin Bechtold will begin at 1 o'clock today before the Pirates take on the Chicago Cubs in Game 2 out of their 3-game series at Wrigley Field. Braxton Ashcraft will start for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back back to more.
Please say it.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Well, welcome back. We roll along here, along with Charlie Borges. I'm Bob Pompiani. Here are the upcoming ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Prophet at Rivers Casino on April 22nd, which is the night before the draft. Tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., Rally House, North Shore at West General Robinson Street. April 14th from 5:30 to 6:30 at Federal Galley, that's Children's Way, Pittsburgh. April 15th from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. at Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, that's in Babcock Boulevard, Suite B. April 15th from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., AAA South Hills, Fort Couch Road. April 16th from 2 to 3 p.m., Federal Firearms at Tom's Run Road, that's in Oakdale. And April 16th also from 5 to 6 p.m., it's Cohen Markets, Library Road in Bethel Park. So that's for the night before with Jason Aldean. We're rolling along with more calls at 412-928-9370. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound later today as he'll take on the Cubs as the Pirates try to get to 9-5, and they're doing it without Marcell Ozuna doing anything. He will get it figured out. You would think so. He's shown that history before. $12 million, and a lot of the criticism. The good thing about this is they're 8-5, and he hasn't done anything. Sooner or later, he will, and when so, that should really help that lineup. Let's go back to the phone lines, beginning with Bill in North Versailles. What's up, Bill? How are you?
Hi, Bob. How you doing?
Good. Go right ahead, sir.
I'm talking about the Steeler draft. I believe they have 12 draft choices.
Mm-hmm.
I seem to think that the way that this can be successful, if like they get 5 players that actually out of this draft that play this year, upcoming year, and maybe a couple guys, 3 guys on the practice squad. Just with how many draft choices they have and everything like that, I'm just hoping that they just improve the overall depth of their team with quality players. I think they have 3 third rounds. Am I correct?
Yeah, they're going to trade. They're going to move some of those because you can't have those many people here. So they're going to be using some to move up and when they feel the need necessary to do so, whether that's in first, second, third round, whatever it would be. So, yeah, the bottom line is they got certainly some positions to fill. I've been operating, Bill, under this philosophy. And again, it's the assumption is Aaron Rodgers is going to be here. Okay, there's still nothing on that, but the assumption is he will be here. If he is, I defer messing around with quarterbacks in this draft. I try to build my team up so that next year when I bring in somebody, knowing that you still have Will Howard here, that you can begin that quarterback shaping for the future franchise quarterback next year. But you'll have a lot of things to help that young person, whoever it may be.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Will Howard. I never watched the play. But to go to a new team and lead them to a national championship and have a good playoffs, I think the kid got to be pretty smart and pretty decent.
Yeah, we haven't seen him play, though, and he missed his opportunity last year with his preseason injury that he never got in those games. Bill, thank you. We hope it's going to be a beautiful weather day like it is today on the 23rd, 25th, through the 25th for the NFL draft. Let's go to Guy in California, who's always liking talking pucks and bucks. Today, Pucks takes the headline. What's up?
Beautiful day for hockey, Bob. Hey, listen, happy birthday. I'm right behind you. We're both on the back 9 now. So
yeah, I hope there's about a 10-hole playoff, don't you, though? I don't want to get to 18, and then there's got to be some extended holes out there.
Well, I'm hoping. In good health. That's the most important
That's
thing.
the most important thing, right?
Listen, you talked about hockey real quick. I know everyone had talked about tanking and why at the beginning of the season, also in the years past, tanking in hockey is ridiculous. First of all, the idea that you'll get the first draft pick if you're the worst team is in a lottery system doesn't hold true.
Right.
I mean, you could be the worst team and end up with the third draft pick. And then you had talked before about the Hart Trophy with Starkey.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about the Hart Trophy, remember, it is for the most valuable player to his team. And that's the key. And so I agreed with you when you suggested, San Jose, if they make the playoffs, it'll be Celebrini. And also, if the Islanders make it, I think you have to consider Schaefer. Matthew Schaefer, they wouldn't be in the playoffs with him. And, Columbus has fallen off. And had they made it, it would have been Werenski. The best player is the Ted Lindsay Award.
So
I
that's
think
correct.
people
And you also there's a distinction. People think Hart Trophy's about points. They have an Art Ross Trophy for that, right?
Right, exactly.
So there is a points trophy, and that'll go to probably McDavid again. And again, I don't know about you, but I brought up voter fatigue. It does affect me in certain sports because I know who the most valuable players are year after year to their team, but I also want to see some new blood in there. And some of these young guys, I mean, Cole Caulfield has been magnificent. And while I know it's a long shot for him to win that thing, where would they be without him?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and, I look at that team in Montreal, and I said at the beginning of the year, the two teams to watch out for were Anaheim and Montreal. They're up-and-coming teams.
Anaheim's good, yep.
And then the final thing is, you'd ask who, you want to see the Penguins play. I mean, obviously the more exciting series would be against the Flyers. But, I live here in Southern California, and I follow the Knights. And the Knights might be playing Anaheim, and their orange jerseys already give me the Flyers post-traumatic stress disorder, and then having to watch the Penguins play the Flyers, I'll be on the couch with the psychiatrist for years to come.
Yeah, this is my favorite time of the year, actually, guys. So hope you have some fun out there watching these games, and who knows, the Penguins may pull a couple of surprises. I think they'll be favored in the first. I see them beating any of these teams the way they're playing in the first round. When it gets to Carolina, that's a whole different ballgame, I think. All right, appreciate that. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. Like I said, the Pirates, I don't know, Charlie. The one negative thing so far has been Ozuna, but I look back at some of his seasons, and he has started slowly quite a bit, and he does come on. And the good thing for them, as I said, they're 8-5 without him, basically, and at some point, he's going to start to hit. Do you think? Or if this continues to be a problem as we're in mid-May, let's say, at some point you got to do something about it. What would that option be?
DFA him.
Not at $12 million.
You can't DFA him at the money that he's making right now. So maybe you try to trade him to a team that has a plethora of payroll and attach a prospect to him. Not a high-level prospect, kind of maybe like a middle one.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, it's not. So you're kind of stuck with him.
They're stuck. They made that financial commitment. They're going to play him. But I think one of our previous callers, Chuck in Uniontown, had an interest. He said, what happens if McCutcheon has a better year? They're going to look back and say they made the wrong choice, and that would be correct.
Sorry, Bob. We have some breaking news.
Uh-oh. What is
regarding the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Go right ahead.
Penguins PR. The following players will not play today, and their statuses are considered day-to-day. Sidney Crosby.
Ooh,
Ben Kindle.
I am surprised by that.
Hold on. Sidney Crosby. Ben Kindle. Evgeny Malkin. Brian Rust. Parker Wotherspoon. Erik Karlsson. And Chris Letang.
Well, who's left?
Connor Dewar will not play today and is week to week instead of day to day.
Wow. I am surprised that Sidney Crosby is not in the lineup for. Now, I assume these are not all injuries, of course. These are choices to just use an NBA term. It's load management.
It says the following players will not play today and their statuses are considered day to day. And then after each name, it says Sidney Crosby, lower body, Kindle, upper body, Malkin, upper, Rust, lower, Wotherspoon, upper, Karlsson, lower, Letang, upper. So I'm guessing they're just
being cautious.
They're being cautious. And in turn, they have called up forwards Rutger McGroarty, Ville Koivunen, and Juna Koppanen under emergency conditions.
Wow. I am a little bit surprised by this. I had no indication, I don't think anyone did, that this would happen.
So if you bought a ticket, and it was the most expensive ticket all year.
Just because it could be the last
Because it could be the last Crosby and Malkin game, or Ovechkin game. Well, actually, yeah. It could be the last Crosby, Malkin, and Ovechkin game.
So I'm wondering, let's go through these things. Lower body. I understand if Crosby's still being bought. I didn't know Kindle was injured. Yeah, there was no talk of this.
There's always something that they can say, like, hey, he got banged up in October, that he's been playing through it.
I guess that could be true. But that's an awful lot of people that people want to see today, especially against Ovechkin.
Yeah.
And if you're a team like the New York Islanders or one of those teams battling with Washington, I wonder if this will carry over in tomorrow.
I would assume so. They did say it's their day-to-day.
Wow.
So
I'm surprised. I just really am.
Well, if you were not going to play these guys, why would you not play them tomorrow?
That's what
play them today
Yeah,
because it's the last home game.
I would have thought the same thing.
What a way for Fan Appreciation Day to go down. You're not going to see four of the best players on the team. I don't even know who's left on the defensive side. So you're sitting Wotherspoon, Carlson, and Letang. You're probably looking at.
They had to make more call-ups, right? I mean, who else did they call up here? Is Graves going to play? I imagine that's the only way he's going to play.
So
they brought in Kopanen will play. Okay, Rutger McGroarty will play. Koivunen will play.
So on the defense, you're looking at
Gerard,
Graves, Clifton, Shea, St. Ivany, and Solovyov.
St. Ivany, is he still injured? I thought he was still injured.
He might be injured. Those are the only players that are still up. So Solovyov, Shea.
Wow, what an
Clifton,
update that
Graves,
is. And I'm sure a lot of people right now will be driving in expecting to see this as the final, perhaps, swan song between, and I know the networks have been building it up that way, but in Crosby's case, I get it. If he's really, but it seems like that's an awful lot of people.
So here's the one positive that I will say. Are you aware of the bet that Pony and Donnie have?
About Soderblom? Yes.
With all these guys going down, that's a lot more opportunity for Elmer Soderblom.
Still, he does not score at this rate.
This is true.
He's done it here. Now, maybe he will. Maybe he's going to be on the power play. Maybe he'll be on the top line.
See, but here's the thing. Why wouldn't you put a guy who's 6'8" in front of the goalie on the power play?
I would do that, and I love that strat. I think Ben Kindle's done a pretty good job. He's small, but he gets there.
Oh, yeah.
Like Gensel used to do.
When the Bruins had Zdeno Chara, like when it came down to it and they needed a quick goal, when it came down late, they would put 6'9" Zdeno Chara in front of the net, and more often than not, it did work.
Let's get Gus on. Oh, Gus just dropped off. I wanted to see what he had to say because he may be one of those driving in to see this game. And now all of a sudden that takes a lot of the luster out of it. And I know a lot of people have made a commitment to go to this game to watch Crosby and Ovechkin or Malkin, all of them for the very last time potentially in person. Now that is not going to happen. So Charlie will update that in an update coming up. I just want you to know that we have Bucko talk. No, what do we have? North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show coming up at 1 o'clock with Austin Bechtold. Then the game today, 2:20, is right here on the Fan as the Penguins will take on the Capitals without a long list of players there suddenly. That'll be today at 3. And then the return home and home tomorrow in Washington before they end the season against St. Louis on the road on Tuesday night. I expected this for Tuesday night. I did. I thought this would be a Tuesday night maneuver with St. Louis because the game at this point is totally meaningless. But we'll see. All right, let's get Gus real quick. I called him out. Gus, are you going to the game?
Happy birthday, Bob. Happy belated Easter. No, we're just so blessed to be Penguins fans. It's a beautiful day for hockey. I don't know about all these guys that are out of the lineup, but I'm sure they know what they're doing, and looking forward to the playoffs, Bob.
Yeah, if you were going, though, would you be disappointed? Because we had not heard one iota about any of this until now.
Well, I've been to some fan appreciation days. It's a wonderful day for the fans that supported the team all year. And it's the last time Ovechkin's going to be in town. I'm very disappointed that Crosby and Ovechkin can't play one last game in the old building here. But who knows? Ovechkin might be back next year. He's having a pretty good finish to the season.
Yeah, but you don't know that either.
No.
And so Washington still has something to play for also. And very interesting.
Definitely.
Gus, thanks, man. It is a great day for hockey, yes. What? Oh, sorry. Charlie was quick on the trigger there, weren't you, Charlie?
My bad.
All right. Is this I think it's probably the right move if you're looking at, but with 3 games left, I just thought, Rust, he's been banged up, I know that. But he's 1 goal away from 30, too, 30 also. Crosby's at 29, right? I think so. If you're going to protect him, that's fine. I get it. I think I would understand that. But I'm also I am really stunned that they've done it only because I didn't think anyone saw this coming, especially those who wanted to see this matchup for the final time. Anyway, we're due for a break. Charlie will have more updates on the update coming up shortly. I want to remind you, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies, temperatures in the high 50s today. Tomorrow warming up into the 70s. I'm Bob Pompiani. Charlie Bourgeois is here now with an update, and we'll take a couple of more calls before we go and turn it over to Austin Bechtold.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Like we just talked about, if you were going to the game today at PPG Paints Arena, it's not the last time we will see Ovechkin versus Crosby, because the last time we saw Ovechkin versus Crosby was probably the last time we saw Ovechkin versus Crosby, because Sidney Crosby is not in the lineup today. Neither is Ben Kindle, Evgeny Malkin, Brian Rust, Parker Wotherspoon, Eric Carlson, Chris Letang, and Connor Dewar. They are all listed as day-to-day, except for Dewar, who is listed as week-to-week. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for April is Cinderland Beer Company's Raise It, their PNC Park exclusive West Coast style IPA. The charity of the month is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParks.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just gonna stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
catching up with friends, the sounds of winning, celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Ready here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Little program note for you. The broadcast of the Pitt Blue Gold Scrimmage will take place today on KDK AM 1020, 101.1 FM, 1 to 3. Pat Bostic, Doran Dickerson, along with Jeff Hathorn, Alan Green, and other guests. It's 1 o'clock today for the Pitt Blue Gold Scrimmage game. Real quick, let's go to Adam, who joins us on the road. Adam, are you going to the game at all?
Hey, Bob, thanks. Yeah, we're on our way down to the game and just got the news about Crosby not playing. Kind of bummed out about it.
Yeah, I think they're trying to avoid, you got to remember Tom Wilson plays for that team, and they're still trying to do something, and I wouldn't put anything beyond what he's capable of doing, but that's a whole long list of people that we've talked about there, and it's at least surprising to me that it all happened one fell swoop here, and boom, this is what you got. So it's not just Crosby, it's the entire, it's Crosby, it's Ben Kindle, Malkin won't play, Rust won't play, Wotherspoon won't play, Carlson won't play, Letang won't play. So clearly they're trying to preserve these guys as they get into it. Now the question I'd have to ask following that would be, if this is going to be their stance tomorrow and Tuesday in St. Louis, is that a lot of time off between them playing again? They're going to go straight into a playoff series. Now, I know that's secondary to injuries and everything else, but you know what I mean. So anyway, we'll see. If those of you going to the game, again, no Sidney Crosby, no Ben Kindle, no Evgeny Malkin, no Brian Rust, no Parker Wotherspoon, no Erik Karlsson, no Chris Letang. Penguins Caps today, 3 coming up. At 2:20 today, it's the Pirates' Braxton Ashcraft, who once had 7 touchdown receptions in one game. He's a good athlete. He's 101, 225. Edward Cabrera on the mound for the Cubs. You'll hear it here. And coming up next, it's Austin Bechtold. He'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For Charlie Bourgeois, I'm Bob Pompiani. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. it. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. It's where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Game 2 of a 3-game series. Pirates, Cubs at Wrigley Field. Buccos winners in game 1 of the series. They have won 7 out of their 10, and they look to win game 2 and take the series in series Cubs.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Game 2 of 3 in Chicago at Wrigley Field. Welcome into the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Austin Bechtold with you as the Pirates look to take Game 2 with Braxton Ashcraft on the mound following a splendid pitching performance on both sides from the Pirates, Carmen Mlodzinski, and the Cubs, Shota Imanaga. Imanaga, 6 strong innings of no-hit baseball, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. As soon as Imanaga came out of the game, Caleb Thielbar replaced him. That's when the Pirates got to work and did the damage, all that was necessary. Ryan O'Hearn with a base hit, followed by a Brian Reynolds 2-run home run to left field. Pirates only needed 2. The bullpen helped to shut it down. Mason Montgomery, 2/3 of an inning, received the win for the Pirates as Gregory Soto, Isaac Madsen, Dennis Santana followed. Madsen in the 7th, Soto in the 8th, Santana in the 9th as the Pirates were victorious. They've won 7 out of their last 10 games as well and begin division play 3-1 against the Reds, taking 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati last week and taking Game 1 against the Cubs yesterday. 2:20 first pitch in Chicago. Pirates' first win at Wrigley Field yesterday with 3 hits or fewer since dating back all the way to 1952. And the Pirates have opened 2025 playing against 3 playoff teams as well in their first 5 series. The rest of the NL Central combined 4 series against playoff teams from just a year ago. Coming up, we will get you ready for Buccos and Cubs. Today's pitching matchup, it's a good one on both sides, including a starting pitcher for Chicago that has not allowed a run so far this season. That's what's on tap, presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Corona 18-pack bottles and Modelo 18-pack cans. Your choice for $22.99. We'll also hear from Don Kelly as the Pirates have had much success this season hitting the ball the other way and creating offense in a little bit of a small ball way. Yes, they are hitting the ball out of the ballpark as well and have been much improved after hitting just 117 home runs a year ago, dead last in all of baseball, over 15 less than the next closest team, the St. Louis Cardinals. The Pirates this year have hit 13 home runs. That is tied for 7th in all of baseball. We get you ready for it. Game 2 of the 3-game series, a 2:20 first pitch. Pirates and Cubs from Wrigley Field, another day game from Wrigley with Braxton Ashcraft on the mound. Austin Bechtold with you when we return to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The weather is turned. Baseball is back. And that means you need beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs. And that's Hampton Beer Outlet, where right now, great special going on. Corona 18-pack bottles. Modelo 18-pack cans. Your choice. $22.99. What a price. That's right. Corona 18-pack bottles, Modelo 18-pack cans. Your choice, just $22.99. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Wait, Zero Res does commercial cleaning? They do, and not like everyone else. Zero Res uses a residue-free cleaning process so your floors don't get that sticky buildup that attracts dirt right back, which means your business stays cleaner longer with fewer cleanings and better results. From offices to apartments to large facilities, Zero Res is built for high-traffic spaces. Zero Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back into the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Hi, everyone. Austin Bechtold with you as we prepare for Game 2 of the 3-game series at Wrigley Field. The 8-5 Pirates, the 6-7 Chicago Cubs, and a look at the standings in the National League Central. Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, the most preferred window brand by Pittsburgh homeowners. Sees the Pirates currently in a 3-way tie for the top of the NL Central standings with the Milwaukee Brewers and the St. Louis Cardinals. Brewers currently on a 3-game losing streak. Cardinals are on a 3-game winning streak as Milwaukee is currently hosting the Washington Nationals. Lost yesterday's game 7-3. That was after losing 2 games to the Boston Red Sox, 3-2. and 5-0 after beating Boston at Fenway Park 8-6 in the first game of the series on Monday. St. Louis on their 3-game winning streak, winning last night's game to put them at 8-5 overall. As the Cardinals not expecting to do too much this season, but taking 2 from the Nationals, winning yesterday at Busch Stadium 3-2 against the Red Sox. So this has been the week for the Red Sox to play NL Central opponents. They will host Boston at 7:15 later on tonight. 8-6 is where Cincinnati sits on a 3-game losing streak. So it is currently a run of losing streaks and winning streaks for teams in the Central, not named the Pirates and Cubs, but the Pirates winning yesterday. Now 7-3 in their last 10. Chicago is 5-5 in their last 10 games after losing yesterday. The Cubs are the ones that sit in the basement of the NL Central, just 13 games in. They are 6-7 overall. As we bring you now the pitching matchup. Who's got the ball? It's brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Braxton Ashcraft will make his 3rd start for the Pirates. He is 1-1 on the year, a 2.25 ERA. He has only allowed 3 earned runs in 12 innings. And Ashcraft, who is a pitcher who is just a little bit older than your typical rookie second-year player after getting a pretty solid sample size of innings a year ago with the Pirates, whether it be out of the bullpen and starting to start in late August and also in September last year. The 26-year-old Ashcraft, who will turn 27 next month, had never pitched 6 innings in a major league game before this season. And he's done it now in his first 2 outings, both being career highs since he made his major league debut on May 26 a year ago. Has struck out 11, has walked 4, earned a victory against Baltimore on Easter Sunday last week. Ashcraft has the potential to be a high upside arm in the Pirates rotation, even a chance to be their number 2 starter or number 3 starter this season, who flashes a solid fastball in the mid-90s, can touch upper 90s as well, and good breaking pitches that can keep hitters off balance. Keeping hitters off balance is what Edward Cabrera of the Chicago Cubs has done all season long throughout his first 2 starts. A 1-0 record for Cabrera. Over 11 2/3 innings, he has not allowed a run, a whip of 0.69, 6 walks so far this season. If there is one place where you can get Cabrera, it is in the walk category to try to get guys on base. He has struck out 9 so far this season, but again, in 11 2/3 innings, has not allowed 1 run. Cubs acquired Cabrera from the Miami Marlins in the offseason in a trade for 3 players, including top prospect Owen Casey, who was a big part of Team Canada's World Baseball Classic roster earlier in March. You might be familiar with Cabrera. He was a name a couple of years ago that was frequent in trade talks and trade discussions when the Pirates were in desperate need of another starter, when it was just Johan Oviedo and Mitch Keller, before Paul Skeens was here, before Braxton Ashcraft, before Mike Burrows started to make something of himself, before ultimately being traded in the deal that brought Brandon Lau to Pittsburgh. Edward Cabrera was a name floated around and talked about throughout that spring training a few years ago as a potential option for the Pirates. He stays in Miami. A trade does not get done. And ultimately, we see what he's pitching like right now for Chicago, making the start against the Bucks and his 3rd start for the Chicago Cubs. Speaking of start, what's the starting lineups today for the Pittsburgh Pirates? Behind Braxton Ashcraft, Oneil Cruz will lead it off and play in center field. Cruz, who has been one of the hottest hitters for the Buccos all season long, after the first game of the year where he had 2 errors, not dubbed errors, but in the outfield that ended up being 5 runs charged against Paul Skeens, and just a rocky start to the year for Cruz and a very difficult season against the Mets. He has responded in a significant way. Cruz leads the Pirates in RBIs. He leads the Bucks in home runs, 4 home runs, 12 RBIs respectively. Is batting .300, 15 hits in 50 at-bats so far this year. Has also added in 3 walks and 2 stolen bases, 17 strikeouts on the year in 13 games. Brandon Lau, who is going over a little bit of a slump for the Bucks, he will bat second and play at second base as well. He, in yesterday's game, only came in as a defensive replacement, not starting against the lefty Shota Imanaga. Lau has not recorded a hit since the first game of the series against San Diego on Monday. He had one on Sunday against Baltimore as well, but the hits have been a little bit hard to come by for Lau, who started off the season very well. 2 home runs in the first game of the year, also had 2 hits in the Sunday game against the Mets. Brian Reynolds, after a difficult first series, he bats third, playing in left field. Reynolds has responded in a significant way for the Pirates in their strong portion of the order, batting .245 with 3 home runs and 7 RBIs on the year. Also 8 walks compared to 16 strikeouts. Ryan O'Hearn will do the cleanup hitting and batting fourth. O'Hearn leads the Pirates in batting average this year. He has been an unsung hero, capable of playing first base, right field, currently hitting at .341. His 11 RBIs with just 7 walks and 7 strikeouts. Even line there for O'Hearn. Marcelo Zuna still looking to collect his 3rd hit of the year. He's now batting .057 in 9 games. 35 at-bats, just the 2 hits. He has struck out 10 times. At-bats looked a little bit better for the Pirates DH that was paid $12 million on a 1-year deal to sign with the Pirates in the offseason. But for Ozuna, who finished 4th in the National League MVP voting just 2 years ago with the Atlanta Braves before leaving as a free agent after the 2025 season, still looking to highly impact his Pirates lineup. We've seen him bat 5th. We've seen him in the cleanup spot. He will bat 5th for Don Kelly today. Nick York, who has had a strong start to the season, batting .320. He will bat after Ozuna, hitting 6th and playing at 3rd base. So a day off for Nick Gonzalez, who we've seen throughout the year play at either 2nd or 3rd, especially with Jared Trillo, according to Ben Sherrington, out for the next couple of weeks with an injury that he suffered at the home opener. Spencer Horwitz will bat 7th and play at first base against the right-hander Edward Cabrera. Connor Griffin gets the start at shortstop. And Griffin, who has only had 1 game this season, it was the final game of the Padres series, where he has not been in the lineup since being called up for the home opener, just batting 143 through 7 games. That's in 21 at-bats. No home runs yet, still looking for his first. Hit a ball out to left that had a chance, but with swirling winds at Wrigley Field, didn't have much of it. Wind gusts at Wrigley only expected to be 8 miles an hour. We'll get into that a little bit more as we give you our weather report. 6 strikeouts so far, 2 walks, 4 RBIs for the Pirates. 19-year-old shortstop playing his first ever series at Wrigley Field. Henry Davis will do the catching behind catching Braxton Ashcraft. And for the Chicago Cubs, Nico Horner, who signed a contract extension before the start of the year to keep him in Chicago, batting over .300, a .970 OPS. He will play at second base. Michael Busch, who has done a good job against the Pirates in his career, will play at first, left-handed batter. Alex Bregman, former Boston Red Sox, grounded into a double play early in the game yesterday. He will play at third base. Ian Happ, the Pittsburgh native and Pirates killer, bats in the cleanup spot. Happ, who had a very long on-base streak that was over 40 games against the Pirates that was broken a year ago. He will bat in the 4 spot. Moises Ballesteros, the young batter for the Cubs, will hit in the DH spot. Pete Crow Armstrong, center fielder for the Cubs, also signed a long-term contract extension before the start of the year. Was in the MVP race a year ago as well. Dynamic player for the Cubs, will play in center field and bat 6. Miguel Amaya will do the catching. Carson Kelly caught yesterday for Imanaga. Michael Conforto, former New York Met, will play in right field. Dansby Swanson, former Atlanta Brave, has been with the Cubs for a couple of years now. He will play at shortstop for Chicago at Wrigley Field. Those are your starting lineups. And now, what will the weather be like in Chicago after the winds were a major concern yesterday? 8-mile-an-hour wind gusts expected at Wrigleyville. But it will be a little bit of a chilly one, 50 degrees at first pitch and cloudy skies. When weather disasters strike, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Up next, we'll take a trip down on the farm to the minor leagues because one Pirates player had another significant start that we want to tell you about. A minor leaguer who might be able to skyrocket as quickly through the Pirate system as Connor Griffin did or as Paul Skeens did. It might seem a little far-fetched that that is even possible and could happen, but this player is proving that, well, you just never put a limit on first-round draft picks and what the Pirates have been able to do over the course of the last 3 drafts. We'll dive into that a little bit later on, coming up, as well as present what's at stake. All that in a moment and more when we return to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Austin Bechtel with you on 93.7 The Fan.
fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Spring is in the air, and Aleve long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else, and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wrigley Field has been a house of horrors for the Pirates over the years, but especially last year, significantly indicative of that. The Pirates were outscored 54-26 in their matchups against the Cubs in 2025. Lost 10 out of the 13 games that they played against Chicago. Batted under 200 as the Cubs hit 256. It was a struggle for the Pirates, and even though it is just early in the season, and we're only 13 games in, having the opportunity for the Pirates to start off strong against the division, to start off strong against a team that has played very well against you, especially in their own ballpark, and to eventually, they didn't get to do it against Imanaga, but to beat a pitcher that has had their number, threw a no-hitter against them, and was able to find a way in the next inning to get to Chicago's bullpen and your bullpen to hold it down and not give up any runs. That is the type of game that a good team wins, that a team that is going to be fighting for a postseason spot all season long finds a way to win. It's a type of game and a type of victory that previous Pirate teams might not have been able to accomplish, and to be able to accumulate those types of wins that we'll look back on in September saying that was one of the games that helped the Pirates get to this position. Welcome back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Austin Bechtold with you as we get you ready. Buccos and Cubs from Wrigley Field in Chicago, Game 2 of the 3-game series. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for the Pirates, making his third start. Ashcraft, really solid start to the year, 2.25 ERA, only has allowed 3 earned runs in 12 innings. Edward Cabrera has not allowed a run at all in 11 2/3 innings. He gets the ball for Chicago. Donnie Kelly talked before the game with members of the media about the matchup, about the Pirates hitting the ball the other way, and what it takes to win games at Wrigley.
I think it's an approach that Matt Haig and the hitting guys have been driving and started last year with it. The guys are really buying in. I mean, yesterday I thought was a phenomenal team game when you're talking about the success Imanaga has had against us to grind out those at-bats and really stick with the approach that didn't lead to any hits, as we know, but led to a higher pitch count, and we were able to get him out of the game. I mean, there's been so many times that he's been able to go 7-8 innings against us with that type of stuff, and then them being able to go to Palencia. And I think that just that approach of staying up the middle the other way leads to the higher pitch count and grinding out at bats.
Donnie, one of those guys has been Henry Davis. He's used the back side of the field more. Just what have you seen from his at bats? What are you pleased with there?
Oh, it's the same thing. I mean, when you look back at when Henry's been really good, he's able to go the other way. Think back to that swing he had off of Sonny Gray in spring training when he took the cutter oppo to right center for a home run. And they're not going. He's got the power to do that, but it's not. It doesn't have to be the home runs. It's being able to even hit the 4-hole and stay on baseballs, which I think is a better approach for him. That he's got power. He will catch the ball out in front and pull it at times, but I feel like he's at his best when he's going the other way.
Is there a difference in that middle away approach this year, even than from some of these guys who had the team last year too?
In general,
you're saying like you've seen the buy-in and stuff. Do you see a major difference with some of these guys this year compared to last?
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, from Henry, O'Neal Cruz from the beginning, hitting off the left-hander all offseason, and then to come in and I mean, I think I can't remember exactly, but his first 3 hits in spring, I think line drives the other way. It just, for me, leads to a better path. And when we try to generate power and catch it out in front, we're not as good of hitters. And I think that our guys have done a much better job of staying up the middle the other way. And we've seen the power when you catch it out in front. O'Neal has power to leave. He can go anywhere, leave any ballpark at any time.
Bullpen performed really well yesterday. I know it's a little bit fluid with Santana or Soto or who pitches the 9th exactly, but how much confidence do you have in the bridge to whoever it is back there, whether it's a bridge to Santana in the 9th, bridge to Soto in the 9th, or just setting it up?
Yeah, Montgomery, Mattson did a great job, and we have full confidence in all the guys out there. I know the other day it didn't work out with Lawrence, but he's got nasty stuff. He's pitched so well for us, and have full confidence in him being able to bridge that gap too, along with Ramirez, to get it to the back end and really to have a pen full of guys that you feel confident, comfortable bringing into those situations, it's really, really awesome. And then to get to Soto and Santana and have two teammates out there that check their ego at the door and are willing to do whatever to help the team win in any pocket. Can't say enough about those two.
What stood out about Ramirez? What's been solid for him so far this year?
I think it's strike throwing, staying in the zone and attacking with multiple pitches, being able to use his fastball and different breaking balls. He's just done a great job of filling up the strike zone.
John, Wrigley is unique in so many ways. Can you just talk about how the weather conditions here changes the game, sometimes day to day, even inning to inning?
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. It's blowing different today, and I'm sure I looked at tomorrow. It's going to be whipping 20 miles an hour plus. It's that's what makes Wrigley fun and unique, and in amongst other things. But the atmosphere is tremendous, and you always got to be on your toes and keep track of the wind as you go through a game.
You keep doing a little something on Connor. There's got to be an interaction or two that you've had that reminds you he's only 19, and then there's probably a few that remind you he's more mature than that age. Can you recall a couple?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many there are that he hasn't been mature in there,
right.
But he's so mature and handles things so well. Just the way that he was able to handle the whole contractual thing from the beginning of spring training all the way through with everything that was going on, fighting to try to make the team, was so mature in how he handled it. And really maybe the first time he's gone through the business side like that, and I think he handled it really well. And then when you throw on all of the spotlight being on him, opening day and the whole homestand, he's just a phenomenal kid and has done a tremendous job adapting to everything.
You haven't heard of like a pop culture reference that is even above you?
No, not yet. I might not even be able to know what he was talking about if he did.
Yeah. Have you talked to him about COVID?
About COVID?
I have 13 when COVID.
I have not talked to him
you're
about
asking
COVID.
like some wide sage there.
Yeah, I have not talked to him about COVID at all, but maybe I will. Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
All right, there's Donnie Kelly talking about a multitude of different things, how the wind can be different at Wrigley depending on just the day, of course. And a lot of the times people talk about weather maybe a little bit too much, but when it's at Wrigley Field and the ball is constantly swirling around and you don't know what direction the wind is blowing, and we saw numerous times yesterday a difficulty for outfielders to be able to track down fly balls and potential home runs that maybe it was July or August and a warmer day in Chicago, a more humid day, the ball might find its way into the seats rather than being caught at the warning track or maybe even a few steps away from the track. He also touched on Henry Davis a little bit in a question that was asked by Jason Mackey. And Davis, who has a .222 batting average, will bat ninth today and catch Braxton Ashcraft. In 27 at-bats, Davis has 6 hits. Of those 6 hits, 3 of them are doubles. One concern for Davis throughout his MLB career, with this now being his 4th season in the majors, has never played more than 87 games. That was his career high a year ago last year, where Davis only hit 167, 7 home runs, 22 RBIs. 7 of his hits were doubles. Was the strikeout totals. Too much, too high. Too many times Davis would come to the plate and strike out. 76 last year in 252 at-bats. So far this year, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 RBIs as well. We know how good his defense has become. Drafted as a bat-first catcher, was moved to right field to be able to get to the majors in time and to try to hit for the Pirates, who had a lackluster offense at the time and needed as much offense as they could get. Did it stunt Davis's development? That just might be a completely different conversation. But now, starting to find himself a little bit more, hitting the ball the other way again, like he did when he first came up to the majors, and like we saw at times when he was playing in either AA or AAA Indianapolis. Davis, through 11 games, looks more comfortable at the plate, seems to have changed his stance a little bit to be somewhat more upright, and now, from being an elite defensive catcher who has already thrown out a couple of attempted base stealers this year, and has done a good job of calling games for this pitching staff that now ranks 2nd in the National League in earned run average, behind just the Chicago Cubs, who are number 1, both teams with a starting pitching ERA right around 2. Davis has been a key part of the Pirates' success. And if he could find a way to hit at the bottom of the lineup and turn it back around for O'Neal Cruz, Brandon Lau, and Brian Reynolds, the Pirates have their best lineup that they've had, truly, in a decade. What's at Stake is brought to you by the North Shore Tavern, home of Steak on a Stone. It's a chance to take the first two at Wrigley and set up a sweep on Getaway Day tomorrow, Sunday, which will also be a 2:21 pitch, just like today at Wrigley Field. If the Pirates can win this weekend's series in Chicago, after taking yesterday 2-0, Shota Imanaga 6 shutout innings, 6 no-hit innings, but it was matched by Carmen Mlodzinski, 5 1/3. Mlodzinski with an ERA sub 2.6 for the Pirates, sitting right at 2.51 for the Bucs through his first 3 starts. Well, if they can win today and take the first 2, it would be just the 5th time the Pirates have won a series in Chicago in their past 18 visits to Wrigley. They are 4-13 in their previous 17 series at Wrigley Field, going 16-38 in those games. It goes back to basically our main theme that we've discussed throughout the day. It's a .296 winning percentage of how the Pirates have struggled in Wrigley. And if you want this team to be different, if the Pirates want this to be a new rewritten story compared to years past and constantly compete in the National League Central, where Fangraphs has them right now as the favorites in the Central, albeit still very early, in the Cubs under 500 at the moment, these are important games to win. Yes, it's just an early one out of 162 still to play, but a 3-1 start to divisional play is a good way for the Bucs and Donnie Kelly to manage it and approach what they've done so far. Let's take a look at the Minor League Report. Let's shape your future. The Minor League Report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loans as low as 5.25%. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org. Well, it was Pirates' number 2 prospect, Seth Hernandez, making his second career start yesterday for the Bradenton Marauders. We saw Hernandez make his Pirates debut because being drafted by the Buccos 4th overall in 2025 out of high school in California, he did not pitch at all in organized baseball last season. So the first time that Pirates fans got a chance to see him was in the spring breakout game when Hernandez blew a fastball right by Max Clark, top prospect for the Detroit Tigers, their second best prospect behind Kevin McGonigal, at 102 miles an hour, and you saw a reaction on the face of Max Clark that ended up going viral, a whoa type of moment, as he said afterward. The scouting report only said 97 miles an hour. Well, Hernandez can now consistently throw upwards towards 100, has topped out at 101 in the spring breakout game, was at 102. Yesterday, he dominated against Palm Beach in his second start of the year. 4 innings, did not allow a hit, did not allow a run, only walked 1, and had 7 strikeouts. Bradenton went on to lose the game 7-3, but Seth Hernandez, who was drafted in 25, a year after Connor Griffin was drafted, who was drafted a year after Paul Skeens was picked, talking to Jonathan Mayo at the home opener when he joined us on the Pomp and Joe show with Donnie Football, Joe Starkey, and myself. Jonathan Mayo said that it is completely in the realm of possibility. It is like a real conversation to be had that the Pirates drafted the 3 best players in each of the last 3 drafts. Paul Skeens going 1-1 in 2023. 2024, Connor Griffin, the 9th pick, first high school player that was drafted in that class. Seth Hernandez, the 4th pick in the draft class out of high school. The Pirates, another flame-throwing right-handed pitcher that could rapidly move up in the system. Who knows when Hernandez could be here? Middle of 2027? Beginning of 2028? I don't think anybody when he was drafted would have expected Connor Griffin to be with the major league club at just 19 years old. ETAs on him were right around 2027, maybe 2028 to be more conscious and give Griffin more leeway and more of a runway to potentially come up and not put too high of expectations on him. April of 2026 was never on anyone's bingo card. Murph Gray, Pirates' 18th overall prospect, 1 for 3 in the game. The best record out of the Pirates' 4 minor league affiliates belongs to the Greensboro Grasshoppers. They are 5-2 and will host Asheville tonight at 6:30. The struggle continues, though, for the Altoona Curve. They lost 11-2 to Richmond on the road. Altoona has started the year now 0-7. Po Yu Chen is on the mound tonight for the Altoona Curve, I should say. The Pirates' AA affiliate, 7:05 in Virginia. And AAA Indianapolis, they dropped yesterday's matchup against Louisville. The Bats, 8-2. So tough stretch for everyone in the Pirates organization yesterday. It was difficult, especially for Antoine Kelly, who allowed 5 earned runs in just 2/3 of an inning to start the game before being pulled. Thomas Harrington will take them out tonight for Indianapolis to a 6:35 first pitch. Good start to the year for Harrington, but the Indians are just 3-10 to begin the 2026 minor league season. Picks to click. They're brought to you by When Disaster Strikes your home or business, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, bringing us today's pick to click. We'll give you multiple, but number one, it's Oneil Cruz. Cruz hitting 300. He's on a 9-game hitting streak. Cruz, if he is able to reach 10, would be the first player in Major League Baseball to do so this season. Also keep your eye out on Ryan O'Hearn, who leads the team in batting average at 341. He is also second behind Oneil Cruz in RBIs with 11. Cruz, O'Hearn, Reynolds, Lau. Key parts of this Pirates offense that still does not have Marcell Ozuna batting .057, finding it yet at the plate, who was the biggest addition in terms of money for this season, with $12 million going to Marcell Ozuna. Just the 2 hits. Eventually, you would think that water will find its level for Ozuna, and he's not going to hit this poorly all season long. So does the Pirates still wait for him? They fortunately have been having Cruz, who had another hit off of a lefty yesterday. Cruz started the season 7 for 10 off of left-handed pitching with 3 home runs and 5 RBIs. He gets to play against a righty today in Edward Cabrera. Also keep an eye out on Connor Griffin, just batting .143 through the first week of his Major League Baseball career. But he's been hitting the ball well, had a well-struck ball to shortstop yesterday that was an atom ball right at Dansby Swanson. But Griffin's approach and the at-bats that he had, you would think would lead to eventually the ball being able to find more grass. He's been hitting the ball well, hitting the ball hard. So it doesn't look like Connor Griffin is overmatched at the plate. He looks ready. The batting average is not indicative of that yet, and we've seen that the defense has played well. Yesterday, an error was not charged to him. Griffin trying to turn a double play himself, skipped the ball towards first base that was not able to be picked. The runner did not have the opportunity to advance to second base because it rang off the front portion of the dugout. So not charged an error to Connor Griffin. Probably would have been beaten out by the runner anyway and ruled safe. But Griffin's defense has been pretty well. He is in the top portion of defensive run saves for shortstop this year. And again, just 19 years old. There's so many high expectations that have been placed on him, of course, with a $140 million contract that was signed over 9 years that will keep Griffin under contract in Pittsburgh through 2034. So Oneil Cruz on his 9-game hitting streak. Ryan O'Hearn, another name to keep an eye out for. He had a base hit yesterday that led to the next batter, Ryan Reynolds, coming up and crushing a 2-run home run, the only offense that the Pirates needed to win yesterday's game 2-0 and set up this game 2. We're going to take the first 2 and the possibility to sweep in Wrigley tomorrow against the Chicago Cubs. Keys to the game are brought to you by Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville. SpitzerToyota.com. Key number 1, get to Cabrera early. He is not allowed to run all season, but does have 6 walks in 11 2/3 innings. If you can find a way to get a couple of base runners on, the Pirates have not been that aggressive in the stolen base category either. Maybe it's Oneil Cruz that could steal a base. Nick York, who's playing at third base today, that has solid speed. Get on, advance in a scoring position, and try to bring in that first run, and a few more, of course, against Cabrera. Limit walks. The Pirates yesterday walked 7 batters in the game. Braxton Ashcraft only 3 so far through 12 innings, but walks have been a concern, whether it be for the rotation, for the bullpen. Pirates have to be careful of that. In the bullpen, when the opportunity presents itself, just like they did yesterday, shut the door on the Cubs. The Cubs pitching staff itself is 3rd in baseball, allowing just a .203 opponent average. Pirates pitching is 8th at a .218 opposing batting average. And Cubs starting pitching, number 1 in terms of ERA in the National League. Pirates are 2nd, just behind the Cubs. So it could be another pitcher's duel for the starters. And once you get to the bullpen, that is what ultimately could decide this game. Call of the Game is presented by the Pennsylvania One Call System. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig. As Joe Block and Neil Walker get you ready for baseball at Wrigley Field. It's the Pirates at 8-5 overall, taking on the Chicago Cubs. Pirates in a 3-way tie for first place in the National League Central with the Milwaukee Brewers, who are on a 3-game losing streak, with the St. Louis Cardinals, who are on a 3-game 3-game winning streak. Chicago under 500. A win today would put the Cubs at 7-7. A win today for the Pirates puts them at 9-5, with the Buccos just a short 3-game road trip, returning home for a series against the Washington Nationals, first of 4 on Monday, followed by 3 at home against Tampa Bay. Paul Skeens bobblehead day a week from today. Joe Block and Neil Walker have the call of the game. You've been listening to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Your home for steak on a stone. Austin Beckfield with you. Also will be with you for the postgame show as well. The Og Murphy and Perkoski reaction show right here on 93.